Operation GCD with an Appalachian grin. Adventures and shenanigans, we're diving right in.
Howdy, folks. Your host, Double J, back here, coming at you live. Stay dangerous, America. Anyhow, welcome back here, folks, to the interwebs. JJ Vance here, not the vice president. I repeat, not the vice president. Part-time vampire hunter and your host of Operation GCD, right there. Anyhow, welcome back here, folks, to the interwebs. I will be your pilot and navigator for tonight's shenanigan-infused journey into the mind of this here particular garbage can dude. And I'm not going to lie to you, folks, the interwebs got a real barn burner here on deck for y'all tonight. Got the cast of usual suspects joining us here for another roundtable high weirdness discussion. Welcome back here, Phil Z, secret agent of the Dewey Decimal System, sir. Welcome back to Operation GCD for your first time.
It is my first time. All right.
Definitely this week it is. We missed your input on Wednesday, sir.
Yes, I am happy to be here. I was bummed out. That's totally my. Well, you know what? I told you I was extraordinarily renditioned by the Dewey Decimal System. So
right,
you know,
right.
Sometimes
you can't fight these things. You just got to go with it.
Yeah, when Jack Bauer's giving you the the water torture,
that's right.
You do what you got to do, So, but no, I'm happy to be here.
Yes, sir. And we also got Todd the Wizard. Welcome back here, Todd the Wizard. Welcome back to Operation GCD, sir, for your first time.
It's always fantastic to see you guys. I appreciate every conversation I have with you guys.
I appreciate your input, sir. Thank you for joining me here again tonight to get a little GCD. We also got Clint Eastwood, sir. We got a fun-filled lineup here.
First time.
GCD, sir, for your first time. Now we had some epic conversations over there following the show on Wednesday over there on Clint's channel, and I certainly enjoy the conversation over there on secret societies we often get into. Whether or not a vampire over there, Harry the vampire's there or not, still enjoy it.
You never know what creature might show up.
Harry's got a good sense of humor.
He does.
He's got a lot of information when he wants to have a normal, just non-Canadian discussion. Speaking of Canadians, we got Troublemaker Jonah. You must be happy about all this UFO disclosure, sir. Your name continues to be redacted in those Epstein files. Welcome back to Operation.
All I gotta say is that this is the first time with this personality. I think I had something going on. I'm just on the goddamn day, but and that might affect my shit talking. But I also keep it a little respectful for our next guest.
There you go, and that's a good one. We have a lady joining us tonight. Sabrina, welcome, man. Welcome back to Operation GCD for your first.
Thank you so
man.
much. Yeah, great to be here. Here to mix
Absolutely.
it up, a little bit of testosterone with all the guys.
We got to balance this out.
Yeah. Thank you, Sabrina, for joining us.
I'm going to be loud and obnoxious and take control.
You're what?
Go ahead.
I'm a thorn in your side. Not at all. How so? Is that Jonah trying to prompt me to sing Poison? Every rose has its thorn.
And speaking of music,
I hate that song. I won't sing it.
Oh, okay. We're gonna kick us. What are you kicking us off with here tonight, sir?
I was working with this Asian kid, half Asian, half white. He's born in the 90s. And he's asking me if I like Pearl Jam. I'm like, fuck no, that dirty CIA band, right? And then I was talking to him, and those things that you didn't know, but you don't know, right? And the kid asked the kid, I'm like, so what came first, Columbine or the song Jeremy? And he's like, the song Columbine, then obviously, right? I'm like, fuck no, they wrote that song like 10 years prior. And I just think it's really funny that huge song about school shootings is like 10 years before an infamous school shooting. So have any of you guys recall that? Did you know that? Or is that one of those things like me where you knew it but you forgot about it until someone brought it up in talking?
Well, I could never understand the lyrics. I have a unique interest in mass shootings and school shooting events. Really it was Bill Cooper that turned me on to those concepts in his Behold a Pale Horse. He talks about that. They're going to scale up these mass shooting, school shooting events, and that was at a time when we only had a couple major school shootings. They're in the late '80s, early '90s. I'm thinking Jonesboro, Arkansas. I Paducah, Kentucky. There's one in Louisiana.
There was Lapine in Canada, but none of them were big, right? There was no reason to write a song about school shootings like an epidemic, and then all of a sudden, and then those kids grew up on it for 10 years, and then all of a sudden they're shooting up schools, right?
No, there's a correlation there for sure, and I think we see Bill Cooper printing that about that same subject at the same time that Jeremy's being
the same year the album came out, bro.
You know, and the thing about that song, it sucked so bad. I hated that song. I hate it now. They played it on the radio all day long during that whatever year that came. Jeremy's broken.
I want to say
JJ,
came out. They released the album in '90, and the song came out in '91.
That was '91. Shit, my bad. I was off a couple years.
Pure torture, though.
And what the fuck's up with that cover? That is not the album that was on the original fucking album.
This one? Yeah, this.
Yeah. Oh no, that's the single cover. Okay.
The single cover, yeah.
Because the album 10 had the gay fucking hand or high five, like the Ujima type shit.
I was a normie back then, so I mean, what put it on the map was Columbine.
No, but it came out 10 years before that.
I mean, before
I have to say though,
it was not
prior
a
to Columbine,
issue.
Yeah, that's true. Prior to Columbine, though, I remember there was kids in my high school that threatened to shoot up the place. We had numerous events where, like, you know, they closed the school down, or everyone had to go outside, or something like that.
Does anybody, JJ, do you, or and everybody, do you remember in the early '80s? Didn't something happen in San Diego with a little redheaded gal who shot up a school because she said she hated Mondays? Do you remember?
Yeah.
That?
Oh, I was just thinking that because that was a song by the Boomtown Rats, which is Bob Geldof's band.
He sounds like a wizard.
But Bob Geldof was the one who did Live Aid, and people talked about how that might have been used for money laundering. But that lyric is written on a locker in the Breakfast Club. Like, there's a reference to that incident where, so exactly what Sabrina's talking about. And Jonah, there's a connection. What's his name? Hold on one second. Scott Thompson of the Kids in the Hall survived a school shooting at his school back in
the
'70s.
Yeah, 1970s in Mississauga. But then my question is, though, since Sabrina brought it up, and for the rest of you guys, because you were all here for that, what was it that I mentioned during the Wicker Man? The point of the movie was never trust fucking ginger.
For everybody's information, Jonah hates me. He's been jealous of me since I first joined Clint's podcast. Just to let everybody know.
Are you telling us that you're a ginger, Sabrina?
Hey, we are not in-laws yet. We are not in-laws yet. Once we are, then I have to hate you.
Sabrina, isn't that a badge of honor at this point? I would consider it a badge of honor.
It might be. It might be, Phil.
No man could know. Yeah.
Sabrina, I haven't heard of this one.
Well,
1979.
I mean,
and Cleveland.
What was it?
No, it's San Diego. It's Cleveland Elementary School.
No, I mean the name to Cleveland, right? So then there's a weird ties in that way, right?
Oh wait, and
same
guys,
namesake. That's the
don't
namesake for the city.
Brenda Spencer, Diana Spencer.
Does anybody remember the shooting at McDonald's in San Ysidro?
San Ysidro.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you got to stop reading my mind because
the big California shootout. Was that the big California shootout?
That gave them the Brady Bill, though.
Yes,
well, I think the Brady Bill was mainly contingent upon the Reagan shooting, right?
Well, Brady.
No, I thought it was under the San Ysidro one. It was the Brady Bill.
Huh. Oh, you're saying in the wake of this shooting, huh?
Okay. Yeah, that's what they used to pass.
I thought Brady was the Brady Bill. Was
I could be wrong though.
Brainchild. Brady was shot with Reagan in 1981. No.
Yeah, James.
Oh, I could be wrong.
Not by John Hinckley, but by somebody.
Because
Brady's Secret Service guy.
Even though after Brady died, they
was Reagan. Though. I wonder if they used these other shootings as. I have to go back and read some legislation, but yeah, that's interesting.
Man, my question is though, Any of you guys ever watched the video of Reagan getting shot and how fucking much man the Secret Service guy is who just jumps into the fucking bullet? That guy's a fucking hero.
It's been a while.
Even though it's for Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, his name is Brady.
And you know that whole area has been scrubbed. I mean, it's not the same. It's been raised. It's completely different now.
Man, even if they're using blanks, though, even if they're using blanks, I think it's fucking like it takes a certain fucking mindset to just jump dead on into, like, you know what I mean? There's a certain animal instinct that would kind of prevent most people from doing it, and he just like pops up and jumps into it. It's wild as shit. But anyways, other than that, real quick point. I just want to point out that the same place that they shot Reagan is the same place where Rape You at the Pump was allegedly had his foyer shot up. Just pointing out.
Hollywood Hilton. Yeah, no, sorry, disregard the DC. The DC.
There was
So Trump did it. You're telling me Trump paid for
it.
Trump paid for the. So you're trying to tell me Trump paid for the operation?
I don't mean to tell you that. It's obvious to everyone.
Order.
That's what Hunter Biden said. He said Trump faked it all day.
I mean, it's kind of obvious. I'm not saying that. But
Trump did the Reagan shooting. Trump did the Reagan shooting too. Yeah, come on now.
No, George Bush did that one.
Does anybody find it interesting that they're promoting shootings and serial killers in certain circumstances? Because I think the serial killer phenomenon, when did it start? In the late 60s with the Boston Strangler?
Well, before
you can argue that. I mean, there was previous ones
but
too.
definitely the Zodiac killer in San Francisco, who was never caught.
That's really the introduction is the Manson and the Zodiac. I would argue.
Yeah, that's when they come with the term, right?
The contemporary kill cult, which maybe Brian and JJ, you may know more about this. Brian Koberger, there's no way he killed all those people by himself. I don't buy the official narrative that's being promoted.
Oh, well, yeah, Koberger, they have zero evidence Koberger was even associated with the crimes or present for them.
Right.
I couldn't believe it when I heard you over on Kane B's show. Shout out to Kane B.
I want to bring up
couldn't believe it when you broke that down, JJ, up about what's going on in that case. I never heard it anywhere else. I'm like,
there's
wow.
so many violations of constitutional rights in that case. That's the first thing that deeply interested me, and it is the gross violations of rights and due process of law, dude. It's crazy.
The whole background up there.
Wait. I want to bring up something. Wait. The bad school disaster. Has anyone heard of it? Said it like 10 times.
Oh, fuck off that channel and the goddamn Jesuits. Fucking piece of shit scumbag.
1927 in Michigan. Some anarchists tried
this is the bomb, right? This is a bombing disaster, right?
Yeah, 1927, an anarcho-socialist.
JJ, your twin RRs here, so fuck that guy.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
38 people got killed, or is it 38? Yeah, 38.
Yep.
Yeah, it was a big thing too, dude. And this one is often not talked about.
Yeah, I dug into the background of the dude that did it or whatever.
He was a Kehoe, dude.
He was an anarcho-socialist.
Wait.
Jonah's trapped in limbo again.
I think he's in the upside down.
There you go. Damn it.
Did he get jumped at? I'm on another screen right now.
I think he might have lost signal.
Okay. What were you saying?
This is
interesting. I just realized this guy's name's Kehoe, huh?
Yeah.
Does anybody remember the Torso murders? I think that was in Chicago in the 30s.
That was
right?
Elliot Ness. Elliot Ness, after he had gone after Capone.
Was it?
I believe he was like the public safety director in Cleveland. Yep. And that was the case he couldn't crack.
What do you think happened to Elliot Ness? I mean, I know he died an alcoholic. Do you think that they went after him?
I mean, he was someone who had that sort of fame on going after Capone, even though in the end the people who brought down Capone, a lot of it were kind of like the wealthy of Chicago who kind of banded together kind of push. I mean, because in the end, how do they get Capone? It's tax evasion.
Tax evasion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, you had Capone pretty much had bought the Republican political party. I mean, well, what was the political machine in Chicago at the time? But I think Ness, it was, I mean, I think part of it might have been alcoholism, but I think the other part might have been the stress from the job. I think he's kind of an enigmatic figure, but
Yeah, I think so too.
I mean,
There's a lot of videos about that case.
He dies in 57, which, by the way, is a hugely pivotal year in organized crime. Only 6 months later, you have the Appalachian meeting that exposes a nationwide crime syndicate and also publicly embarrasses J. Edgar Hoover.
Phil, was the television show The Untouchables on by 1957? Or was it before or after?
I believe it already was. That was Desi Arnaz's Desi Lou Productions, because at one point there was the story that Sam Giancana, the outfit, had put out a hit on Desi Arnaz.
Oh, really?
In relation to that.
I never heard about that.
Because that they made certain guys in the outfit look like clowns.
Wow.
But I think eventually they, they kind of put the hit on. I mean, they kind of put the nix on it. But then again, I mean, there's the story that after Sinatra failed to come through with the Kennedys in regards to his influence, that they overheard on a wire. I think it was Giancana. Some attributed that it was Johnny Roselli. Others said it was a guy named Chucky English, talking about taking out Sinatra, knocking out Sammy Davis's other eye, knocking that smirk off Dean Martin's face. I mean, basically because at one point Sinatra's influence was minimized with the Kennedys, which was in 62, when after Sinatra built this entire property on his own homestead to accommodate JFK visiting, he finds out through Peter Lawford that they're staying at Bing Crosby's.
Well, isn't there, so allegedly The Godfather, the story with Don Corleone, and I don't remember the character's name, who wanted
Johnny
the role,
Fontaine.
which allegedly would have been From Here to Eternity, because Frank Sinatra's career, he was a crooner in the 40s, beautiful voice. I've listened to some of the recordings, but Sinatra in the 40s sounded nothing like Sinatra in 1961, CBS special. Nothing.
Yeah, they replaced him with a clone.
The cigarettes had deepened his voice, right? But Hollywood always had monsters.
The whiskey and the hookers.
They said at one point.
No, it's Sammy Davis Jr.'s cock. He swallowed too much Sammy Davis Jr. and then that went to shit.
He said at one point Sinatra had a hemorrhage of his vocal cords. And that actually happened to what's his name, Chris Cornell, too. Like at one point, because of
Chris Cornell?
I guess, had a hemorrhage of his vocal cords.
Did you ever see his daughter singing his songs?
Wow.
I've heard.
I didn't know Chris Cornell had a vocal cord issue, huh?
I didn't know he had a vocal.
I didn't know he had a vocal. I didn't know he had vocals, but
Just the range.
But then his daughter started maybe making his songs, though, right?
I'm going hungry. I don't call it. That's not what range does he have?
If you ever hear the song "Jesus Christ Pose," I mean, he could hit high notes.
I know. I'm just making fun of him. I'm just making fun of him.
During that era of Audio Slave, he was definitely his range definitely was. Well, even back to Temple of the Dog. Now I think about it.
Yeah,
dude, Bad Motorfinger was a badass fucking esoteric album. It was so fucking full of magic, but at the same time, it was a great fucking album.
Yeah, it's like Red Hot Chili Peppers. It's a manufacturer.
No, Flea was better. I've been caught cheating, I've been caught stealing once. When I was
I'm not saying they did. Oh, I hate them.
I'm going hungry.
I hope the audience doesn't love Jane's Addiction because I can't stand it. But oh god,
Well, don't be bad
what
mouthing
can I
Steely
do?
Dan around here, sir.
Steely
Say whatever
Dan.
you
I know.
want,
I found out
Todd.
Wednesday
Say whatever you
how many
want.
Steely Dan fans there are. My dad called me up. He's like, "Son, I can't believe you
He's like, boy.
don't like Steely Dan." No,
Todd was a big Bob Seger fan.
I love Bob Seger though. Hell yeah.
I
Oh,
like
dude, Bob
some
Seger's
Bob
great, dude.
Seger songs
Bob
because
Seger's
I
so
had to do
talented.
a
I'm
software
thinking of
conversion
like
in Ann
digging
Arbor,
the
Michigan.
Michigander over here with the Bob Seger reference, but.
But
Yeah, dude,
damn, I didn't know
Seger's
there
been
was,
around, I think,
I didn't know Steely Dan's PR guy was out in the audience last Wednesday. Yeah. Whew.
There were
Well,
some
it's
people
funny,
talking shit on Todd in the audience on Wednesday.
Well,
we
I
found there's a large volume of Steely Dan fans.
I just think of a line
I think
Hey,
the shit talk on Wednesday
19.
was. I think
No,
the shit talk on
we
Wednesday
can't
was
talk it over.
Hey, shut up for a minute.
Please take me along when you come back down.
There's a great line from the movie Knocked Up, where one of the Paul Rudd and Seth Rogen are talking Steely Dan, and Paul Rudd's like, I like Steely Dan, and Seth Rogen's like, Steely Dan gargles my balls. You know, like it was just one of those red
Paul
lines.
Rudd was great in role models, bro.
Oh yeah, role models is great. But Steely Dan, the best song I'll give them is "Dirty Work." That is probably the one song I really like.
And I need to just give them props too, Phil. I'm just totally railing on them.
That's bad mouth.
Do it again.
They sued.
I don't need to do your dirty work no more. Boom, boom, boom. It's one of the baddest songs.
They sued the makers of that Owen Wilson movie, You, Me, and Dupree, because they said that was stolen from a song of theirs.
Dupree or
Are you
Jermaine?
serious? That was the
I
weird
swear to
movie. But I
God.
didn't know it was a Steely Dan song.
I think they had a song called.
Yeah, it was so unusual for Steely Dan. Most of the time they were low energy.
Well, speaking
Very
of
low
unusual
T.
things with low energy, sir.
Fantastic.
Holy
I
fuck,
saw you this
JJ,
afternoon somewhere, you muppet. Good to see you. I
Holy
missed you like the
fuck,
state of
JJ.
venereal disease.
I said that like 10 minutes ago before I had to fucking drop because I'm
I was
living in
waiting to
communist
give him the
Canada.
proper Langley Muppet salute. Tell your other Langley Muppets to go fuck themselves, sir.
Sorry.
Let Space
fuck yourself.
Command know how we're doing.
Hey, write this
Yo.
down, Muppet. Learn more stuff.
I went to I went over to No Picture again because but I had a great fucking for Fridaze. I did a whole background. I'm gonna share it just so everyone can see it. But I'm living in Communist Canada and they're disconnecting all the 3G towers and I live out in the fucking bush. So yeah, no, if I run the fucking camera, it overpowers my internet through my phone. But yeah, I just wanted to share this. I had a great fucking backdrop for the Friday's chaos tonight, the Memorial
nice.
Day.
I like it.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone else can see it, but
But our channel was commenting the Jesuits were behind the Columbine.
yeah, he's been satirical, but
Sidra McDonald's massacres.
he's been
I
satirical.
don't recall the details around this one. I'm sure I've studied it at some point in time. It does sound familiar. The Lubies one definitely sounds familiar.
Yeah, Luby's
Hey, approximate 77 minutes.
Like 91.
That was 91 Lubies.
Luby's
That was also
91,
that was in
yeah.
Killeen, Texas. Okay, that's right.
Yep, Colleen, yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not a
I
big,
mean, who the fuck
special
names a
operation
restaurant
business.
Luby's, right? That's more like a strip club.
Yeah, they treat it like a cafeteria food situation there. I've been to Lubies. It's all right.
Yeah, but who the fuck names a food place the Luby's? That's like a fucking rape scene, bro. If you're lucky, it's a rape scene. I mean, sometimes it's not a Luby, and then it's like,
I'm going the other way. I'm going the other way too. Restaurant Loogies, no way.
No, Luby.
I'm
Like,
I'm
lube it up,
going-
bitch.
That don't sound good either. That sounds horrible,
I
especially
was
coming
wondering how
from
many
you.
Army personnel might be involved in this, right? Because
Especially coming from you, Jonah. Oh,
We got Lieutenant Colonel
I'm
Stephen Doty, dude. I often wonder, I think much like serial killing, victims.
Wait, go to the first name.
Carney?
Go to the first name. Patricia Carney. Isn't that a little funny coincidence? But you know what? Real quick, well, since I have the name Carmen in front of my screen, I just think it was hilarious that you posted a thing like, "Oh, Donald, President Grapey at the pump is gonna like relieve all federal taxes. Isn't that great?" And then fucking Clint in our private chat, Clint's like, "Oh, that's a great idea." I'm like, "Yeah, too bad he stole it from fucking Castro and Carney. Get the fuck out of here with that shit." Literally what they did. Oh, we're gonna tax you so much. We're gonna steal all the money from your gas, but then we'll tell you we're getting tax break. Meanwhile, you're fucking paying $2 extra on a fucking gallon. Well, hey, we're gonna cut 20 cents tax off.
I'll take it. You make a solid point, but I'll take it.
Hey, the president made gas drop by $1 this weekend, sir. So
the fuck
your argument holds no water here in America.
Yeah. Well, what's he gonna go up to next week after the fucking reserves that he released runs out or whatever else he tried to play?
Gas is down $1, buddy. Your argument holds no sway here. Maybe in Canada you're hurting, but
how much is it up since January?
We can afford $12 a gallon gas. All right, buddy. This is America.
Sorry, how much is everybody paying for petrol in your state?
$4.
$4?
Yeah, wow. A liter in my area.
Come up there and fill up some gas cans.
Yeah, I'd say it's when I hit Mexico, I think about $5.80 there near the border, but it's about $6 if you convert the liters to gallons.
Hey, wait, it's $1.85 a liter, but I go to the res and it's $1.55 and before fucking
and that's
January.
What about $6 a gallon, right?
Yeah, I'm not arguing gas prices are great, but I am saying they dropped $1 this weekend, supposedly according to the news.
So,
CNN who said Donald Trump had 100% approval.
The bombing's going to commence this weekend. That's why he's not going to his son's wedding.
Your gas will go down $1 and the bombings will commence.
What the hell is
bombings are going to commence, and I think Tulsi's reason for resignation is twofold.
Okay. What do you see?
Well, first off, her husband's name is Abraham. Come on, get the fuck out of here with that name. I never trusted an Abraham I ever met in my life. I have never trusted an Abraham.
What do you mean, dude? Honest Abe, dude? Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
That's like that one person that's last name was Gomorrah. If your name is Gomorrah, you might be a sinner. One of those shows we were doing, JJ.
Kind of cursed from birth, huh? With that.
No, I've been a few Abrahams in my life, and they're all fucking scumbags. And it hasn't I'm talking across the whole fucking spectrum of people. Like, it's not just the Hebrew ones. It's all fucking Abrahams, including Lincoln. He's a scumbag piece of shit. That fucking got back on the back.
Jonah has issues.
No, I don't. I'm just vocal.
With old presidents of the United States, which is fine.
I've never seen this film, Phil. This kind of has some
You've never seen
type activities.
It is weird, interesting movie. It's a Terry Gilliam movie.
It's made by Clan Vance. Yeah, that's one of my cousins, dude, right there. He's one of
the only American of Monty Python from Minnesota. And what else did he do?
Can I just say I have never understood Time Bandits? Can somebody explain the ending of Time Bandits to me?
Is this the movie we're talking about? Is this the movie we're talking about?
Yeah.
What movie we're talking about?
Yep.
Time
remember
Bandits?
the ending.
Financed by George Harrison, huh?
Time Bandits was fantastic. It caught the bad guy that plays the devil was at the peak of his career and probably one of his best roles.
George
in Time
Harrison also helped finance The Life of Brian, and he was also in the Ruddles. Does anybody remember the Ruddles?
Yeah, that was Eric Idle's.
And by the way, I think if George Harrison had not been involved in the Ruddles, they would have been sued because some of the songs are fantastic.
Hey, wait.
All you need is cash.
Go back to that, JJ. First off,
the
did you look at the name of the cast?
Oh, the Fisher King?
No, the Time Bandits. There was And then Tiny Ross. Now, Tiny Ross played Vermin, but let me just tell you, that America would be a much better country if Vermin Supreme was elected in 2016 than fucking at the bump. Vermin Supreme for president. Let's go.
By-
You need like.
You got Shelley Duvall
Fucking-
in here. That's got to be an early role for
So-
her, right?
By the way,
Well, it was right
Evil
after
has
The
the
Shining.
best
Oh, it was right after The
dialogue
Shining,
in Time
okay.
Bandits.
Yeah.
Go ahead, ma'am. What were you saying?
Evil has the best dialogue in Time Bandits.
Yeah.
I've never
Fantastic.
seen this film. I've never seen the
I
trailer.
haven't.
It's fantastic.
Oh my gosh, you've never seen it? Oh
No,
man.
I'm definitely going to watch it, though. It sounds interesting.
JJ.
Terry Gilliam
It's a
with
Clint Vance legend here. Apparently, he's got some Napoleon Bonaparte in here, too, huh?
Yep.
he
Yeah,
made
yeah.
reference. He made reference to the Roberto Calvi death in the Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus. That was one of his later movies. They make a
that
whole
was
black.
Heath Ledger's last film, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a black. Well, besides The Dark Knight, yeah.
Besides Dark Knight,
It
right?
was, yeah, it
I
was,
mean, besides the snuff
he made
film
a-
he did.
Well, you know what? This is perfect timing because next month I decided it's going to be time travel movie film review month. And I
Oh,
called
nice.
it
Hot Tub Time
Yeah,
Machine, let's
time
go.
travel movies.
Dude, how'd you guess?
JJ, You're
JJ,
going to have to do Somewhere in Time.
oh, is that
Somewhere
the
in
Christopher
Time?
Reeve one?
Yes. Richard Matheson
Reeve and-
with Christopher Reeve and Jane Seymour.
Jane Seymour.
Great-
Hey,
great
hey,
movie.
wait,
Yeah,
wait,
and
wait.
if
That's an
you
interesting
don't
one, okay.
cry, you have no heart.
Oh, that's
I
me.
just remember.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and warn you
hey,
right now, man. I'm
JJ.
probably not going to cry if I watch this film.
I'm going to give
JJ,
May or may
it
not be
we're
have
gonna
a
do
heart.
Never Ending Story. Please do not have me on because I'll be fucking dropping self-inflamed or
Oh, what's
self-involved
this place?
jokes
The
all the
Grand
time.
Hotel
Um,
Mackinac Island, huh?
I know.
Oh yeah, that's where they
and I-
rape pit kids.
That's what I was going to say. It's not far from Fox Island, dude.
No, that's where they rape kids. According to
I don't wanna
Kate
think
Griggs,
about
not
that.
Kate
I don't
Griggs.
wanna
What's
think
the other
about
chick's
that.
name? Kelly O'Brien.
Oh, Kathy O'Brien says, okay, all right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that she's saying that that's where a lot of that should happen.
Well, that's interesting.
place
Seven
wild,
suites
though.
are named for and designed by 7 former first ladies. That's like the Pleiades. Isn't that 7?
Yeah.
7 sisters of the Pleiades?
Jonah, I wouldn't say
yeah.
such things if I were you.
I
that's
sourced my
funny.
material. I
I was
sourced
gonna
my
ask,
material. Kathy O'Brien.
Did Terry Gilliam do Brazil?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
That's one of my
I know his
all-time
full
favorite
work
movies. He's
there.
one of my all-time favorite directors.
He
That's
did.
some of the
Yeah,
best.
that was De Niro.
Best movies of all time.
Price. Yeah, he did that. Catherine.
I love Monty
1984,
Python and the
it's
Holy
like-
Grail for sure.
1984 done by
Oh,
Monty
yeah.
Python or something. Kind of
Yeah,
1984 or
They're
Brazil.
there's still kind of a rift with the guys from Monty Python, and I think it involves Gilliam's daughter, and because I guess she was involved in certain of the management, and like John Cleese is fighting with Eric Idle. There's like a whole Survivor sort of fight going on
really?
between them. You see a little bit of the sniping on Twitter every now and then, and Eric
Oh,
Idle's
really?
like, "Yeah, we're not
It
in a
gets
fight."
that public,
They're
huh?
like, it's like, yeah, we're not in a fight. John is who he is. I mean, John Cleese is going to be 87 this year. He's very opinionated. They all are. But
Hey,
it's,
John
they're-
Cleese
they're all
did
very
Faulty
much lefty
Towers. He can write on
politics, right?
Faulty Towers for the rest of
I
us.
love Faulty Towers. Faulty
I
Towers
love
is
Faulty
the show
Towers
that,
too.
even though they're trying to do like a kind of remake, I think with his daughter.
No.
I'm like, it's not. Yeah, they were. I think they were doing it like on Broadway. Well, last year, the actress who played Sybil passed away. I think it's only
Yes, yeah, I saw
John
that.
Cleese and Connie Booth are the only two left. The creators.
Yeah. Manuel passed away several years
Yep.
ago.
Yeah,
actually.
he passed a while ago, and yeah, it was.
And can I
Hey,
just say,
JJ.
all the guys make such a big deal about Monty Python, and I think it's lame. Do you know what I think is the you want to know what I think is the number one sitcom in UK in the latter part of the 20th century? Blackadder.
I had
Oh,
a
I've
feeling
never
you'd say
even
that.
seen
Yeah,
Well,
that was
which
fantastic.
Which version of Blackadder? Because it was like four.
Hey,
One with
JJ.
Bean. When Bean
Blackadder
was in
1
there.
is terrible. 2, 3, and 4 were magnificent.
Oh, it's got
Yeah.
Mr. Bean, huh?
Yeah, Blackadder.
Yeah,
goes
not
four,
Mr.
goes three.
Bean. This is Rowan Atkinson is Yeah.
Yeah, the fourth was World War One, because the whole thing is Blackadder goes from being this kind of like bumbling character, bless you, to being the smart one, but kind of caught up in these situations, and the guy who's like always been by his side. Baldric goes from being this brilliant person who can, always has a cunning plan to being like the dumbass. But it's still like it is a great show. It's Rowan Atkinson, Hugh Laurie plays George.
Oh my
Stephen,
gosh,
Stephen
magnificent,
Fry.
just brilliant, just brilliant.
In the first one, if not the first one, Peter Cook, Dudley Moore's partner, comedic partner, was in that.
Yeah.
And so many British actors were in that. It is very, very entertaining. One of the characters in it is technically, like, tangentially, like the basis for the character of Gilderoy Lockhart in Harry Potter, in the second Harry Potter movies. So, like, Blackadder was very influential, but that's a funny show. I'll always love
very funny.
But
it's when people used to know
together.
a little bit about their history,
Mm-hmm.
before everybody was idiot. Oh, sorry, before everybody was a little bit dumbed down, and it was
they're all fucking retarded.
It was
Sabrina,
very funny.
Yeah, they're all dum-dums. You can say they're all dum-dums.
Delivery dumbing down of America.
You guys saw the young ones that MTV ran from England, the young ones, those punk England teenagers, that TV show back in the 80s when MTV put.
No, we're not all fucking boomers. We're young.
I've never heard of this. No, sir.
The young one was pretty funny. Four punk older teenagers living in a house together.
Yeah.
Over in England.
Hey, Todd, wait a minute. No.
In the spirit of Blackadder, they're making fun of the situation.
Sure.
Hey, Todd, wait up. So, Sabrina said I shouldn't say that. So I was talking about how Kathy Bryan did reference that hotel, and I just put in Kathy O'Brien, Mackinac Hotel. And this is what the AI Google demons gave me. An author, political conspiracy theorist, blah, blah, blah. Her allegations, which are not backed by credible evidence, include claims that our politicians routinely abuse her at retreat locations, including on Mackinac Island. Then it's like, if you are instead searching for a place to stay and are interested in the iconic upscale resort, here's more information about the Grand Hotel. Like, what the fuck is wrong with AI?
Right next to where Kathy said she was mind.
Yeah. They're acting like they don't know that she specifically mentioned the place, but they're like, hey, if you want to book that hotel, here's the
come see the place. Come see the place where it all happened.
Kathy O'Brien and her book Transformation. I have a copy, and I started reading it. She names names.
Oh yeah.
I want to know if she was sued. Was she sued? For any of it?
No, she's never been sued.
Well, there was
what does that mean?
George Bush and
there was
Ronald Reagan, Gerald Ford, Senator Byrd. I mean, she names names.
Yeah, Senator Byrd was the big one.
I mean, which one do you say? Which one do you actually think wasn't involved in kid diddling? Out of those names,
I was about to say that's what I mean. He kind of provides a smokescreen to say.
Could have been any one of them. Yeah, could have been any one of them.
Well, but I'm saying it also creates a list of the usual suspects. I want to thank you all as my usual suspects here at Operation GCD. Join me here tonight. I want to thank you folks to the interwebs, but that's kind of the thing I take off from some of my takeaways is it kind of creates a scenario where these are the only individuals doing these things, and people. That's what people. Kind of think.
But I was pointing out though too that hotel when you brought it up, she specifically mentions that hotel as one of the places that she was trafficked. But then I just thought it was even funnier when I fucking looked it up, and they're like, "Oh, this is all this is all not credible sources." But hey, if you want to book the hotel, like what the fuck are they talking about? Like get the fuck out of here with AI.
Scroll down a little further, they give you a murder tour.
Some of that same activity, right? This is a lady, according to I don't know this Peaches Geldof, but supposedly
Bob Geldof's daughter
offed herself.
Yeah, and that whoever in chat, her name's Lizzie. She also brought up The Believers with Martin Sheen.
Yeah, we did that film last
I
year.
watched recently. Did you do that one?
Oh,
yeah, that was Todd's recommendation for sure.
Was that an 80s movie?
89.
It was 87. And you know who wrote that? You know who wrote that?
No.
I do, but I'd have to look it up.
Mark Frost. Mark Frost, co-creator of Twin Peaks.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's right.
Well, it
Wow,
says,
no wonder
I
it
don't
was
know
so
much about
creepy.
Twin Peaks, but I looked into the story he used to write that story off of, and it was the murder of a young gal there on a mound in New York.
Wow.
Well,
Yeah.
Twin Peaks. I mean, the debate. I mean, are we talking Twin Peaks?
Hey, let's go back to Goldie Hawn's tits if we're talking Twin Peaks.
Yeah. You missed
They were
Jonah's
fantastic.
analysis of foul play. It was Goldie
It was
Hawn has these beautiful
very,
boobs.
very Goldie Hawn's breast related.
God, did you see them? Did you see how big they were?
I was surprised.
I'm giving them an
I mean,
A plus.
fuck, goddamn. I
Well,
didn't
that
expect
actually
from Goldie Hawn,
motivated me to then turn the conversation on Harry later about the Gina Davis's breast from Transylvania 65000 since Harry's a vampire.
Oh no!
Yeah,
No.
I knew I missed that one.
You're gonna find that.
But the original murder on the Twin Peaks thing was this case right here, which I guess someone says now that they've solved. Hazel Drew.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Stupid New York Post in their ads. Get out of your ad.
I don't know that one.
Yeah, there's another book. I mean, just off that, I think I might have.
Are you familiar with this? You've read this book? You're familiar with this case?
No, I have it, but the fact that it was an inspiration for Twin Peaks. I mean, when I've read like enough of the background of Mark Frost and David Lynch, who had like previously, like they had discussed multiple ideas for projects, one of which was about Marilyn Monroe, which I think the networks kind of killed. I think they were going to do an adaptation of Goddess, Anthony Summers' book. And then once they said Kennedy, that killed it, you know, in terms of the original production. Then they were supposed to do some sort of surrealist comedy, which I think was going to have like Steve Martin in it. And then eventually they kind of like, they just kept kind of hitting a wall in terms of the networks being like, yep, this isn't going to work. And then Mark Frost had told David Lynch about a story he had heard from, I think, like a relative, which was the Hazel Drew death. And then that kind of became the story of the girl found wrapped in plastic. And then
Oh,
it
yeah.
was,
So I guess he used to go to a summer camp right by there.
It was Northwest Passage was the original title for Twin Peaks. And they kind of built off that. And then because the whole
Phil, where did Twin Peaks, where was it supposed to have taken place?
It was supposed to be the Pacific Northwest, but I think Washington State, they were kind of like Northwest. The whole thing was the mystery of who killed Laura Palmer was never supposed to be solved. That was pushed forward by ABC. ABC is like, you got to name the killer. And the whole thing was David Lynch, about a few episodes in, had gone off to do Wild at Heart. And Mark Frost was kind of like running the show by himself. And they, you know, by season 2, Lynch comes back and they're like, yeah, no, we were never going to reveal the killer. Like we were just kind of going to just be about the mysteries in this town, which was you had kind of like the organized crime ring run by Ben Horn and his brother. You had One-Eyed Jacks. You had all these things going on, and just kind of the high strangeness of this town, and you know, just kind of just bringing you deeper and deeper into kind of the nexus. Maybe even talking about the Black Lodge and all these things, and they're like, no, give the killer. And then everyone has said that afterwards, after they name, you know, the killer, that was it. That the show went downhill from there. I mean, I think differently. I mean, I love the show. I love The Return, which, I mean, people were talking about how we just passed, it was 9 years this week that The Return, you know, dropped on Showtime, the 18-part, basically what they called a movie, not even so much a series, but a movie into kind of continuing that story. I still think
third season of Twin Peaks.
Yeah, the third season they
did a third season.
Yeah, The Return. That was 18 parts.
Yeah, you got to watch it.
Okay, I thought that was the second season. My bad. I guess I was behind. I didn't realize it did two for the first go.
Well, they had referenced there was a scene in the show where they talked about that gum you're chewing will be popular again in 25 years. There was a hint they would try to bring it back. The show really wasn't supposed to end initially, but there was kind of arguing between ABC and and Lynch and Frost, and then David Lynch went to go on to do Fire Walk with Me, which was the prequel, and him and Frost went separate ways. Mark Frost had nothing to do with the Fire Walk with Me, which kind of has its own sort of mysticism around it. And to be honest, people say before you watch The Return, you got to watch Fire Walk with Me, especially because that has David Bowie in it, and there's so much interesting sort of paranormal and
when that show was going on, it was almost like a national phenomenon. Everybody I knew at that time was tuning into Twin Peaks on that last season. That's how big that was.
I've
As
heard a lot
far
of
as
good
the viewers and back then TV, I mean, it was all they had. It wasn't like everything you wanted to watch at your fingertips. But that show was so good that by the time that final season came, everybody I knew was tuning in to see what was going to happen towards the end of that.
It's like
I mean,
that
that's how
dude
big
going
that was.
into the casinos.
I love David Lynch. Real quick, pardon me, Clint. And Wild at Heart is probably one of my top 10 favorite movies.
and he got booed when he won at the Cannes Film Festival. They booed David Lynch, and David Lynch reveled in it. And meanwhile, when the 18-part, or at least however much they showed at Cannes of The Return, he got a standing ovation, which kind of shows how fickle the audiences at the Cannes Film Festival can be. But yeah,
they're fucking
he
French.
Got booed. Yeah, that's true. They love Jerry Lewis. I mean, that was their idol.
Right.
So,
like, I'm French Canadian, but they're fucking
Who
French.
doesn't love Jerry Lewis?
Yeah, but that's way too
Hey,
much.
lady!
The third season of that
The
Twin Peaks,
retarded kid that he molested.
Well, the
We
third
lose
season
Sabrina.
of Twin Peaks.
Damn it, Sabrina.
So that main
Quick,
character
tune back
dude,
in here.
I forget his name, but he has like two characters in the show.
Cooper.
Yeah, and
Cooper.
he goes to the
Cooper.
casino. And
Don't
he
ask
starts
me.
punching
Don't
the
ask me,
machine,
Phil. I'm not sure. I'm not.
and all the machines start making him win. And like,
Yeah,
I
he's
think
got
that was he was making fun of Area 51 and EB.
Well, they
during
talk
that
about
scene.
tulpas. They talk about tulpas and doubles. And so what happens is kind of like, for those who haven't seen it, spoiler alert.
Yeah,
so at the end,
It's only 50 years old
Spoiler
now.
alert.
Right.
No,
Fucking 30 years ago, bro.
at the end of season 2, Cooper has gone into the Black Lodge to bring back Heather Graham, who he's fallen in love with. This woman named Annie, who's a former nun, who's now like a waitress at the diner in Twin Peaks. And he
I had
saves
another
her,
movie called her
and-
Sister Sasquatch.
and he escapes. He's being hunted by his former mentor in the FBI, a guy named Wyndham Earle, who's like a psychopath. And what happens is he's saved from Wyndham Earle by Bob. Bob is this murderous serial killer entity in. Oh, Sabrina's looking to get in.
Okay.
So what happens is at the end of the second season, it appears that Cooper survived, but he's acting off. And what happens is he's back in his room at the local, like the hotel, the Great Northern Lodge, which is owned by the drug kingpin Ben Horn. And at some point he's like, "Yeah,
That's
Great
what
Northern
it's
Lodge."
Hilarious.
And he's in the bathroom, and all of a sudden he starts saying, "How's Annie? How's Annie?" And he like takes his head and he smashes it into the mirror, and he sees Bob, Frank Silva, who, by the way, was part of the crew.
I love Kane B's
Meant to
comment.
be on the show.
Yeah, the guy that was a Bob character, that he was just the guy they had as a roadie that was helping him set up and do some stuff in the background. I'm not sure exactly what he was, but I remember hearing that.
One of the other characters on this show, Andy, Deputy Brennan, was originally, I think, might have been David Lynch's driver, and they hired him and became kind of an influential character in the show. But so the show ends on a cliffhanger. And, despite the fact that Fire Walk with Me kind of gives a lot of background to it's Laura Palmer's last week alive, but the show still had so much like, it's a prequel, but it does have allusions to what happens in Twin Peaks, because at one point,
Yeah.
Laura Palmer's in her bed, and then all of a sudden Heather Graham appears to her and says, the good Cooper is trapped in the Black Lodge and he can't get out. Write it in your diary. There's allusions to the future. Laura Palmer is like, despite the fact that she appears to be the all-American girl, has been molested by her father, which we don't really find out until a certain point.
She's involved in drugs, prostitution,
and a murder
with the local mafia, local mob guys, small town mafia, or whatever you want to call them.
Yep, her father's not what he seems to be, even though he is basically working for Ben Horn, the local kingpin. And the return, by the time you get to the return, you're like, Twin Peaks has been completely changed. And everybody thinks that Dale Cooper, Kyle MacLachlan's character, just kind of vanished. But then you see him, and it's like the first thing you see is this guy with long hair. And it's actually his evil doppelganger. But meanwhile, you have another guy named Dougie Jones who's living in Vegas. And he's like this, which
Phil, it seemed to hint that there was like this spirit moving from person to person.
Give a shout out to Uncle Ted for his comment.
What's his comment?
Mob was a spirit that moved from person to person.
I missed the mark of a generation right there.
And no, Todd, since you were too busy speaking, it said I spent all my time watching scrambled TV for boobs.
You did. Oh. Canada sucks. Damn.
That's not me. It's Uncle Ted coming, you retard.
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of there's a lot of double aspects of the show, huh? There's like the double.
That's a bunch. It's all Gemini shit. It's the black and the white, the silver and the gold. Mm-hmm. Like that stupid fucking the guy who wears a dress in that fucking mansion in Rome, who says that he allegedly represents the guy who fucking ran all the fucking the change purses out of fucking.
The dwarf is the cloak dealers of Rome.
Yeah. Those guys. I'm trying to get the fucking audience hating us together because I'm talking shit on the Vatican.
In reverse, like Aleister Crowley recommended. The dwarf is speaking in reverse, like Aleister Crowley recommends. To train your mind in a magical mindset. Yeah. And then on the TV series, they translate it for you so you can understand.
Is that the shadow self?
It probably is. The entire time that's happening, you have the checkerboard theme, which brings the Masonic Lodge into the picture because they call it the Gray Lodge, the Gray Lodge or the Black Lodge in the movie. They constantly reference the lodge, which they don't say Masons, but what else? The curtains and the checkers boards and the lodge.
Here, from what I'm reading, entrance to the Black Lodge is the Ghostwood Forest, which surrounds the town of Twin Peaks.
Well, they also get into
sycamore trees.
They also reference Project Blue Book with one of the characters, Major Garland Briggs, whose son Bobby is the local drug dealer. He's one of Laura Palmer's boyfriends. I mean, the show really did get into a lot of conspiratorial, paranormal elements.
But was it a limited hangout or was it fucking?
No, I don't think it was a limited hangout. I think it was. I think David. Yeah, the owls are not what they seem. That was one of the. Yep, and I think David Lynch was a very interesting guy. I'm not saying he didn't have some shit going on in his life, but I'm like, he was a very interesting guy. I mean, he was big into that transcendental meditation.
That's what I was gonna say. He's a big TM, huge in TM, huge.
Phil, I thought he considered himself an atheist, didn't he? He denied that he believed in demons. Or
what the fuck? This bitch's name is Suburby.
Well, yeah, dude. Look at this Pulaski. That's a Society of Cincinnati name.
Her fucking name is Suburby.
That's her fictional name, Ronette Pulaski. She's the one who survives.
Oh, never mind. I thought this was a real person. Sorry.
she's friends with Laura Palmer, and I think they had both in the show had posed for like some sort of like pornographic magazine. They show in the show you first find her walking completely dazed. She's just survived like an assault, and they kind of use her testimony to kind of try to figure out who killed Laura. And in Fire Walk with Me, you show as last night Laura's alive, that Ronette manages to kind of get pushed out of the train car, where Bob, the entity Bob, attempts to claim Laura's soul. And
I'm gonna have to watch this.
I mean,
I've never seen
one.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. We'll just start with the movie. Just go schizo, because David Lynch's movies sometimes are very disjointed. David Lynch did a couple movies really disjointed, like Mulholland Drive, where it starts in the middle of something and ends in the middle of it. Doesn't
I don't mind as long as you write it well. If you do the
wasn't he involved with LA Confidential too? Or am I retarded?
Right? No, LA Confidential was Curtis Hanson, and that was off James Ellroy, which one of my favorite writers. And actually,
so I'm retarded. I get it.
Magnificent.
I just got.
I get it. I'm retarded.
It was fantastic.
James Ellroy's new book, Red Sheet, about the communists.
Yeah, that's been called Tampon.
In the 60s.
Sounds like a good one.
Jonah, hush,
yeah,
hush, Jonah.
Is that from?
Yes, mommy.
LA Confidential. LA Confidential.
That's all I heard you calling my name, baby. Hush, hush. You know when I'm not playing, baby. Hush, hush.
That's the tabloid Danny DeVito writes for.
Yep.
Yes.
Hush magazine. Yep.
It was called Confidential in the 50s, right? Confidential.
Yes, it was. Yeah. Well, that was so in. So James Ellroy, I mean, grew up, in LA, but he used to like read the scandal rags, and he's done. It was the LA Quartet, which was Black Dahlia, Big Nowhere, LA Confidential, and White Jazz. And then he came back to it with the prequel, which was Perfidia, This Storm, and now it's the three Freddie Otash books, which were I think it was Widespread Panic. The next one was The Enchanters, and now it's Red Sheet. Freddie Otash was a former LAPD officer, got kicked off the force, and then became kind of like a scandal, a private detective for the scandal.
Todd, you got Steely Dan requests.
James Ellroy joined the American Nazi Party, man?
No more. I'm a fool to be your dirty word. No. I love that song too. That is the one song they do that I like. But
they got the Nazi anthem stuff.
I'm out.
Wait. Go back to his picture.
No, but
go back
lots
to his
of
picture.
sad, depressing.
Go back
lots
to his
of
picture
sad,
and tell me he
depressing.
joined I'm just saying. Go back to his picture and tell me he joined the Nazi Party.
Oh, he's
He
obviously.
definitely don't look like no German in that photo.
No. He's got some Jewish heritage, doesn't he?
He just went with the bald look. He just went with it.
He's
not a Nazi. He's not a Nazi.
Although the Zionists were the partners from 33.
He went to a Jewish high school, dude. A predominantly Jewish high school.
Come on, Joe.
And he wound up, right? So after he was kind of homeless, he got a job as a duffer at the exclusive Jewish
fluffer. What?
Golf courses. No, a duffer.
Fluffer? What?
Yep.
For those that don't know, fluffer comes from corn.
What's a duffer, Phil?
Thank you.
A caddy.
If I may.
He was a caddy.
A caddy.
And,
right on.
Caddyshack. He used to sleep on
carry my clubs. Watch my balls, please.
What is this Wednesday's movie, DJ? What is this Wednesday's movie? If you can talk about Caddyshack real quick.
What is it? What's going on? I'm lost. What happened?
What's this Wednesday's movie? He brought up Caddyshack, Chevy Chase, so we got to do what's this Wednesday's movie?
I feel like I'm in a guy's locker room.
Oh, no.
You feel like you're in my head. Sorry, girl. I feel sorry for you. If you're in my head, I feel sorry for you. Candace.
So you telling me American Nazi went to go work as a caddy for a Jewish country club, dude?
Yes. He,
Weird
I
experience.
mean,
I
he almost died.
mean,
He used to,
Sabrina's in the room, so I'll bite my tongue on that one.
the Benzodrex inhalers. He used
Whoa,
to
whoa, whoa.
like take the liquid, pour it on cotton balls, and
Benzodrine?
swallow them for the rush.
Oh
I
yeah.
saw Salminio. I saw Salminio in there
Yeah.
somewhere.
He
Oh,
had
really?
looked into. He had written a story about Salminio's death. I mean, he moved out of LA so many times. Like at one point, he was like, you know what, LA has a hold on me. He kept moving back, like because he had moved out to Connecticut. He was in Kansas City. He was in New York, and then I think he finally made like a complete break from LA because he was friends with Daryl Gates.
Oh, really?
He was a big proponent of the LAPD, even though knowing that they did some crooked stuff. I've mentioned My Dark Places, where he collaborated with Bill Stoner, and Bill Stoner worked on the Roy Raiden death, Raiden murder investigation. Yeah, and
did he perhaps know Mark the Fuhrer Fuhrman? They may have had some things in common.
They might have been in the same Nazi club.
Yeah, they might have been in the same.
I know that Elroy has written about Furman and OJ because, of course, he was like, OJ is a piece of shit, but he won't say that the LAPD.
OJ was a great father to Chloe.
But,
right. Yeah.
But interestingly,
because he
was a fantastic father. We should all strive to be like OJ.
In one of the screenplays he wrote, The Night Watchman, which became Street Kings with Keanu Reeves.
That's a fucking great movie.
Street Kings?
Yeah, Daryl Gates.
You're dressed like Dagos. You're a bunch of zipper heads. That line is fucking fantastic.
Wow.
Yeah, that was Keanu Reeves, Forrest Whitaker, Jay Moore. Yeah, Hugh Laurie. Yeah, it was a halfway.
Yeah, that's got quite a good cast there.
Oh, dude, it's fantastic, bro. It even has game in it.
I know. Is he any good? Because usually him and Common are pretty terrible at acting.
No, he's actually decent in that one because pretty much he's just himself. It's just like gangbanger.
Yeah.
So Phil, you mentioned Forrest Whitaker. When I think of Forrest Whitaker, one of the first films I saw him in, am I thinking of the right actor? The Crying Game.
Oh, yeah. Jay Moore married that bitch.
And when I watched that film, I went. I remember going with a friend. We were innocent. We were
you watched with your headphones on.
Movie theater, and we thought it was about a British soldier, right, getting kidnapped by the IRA.
Yep.
And of course, halfway through the film, it became something else.
It did indeed.
I know.
Hey, wait, Sabrina, did you watch it with your headphones on, though?
About the Crying Game.
I watched it with my eyes closed.
With your headphones on. That's a blown away reference.
They did
I
in the
remember
shower.
at the end
They
of
weren't
that movie,
facing
I
each
turned to
other.
my
It's all
girlfriend,
good, yeah.
we were so young, and she said, "Did we like this movie?"
No, it's not like
I don't
that.
know.
You weren't
It's like Brokeback Mountain
character.
But I
from the
did,
80s.
as a woman, I did find the character of Fergus extremely attractive because he was so noble in the end.
This fella, Stephen Ray.
Yes,
Rhea.
Stephen Rea.
Reed Perlman,
Noble.
what?
You don't know a lot
He
of his
stayed
other
true
work
to
besides
his. He
that.
stayed true to his ideals.
He was so good, and even
Bobby
the
Sanders.
guy would call him handsome. And he's like, "Don't say that." I mean, he was not a homosexual, but he was compelled to do the right thing. He was compelled to do the right thing.
I have not seen this movie. Fucking
It's a
thank
weird
God.
And I
Well,
find that
Shit, just from,
extremely
like, the
attractive.
way you're
A
talking
lot
about
of
it.
women find that attractive.
Well, the character in the Crying Game that becomes part of their affection was in Stargate with Kurt Russell and James Spader, which is
Yes.
Hey, wait, Uncle Todd,
like an
stop
androgynous
talking
character.
shit. I'm only fucking 3 people in my head today, bro. not 4 in my head.
Yeah, he was
I really
very
enjoyed the Stargate
androgynous
Is your
film.
medicine
looking
not working? I
actor.
told you double the dose.
I really enjoyed the Stargate film, and it was even stranger when they did the Stargate series, and they all looked like members of the Obama administration.
Well, that was with MacGyver. That was
Yeah,
with
Richard
MacGyver.
Dean Anderson. Yeah.
I wonder what
Sorry.
happened to that actor. His name was Jay something, I think. He
Jay
only made a couple of
Davison,
films. Jay Davison,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, that was the one where
I think I was going to say I think
involved
Forrest
with this?
Whitaker might be a Scientologist because he is in that amongst the crowd there of numerous Scientologists in his acting career.
Yeah, but Blown
Yeah, I
Away, he
wouldn't
was
doubt it.
great. Blown Away, he was great.
Blown Away was great. He was great in that one season he was in The Shield.
Hey, have you
Okay.
watched him in fucking The King of Harlem where he plays Bumpy?
I watched
I
an
haven't.
episode or two. Yeah, when he played
I
Bumpy
missed
Johnson.
that
That was
one, Jonah.
that was
No, he
an
plays
MGM.
Bumpy Johnson. It's
MGM
like
show.
3 seasons of that shit. It's on one of those like cheap fucking CW fucking black channels or whatever.
No, it was MGM Plus, one of the streaming
Oh.
ones. Because that's
One of those Jewish channels, Metro Meyer Linsky, I mean.
Hey,
Yeah,
watch
kidding.
it. You
21.
haven't seen anything until you've watched SpongeBob in Hebrew.
MGM
I
Plus.
think I might
is,
pass on that one, man. But
Hey, wait,
It's
JJ.
funny. It's pretty funny.
JJ, let's
Is
drop
that-
some acid and watch that live on a stream.
right.
Oh,
But
man.
JJ,
Put a helmet
JJ,
on,
you're
your
showing
brains might blow
Salminio.
out.
Yeah, he's got an
is there
interesting death. I don't
anything
remember all the
about
details, but I remember him
Salminio's
being discussed in weird scenes inside the canyon. Right? He was in the Dave McGowan stuff.
death? Was he?
Yeah, he discussed the murder in there briefly in the chapter, along with murders like
Well-
Bobby. Was it? I fought the law on the law one.
A guy
He did
who was murdered in a car, right?
Bobby Fuller. Thank you.
Yeah,
That was
Bobby Fuller.
carbon
Yeah.
monoxide. If you ever get a chance, The Dead Circus. There's a book called The Dead Circus by a guy named John Kay, Kaye. That is a fictional story, but Bobby Fuller and his death, and it involves a guy.
Hey,
who's,
Kate, fuck off.
there's some
I am
Manson-
not gay at any
Manson-
point in time.
Manson family connection. And
Shout
John
out to
Kay
King
was
B.
like I believe he was involved with the Smothers Brothers. He was like in the entertainment business.
Oh, okay.
Which is a high position, great actor to work with.
Well, the Dead
Hey,
Circus, they had tried to what do you call it? They had tried to make that into a movie for years, and it never happened. They tried to adapt it. It just got stuck in that sort of fifth circle of Hollywood limbo that all the best books happen to go into.
I'm
But,
going to jump in
yeah.
on the chat for a brief moment. Jeff M mentioned Species, and all I remember is they had that blonde chick who was a fucking alien, which was just really fucking weird.
Natasha
Oh,
Henstridge.
it's stupid.
Yeah,
Kind of stupid. Weird and
It
kind of
was all
stupid.
really fucking weird. I didn't even see that shit. I just remember it like fucking.
Speaking of weird, dude, they wrote this off as carbon monoxide because they found him burnt up in the back of his car, right?
Yeah, I was about to ask if anybody knew what actually happened to Bobby Fuller.
Yeah, I don't know.
I
I've
thought
read a lot of details.
I thought they at one point thought that maybe Sinatra was involved, like that there was just
Yeah, he was beat up,
many
right? Yeah,
different
there you go.
possibilities. Yeah, yeah, it's you know,
They said it was caused by.
Well, hey, wait.
Dude.
He fought the law and he lost. That's what happened.
Yeah, but he had the hemorrhaging of his blood vessels in his eyes.
You write a song called "I Fought the Law and I Won." Then the law shows you who fucking won. So Vince got what
No,
he
he
deserved.
said the law.
I fought the law and the law won. I fought the law and the law won.
Oh, that's how
Well, he
it's
was
going either way.
Win.
He fucking predicted his death then. He knew exactly what was going to happen. He fought the law and
Well,
he
he
won.
was out of that weird Texas element of rock and roll, and they all seem to die around the same time.
Yeah.
You know, be it Buddy Holly, be it the Big Bopper, right? Be it Richie Valens.
Richie Valens.
Yeah.
By the way, you
La,
mentioned
la, la,
the
la,
Big
bum,
Bopper
bum.
and Richie Valens. Does anybody? I'm starting to doubt that John McClane. Don McClane.
Don
That
McClane.
Don McClane actually stop. that Don McLean actually wrote American Pie. I doubt that he wrote
think
the devil
any of
wrote
the
it?
songs that are
Don
attributed to him.
McLean was he was actually just a real huge
So
fan of Walter Monty.
it's
So he just wanted to give credit to
American
Monty. That's what I'm saying.
Well, if you look at it, that's a good point, Sabrina. Because if you look at it in comparison to the rest of his music, it stands out significantly.
Yeah, it does.
Well,
So
He
I'm
does one other
starting
one,
to
though,
doubt
that's
the great
pretty good about
songwriters
Vincent Van
that
Gogh.
write hit after hit after hit for a specific segment of time, and then they just fall off the map. What
No,
happened to their creativity?
Donald Murray or whatever that guy is wrote all these songs. Remember?
Well, like,
Any of you ever
what
hear
you're
that one?
describing is the Beatles, though, right? I mean, that is kind of how
The
their story
Beatles,
is.
and you know who else I'm thinking of who wrote great songs is Elton John and Bernie Taupin, and then
Bernie
it just
Taupin,
fell off the map. Yeah, it's terrible.
And then those military guys like Neil Young and Stephen Stills and Crosby and all that shit. But that's all fucking.
It's like, what
Tales
happened?
from
You
the
write all
Canyon.
these certain hits, and then it just drops off.
You know,
Does your
the
creativity?
I think that
wrecking
speaks to the
crew-
manufactured nature of it, right? I
I
mean,
think
the
you
that
do know
wrecking
that
crew
a lot of-
really
absolutely
filled
demonstrates the
in.
manufactured nature.
The wrecking crew
of the
really
music
filled in a
business.
lot of details. Once I realized
But
what
the
the hell's
wrecking crew
going
were
on.
musicians. They were professional
Dre?
musicians.
They have
Don't
the
talk
very
shit on
best
Dre.
guitarists and talented
But
musicians
those
fill
were
in for all those
professional
bands.
musicians. So we know that they played on most 60s records until a lot of those professional musicians like Jimmy Page and so on started forming their own bands in the early 70s, late 60s.
Mhm.
But I'm talking about the songwriters in particular.
Well, just think of like, when people question whether Shakespeare wrote all of his works, and they talk about either people like, what was it, Bacon or
Francis
Christopher
Bacon,
Marlowe.
yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, the big thing about, a little bit further down the road, but when they talk about like the Monkees, who was writing the Monkee songs, Neil Diamond, you had
But
all
the
these other
Monkees,
groups,
they
and-
put ads out in the paper. They were very transparent about being a manufactured band. But I think the Beatles were also a manufactured band.
I think they were all
until
just
the
as
Monkees-
manufactured as the Monkees. That's why the Monkees were so well accepted amongst the rest of the the active
Yeah,
musicians.
yeah. Good.
Well,
And the
until
manufacturing part is the industry. The industry had already been setting this thing up where they have recording studios everywhere with really trained musicians hanging out in the background that can make people sound good. And so depending on what record label you got on is what background, which backup magicians were going to do your record magicians.
Hey,
JJ,
come on,
I
hey,
don't
But again,
think
those
I
I
don't
were
do no
know.
magic here,
musicians,
sir.
Todd. And
I don't
somebody
do
just
no
said
that
Glenn Campbell, who
music
was
with
another
musicians
professional
and you
musician.
imagine.
Yeah,
But Glenn Campbell, man, the more I look back
Great
at his
guitarist.
guitar work, it's like
Well, speaking of the
play
manufactured nature
anything.
of the songwriting, we kind of see that in the film Under the Silver Lake, right? You ever seen that
Yeah, I
one?
love that. Yeah, that's
no, I
fantastic.
haven't seen that one.
Yeah, so it's one of the things that stands out to me in the film is all the beware of the dog killer signs everywhere.
Mhm.
But he runs into this guy and doing this kind of murder mystery situation of his neighbor, who's played by Elvis's granddaughter, Riley Keough, who also seems to be a Scientology. She grew up in Scientology. She's also allegedly the mother of John Travolta's youngest child.
Wow.
Yeah. Also a
Wow.
Scientology thing.
So did you see the movie?
JJ?
Did you see the movie, JJ?
Yeah, well, they have a thing in here. The guy he meets is the orchestrator. What do they call the man? I done forgot now. He meets a guy who writes all the music. He does all the music for like everything. The songwriter.
Producer, the songwriter. Yeah,
They just call him
fantastic.
the songwriter.
Anyone that hasn't seen Under the Silver Lake, go see that. Love to do a review on that one.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to do a review on that one, sir. That's a great film to do one on.
Hey, JJ, since Todd brought up Wrecking Crew, can you bring up that picture that I shared in the chat? Just because I think it's fucking quite hysterical. But
Yeah.
also,
Yeah,
we're talking about
yeah.
music and being fucking all orchestrated, etc. So with this picture, I think it's kind of funny because it's Doc Dre from World Class Wrecking Crew, but I would say he's imitating Baphomet in that photo where he's got
really?
the hands up he's got the hands, the ones at the upper, ones at the lower. Instead of the rods of Asclepius, he's wearing the stethoscope right? And he's doing the transgender thing by dressing like a fucking faggot there.
Doesn't his wife look like a man,
Who is
dude?
it?
Doc Dre from
That's Dr.
Red
Dre?
Record Blue.
He's
He's
got
on
a
the
very
Tupac.
nice-
To
he's
me,
got a very
that's
masculine
a
wife.
retelling of the Baphomet right there, right? You know what I'm
That's
saying?
when him and
People don't
Tupac
see it,
were
right?
dancing
And then-
for
then why do
He's
you-
on a biblical level, sir.
And then how's he become a billionaire off of fucking? Oh, that is a dude for sure. How's he become a
Look at that
billionaire
neck,
off of
dude.
fucking
Way deeper
headphones?
than its husband's.
Yeah, he comes.
Which
he
one's the
becomes
guy?
a billionaire off of
Right.
fucking headphones, right?
Oh yeah, would he become a billionaire off of some really cheap
Yeah,
headphones?
shitty
right?
ass headphones. Like, get the fuck out. No, he is. That's clearly a reference to Baphomet before he ever fucking did the NWA CIA project.
No,
I
and
just wanted to point that out.
they're the ones that take note of the most when they started doing the hardcore gangster rap with NWA. You can see the rise in the black population of in prisoners.
And then they had to go back and do the fucking NWA movie, which was fucking garbage, bro.
Oh, was it that bad? I never seen it.
Well, technically, it was
It's pretty much
NWADL.
established that was a government program. Bring the drugs in, prop up the gangs.
But,
Man, it works perfect with the LA Police Department.
But
The
I'm
CIA
just pointing out.
operations, the drugs coming in
I'm
from
just pointing
China.
out that he sold his
God
soul to
knows what
fucking
was going on
Baphomet
there.
in advance, right? And that picture was actually from the Eazy-E fucking album where the Eazy-E was had real Compton real motherfucking G's, and so that picture was in the insert.
This is
of
right
the
after
Eazy.
Eazy dies, huh?
No, that's he released it before he died. But give me that nut, with that shit. But that was like he died after that album dropped. But yeah. So
He's like one of the only dudes that was like authentic in that.
Yeah.
Easy, the one that died.
Yeah.
From
But,
AIDS.
I just he died from AIDS. It was called medical malpractice.
And
Really,
we can
but,
laugh about that, but the first song on his record was meeting a guy in an elevator with a dick.
No, that was a bank robbery. Get it fucking right.
Dressed as a woman.
That's hey, wait, fuck off, Todd. He was robbing a bank. He was robbing a bank at the time.
We get that same
just
atmosphere there from Biggie, right? And his song there. I think.
No, you mean when he's sitting on a fucking tranny in the fucking video? And
yeah, that one.
She's taking a fucking piss in the fucking urinal, but then at the same time, he has the other one. He has the other one with the J-Lo song where they're fucking racing boats to fucking Diddy's private island, which is probably fucking Epstein's private island. And there's a fucking dude in the fucking group. They're wearing a fucking bikini, bro. If you watch it closely, but
oh,
I mean,
really? I didn't know that one. I knew about the trans one in his video.
Jonah, where did they touch you, sweetie? Where did they
no one touched me. I'm just pointing out they're a bunch of fucking tranny lovers.
Where did
fucking
you and David Cameron
industry.
meet? Yeah. When did you and David Cameron meet?
Where did national security touch you, sir? Please show me on the doll.
The whole rap subculture. Do you think that is closely related to Gary Webb's exposure of,
They're saying she's not
the
transgendered in this one.
agencies?
No, she's a fucking tranny, bro. She's taking a piss in the video
I know.
at the urinal.
Gary Webb.
Even if it's a female playing it, he's portraying himself as a tranny lover because she goes and takes a fucking piss in a urinal.
I think they're missing the point in trying to debunk that in that regard, right?
I didn't say Easy had sex with this guy in the elevator.
I'm talking Biggie now. Fuck off, Todd. You're behind. Get a fucking monitor.
That's how easy he got the AIDS.
Get a fucking monitor. Pay attention, Todd.
I try. I try. Sorry.
I'm just fucking with you.
So Gary Webb and his outing of the crack epidemic, you think helped kind of spur some of these activities? You think perhaps?
No, they were before it though, man. Because like the NWA hit in like NWA evil niggas for life or whatever. Yeah, how's it go? I think that's the first one. That came out like '85, bro. Gary Webb started doing his reporting in like fucking the late '90s.
Right, but when did Eazy-E die? He didn't die till like 95,
93.
right?
93 or 94.
No, 95.
94.
March 26th.
Oh,
That's at the time when he is publishing these papers, the stuff in the San Jose Mercury.
What was he saying?
By then, man. He's done all the fucking albums.
Towards the end. It was 95, 96 when Dark Alliance.
Yeah, what was he saying? What was he saying,
No,
JJ?
he's definitely investigating it in 95, right? That's what I'm saying. If he's asking questions, much like we were talking about with that JFK situation, witnesses starting to die, it seems, across all. If it's Epstein, you name the high profile event, Sandy Hook, a lot of deaths in the wake of that.
Yeah.
When Webb, and I think Sabrina could probably be with me on this. So when Webb starts looking into what becomes the Dark Alliance story, it all started with the Danilo Blandone case and kind of making connections there. It was Blandone, Norwin Menezes, who was kind of the protected guy
was the ousted Secretary of State from Nicaragua, right? He was
and
kicked
then
out.
Eventually Freeway Ricky Ross. So there was connections there, and then eventually guys. I think one of the guys' name was Ronald Lister, who was connected to the LAPD, possibly the CIA, probably some of the same guys that Mike Rupert encountered when he was LAPD.
Yeah, because a lot of this stuff he encountered was the late 70s, right?
Yeah. So Rupert was in LAPD. He was approached about, I think, from a girlfriend. There was a whole thing that there was someone in the that was his girlfriend who was like might have been an intelligence cutout, if not an intelligence agent.
Oh.
And
a lot of examples of that for sure.
Yeah. Seemed a lot of those jobs.
He refused to kind of go forward with their plan, but I think the series that became Dark Alliance, because I know the book.
His dad worked for Martin Marietta. I had no idea.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no. He totally said like his father.
Oh, his mother was NSA. Holy shit! All right.
Yeah, he said his parents' intelligence connections is probably what made him approachable. Or
for sure, no,
his mother had a nasty, sticky asshole. NSA? What?
So he started making discoveries in '76, right? So like this is an operation that predates the gangster rap era.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But the whole thing is so Webb, he publishes Dark Alliance in '96 with the San Jose Mercury News. It becomes this huge story. You have the outlets like the Times, the New York Times, Washington Post. Why don't we not have this? And then eventually the CIA's contacts at those various newspapers reach out and say he needs to be brought down.
Yeah.
But the 90s version of Mockingbird kind of gets into gets going. Yeah, John Deutsch does that disastrous town hall where
I remember that. Yeah, that was disastrous.
What was it?
Right down there in Compton, right?
Yeah,
that's where Rupert makes him look like shit. It's one of the greatest scenes of all time. That led to there's a 10-minute viral clip called "Crack the CIA," where that's his moment. That's his moment where he that leads to him kind of becoming a big figure in the conspiracy culture. And
he kind of had a mysterious death there, right? I mean, I know he was doing a lot of kind of blackpilling type of activities, but he died an untimely death.
And it's really disturbing with Gary Webb. Just really quick, it's really disturbing that he said he was not suicidal. I mean, he died very prematurely. We can all agree upon that. And then his family, after his death, came out and said, yes, he had been depressed. And, my conspiracy brain tells me that they were threatened. Support the narrative.
But I want to, if we're going to be talking about Gary Webb, we're going to talk about gangster rap and how the U.S. government fucking when that destroyed the American population.
Oh, no.
Can you bring up the article I just shared, JJ? Because I'm sure a lot of the white people in the audience and a lot of the white people in this chat don't know about the MOVE bombing.
Well, Jonah,
I do know
I know very interesting that the economist Thomas Sowell, he has talked about in Germany, there were black GIs during World War II. Yes, they were there, who stayed behind, stayed in Germany, married German women and had kids, and how those kids, when tested for IQ and in school tests, they did just as well as anybody else.
Jesse Open said he'd rather live in Hitler's Germany than.
States. Well, what Thomas Sowell attributed that to was what's the difference? Black subculture.
Jesse Owens said he was treated far better.
Am I allowed to say that? Am I going to get in trouble for saying that?
No, you're good.
You don't get in trouble if you don't give a fuck. See, I never get in trouble because I don't give a fuck. But anyways, no, even Jesse Owens outright said he'd rather live in Nazi Germany than in America. Like he was the U.S. fucking gold medal winner in Nazi Germany, and
Didn't
he
they try
said
to
he
ban
just
him
treated
from
far
that
better off.
Olympics?
No, dude, that's all fucking American propaganda, dude. He was treated like a fucking hero over there. You can
Was he?
read his own
Okay.
shit. But no, bringing up the 1985 bombing of the MOVE. So MOVE was actually Hotep Black Consciousness. It was an entire neighborhood there called Cobbs Creek, as you see in the fucking. So Philadelphia didn't like the fact that they were playing positive messages about black culture and black history continuously on a public speaker. So they dropped a fucking bomb on this neighborhood. The police
I do remember
department
that. They
loaded
firebombed the
a
shit out of
bomb
it, didn't
on
they?
a fucking helicopter. And then you see there, it destroyed
It was napalm or
69
something, or
trees.
some napalm-like substance, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they just dropped a fucking bomb, like 500 officers. If you look into it, dude, it's fucking wild as shit because literally it was an all-black neighborhood that did nothing but pipe positive black information out over a public speaker all day,
like
24
Waco,
hours
Waco
a day.
2.0.
Yeah, it's the urban Waco.
It was before
Waco.
The stories of them hunting. The stories of them hunting all the Black Panther members and a number
Well, that's what I
of
was going
these
to
other
ask. Where's the
high-level
Black Panther
characters.
connection? Because they did this in Watts too, didn't they, with the Black Panthers?
The stories of
I
them
don't know about
hunting
that,
those
but they
guys.
they murked the fuck out of Fred Hampton.
Terrifying.
They murked the
They just
fuck
went
out
down
of
the
it.
list.
The Fred
Yeah,
Hampton
this
shooting.
is no different than the rest of these, right? I'd like to know where old Vincent Leapart, aka John Africa, got his start, and you know where he got his C4s. And
No. This
Whatever
one was
else he was
like
bombing.
I don't buy into that because the whole fucking thing about the movement, like it was very
weren't bombing nothing?
grassroots.
That's at a very
No, bombing
there's a lot
was
of
real,
bombs
but
around this time. A lot of bombs around this time.
like the bombing of the neighborhood was real,
Lot of
but I
bombs.
mean, if you actually look into it, like it was a very positive thing, and then it was a very grassroots thing, and it seemed like they couldn't infiltrate, so they fucking bombed the fucking neighborhood.
You know what a bomb could have been back then in them 80s.
No, it's a tollback.
That's what a bomb could have been back then. I mean, I'm serious.
It was surprising to me to learn that old Greg Scarpa or Anthony Scarpa from the Philadelphia Scarpas there, the mobs that had knowledge about additional explosives hidden from the world or the Oklahoma City, right? Was that not the story?
Oh, that was Greg Scarpa Jr. That was
Greg Scarpa Jr.
That was the son of the guy known as the Grim Reaper, Greg Scarpa, who had been an informant for the FBI going back to the 60s, possibly the Mississippi burning investigation. But Junior gave information.
Oh, that's the different Scarpas, and that's not the Philadelphia Scarpas. Then my
no,
apologies.
that was you're thinking Scarfo, Nicky Scarfo.
Scarfo, yes, you're right. My bad.
I used to get those guys. I mean, come on, it's not that far off.
Yeah,
I used to get
it
those
really
guys
is, dude.
Yeah, no, Nicky Scarfo, the Philly boss, was undone by his own nephew.
That's right.
Philly
That's
and Eddie.
right.
But Scarpa Jr. was just on Michael Franchese's live stream.
Oh shit! Okay,
Jr.
It wasn't the World Trade. It was the World Trade Center bombing of Ramsey Youssef. He had information on. Okay,
yes,
that's right.
They were Ramsey Youssef. There's what do they call it? The prison messages, kiting. He would send little kites between the prison cells.
Yeah, prison. That's what he's fucking shoelace.
Yeah, that's right. He did make a friends with Terry Nichols though about both bombings. That's what I'm seeing. Like, what's the epicenter of this dude and all this bombing stuff? You know,
Scarpa was. I mean, in the end, was. I mean, he kind of. I mean, yes, he did his crimes, but there was certain things where it was almost like he was doing.
Wait! Can I interrupt for a moment? I just posted a comment in the chat, and it says this comment has failed to post to Clint Eastwood. Like, you got me banned, bitch. No. You got me banned.
I can't even post in the chat.
Chat battle.
I don't know what you're
Chat
complaining
battle.
about.
You're crossing streams. You're crossing streams.
Whatever you do not.
What happened to Terry Nichols? We know what happened to Timothy McVeigh.
What happened to his brother?
They dispatched him immediately.
What happened to his brother, though?
Right?
Nichols
yeah, but what was the other Nichols guy?
But
there's Terry and
James Nichols.
Okay, yeah.
They went after his brother, but nothing stuck because I remember they raided his farm. I think not that long after the bombing, Nichols was interviewed, I believe, in Bowling for Columbine because Michael Moore somehow got access to him. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Michael Moore is also another Michigander like Clint up here. There's something suspicious about Clint with all these
Can you
Michiganders.
take your Michael Moore back, Jonah? Will you take Michael Moore back with you and just keep him?
Hey, he's a fucking Michigander. Do not blame him on Canada. Blame him on
Yeah,
Clint.
let's do a Canadian USA trade.
There
Who
you
do
go.
you take
Swap
back?
him out.
We'll even take
If
John
we're doing a
Candy.
Canada USA trade, you know I'm like the first one Canada wants to get rid of. So I don't know if you want that trade, Sabrina.
We don't need
Yeah,
another
he
big
wasn't.
fat
I guess I've never seen Bowling for
person. No,
Columbine
I'm
in a
just
long time.
we
I've
need
never
big fat
seen it.
person.
I've never seen Bowling for
Bowling,
Columbine.
Bowling for Columbine is once again. It's so Michael Moore does
Michael
skew-
Muir, Manure, Michael Manure.
Hey! All I wanted was a Pepsi. Just one Pepsi. Wasn't that his name, Michael Muir?
In the United
Michael
States,
Moore.
Michael Moore.
No, I'm talking fucking Suicidal
A&E.
Tendencies. Was that? Wasn't it?
Oh, I'm talking about Michael Moore's full of bullshit, dude. Full of shit.
Yes.
Michael Moore used to have a mainstream show on American cable in the 90s. And at first I liked him. And then I started to question his motives.
There you go.
I mean, very
Sorry,
quickly.
it's Mike Muir that was in Suicidal Tendencies.
Yeah, I like Fahrenheit 9/11, but not for the
Loved
reasons
it.
of supporting Michael Moore, because at least somebody was asking questions at that time. But then you have to start asking his
Loved it.
motivations, and you start wondering, right?
Yeah, and you know who else is a lesser personality, but kind of along the same lines? I don't like this guy. I don't trust him, but he's very influential and revered. It's Louis Theroux.
Oh, very much so. Yeah,
Yeah,
I've watched a number of his
Louis
documentaries. The
Theroux.
Scientology one, I got a lot of questions.
Yeah, well, and I remember he did something, I think it was on A&E, called Louis Theroux's Weird Travels, and he was traveling the US and he stayed with white supremacists and he stayed with, like, you know, people involved in the PORN industry, and then evangelical
And he's deeply linked in Hollywood through his father and his uncle and his cousin, I think,
yes,
too, right?
Yeah.
Hey, what about
He
Louis
is
Black,
very
though?
well connected.
Yeah, Justin
about
Theroux's
Louis Black?
cousin is Justin Theroux's dad's involved.
He's
their
another
brother's involved.
propagandist. Yeah, Paul Theroux, yeah.
Yeah, Paul's brothers, Peter and Alexander, which I think Peter's.
Hey, wait. I think that actually might translate as the red, or no, because it's rouge. But I think that does translate something in the red specifically. I'm gonna look that up.
It sounds like it, the roux, right? Roux.
Like a rouge itself is red, but let me look that up because I think that's the translation.
I'll leave the
French really
Canadian
fucking
translation to you, sir. But Justin
I have to go to fucking Google because it's been a long time since I took my fucking high school. I can't even fucking speak English. So you think I can speak a second language?
Learn Canadian before you come down here and start speaking English.
He's written a lot of films for sure. Not so much. He starred in some too, but I think he's mostly known. Well, he partnered with David Lynch, huh? He was in. He did.
Wait a minute. Did Paul? Who wrote the Mosquito Code?
So hey, wait. Even better. I gotta interrupt because I gotta go back to the very start of the show. Remember? Wait. Remember? Remember at the start of the show, I said when Sabrina brought up the stupid fucking redhead chick that fucking shot up school, I said the moral of the story of the Wicker Man was never trust a fucking ginger. So the roux is the ginger, and I'm gonna share that with you, JJ, so you can fucking bring it up because never trust a fucking ginger. Sorry, just had to go on that tangent. Oh,
that
fuck
will
off
be
with
your
your
tagline from here on out.
Is your mom?
And that is from Cambridge. That's no, but my grandmother was, and she's the only woman I've ever loved.
Because my ears are bleeding.
My grandmother was a ginger, and she's the only woman I ever loved. See, I got rid of the except for you there. If you see I might have to zoom in, but the very first thing, roux, is red or ginger as in the cheveux, which is the hair. So I'll zoom in for the audience because you might be on phones like Todd, who can't afford a monitor.
All right. Even though I have a 6-foot monitor in front of me.
Yeah, it's red or ginger red hair. So, and this is Cambridge Dictionary. So again, too, when you see basically
I have a 6-foot monitor in front of me. It's just my eyes are really bad.
Oh God. A 6-foot monitor, get the fuck out of here. What is
Jesus,
that? 84, 72 inches? Get the fuck out of here. You ain't got no 72-inch monitor, fucker.
Just teasing.
You ain't
I
got no
said.
72-inch monitor. I don't exist.
It's a joke.
I'm just
Was
fucking
this
around.
first word he ever learned?
Yeah, when I look at the Thoreau's, I want to believe that Louis Thoreau's involved in something objective in a lot of his documentary work, but like, you know, it's
No.
just, well, I mean,
No,
No,
he's
you
a
know,
ginger.
it's,
Never trust a ginger.
yeah, his father, Eugene Albert Thoreau, is
He
a
is
lawyer
such
at
a
Baker
social
McKenzie in Washington,
engineer.
right?
Yeah.
This is Louis Thoreau's dad's brother. So I'm just saying they're connected to a
Wait.
multinational corporate law firms. They're doing
Wait a
Hollywood
minute.
stuff.
Co-founding partner Russell Baker, who wrote a Pulitzer Prize winning novel that I read several years ago.
University of Chicago, which is fucking Rockefeller fucking
I doubt it.
propaganda.
What book is it?
No, I keep on my
Is he
shelf.
related
the
to
Bush
no?
crime family book?
While she's looking that up. While she's looking that up, is he related to?
While I'm looking that up.
Is he related to James Baker or Rosebud Baker, the fucking comedian who, again, too, like, tell me all these fucking comedians are fucking CIA ops.
Well, he's from Loudoun
Like, I
County,
watch
Virginia,
him.
dude, home to the CIA right next door, right? Son of Rex Baker.
Like, James Baker's granddaughter is all of a sudden, like, a fucking comedian and all that shit. You know, get the fuck out of here.
Well, what's his name that works for Rogan is the son of the mafioso
Jamie?
drug dealing dude, David. What's his last name? Lucas. Frank Lucas' son. David Lucas.
No, he's not. He fucking lies about that shit. He's also claimed that he's related to Lucas, the senator from fucking Georgia. He's a fucking fat liar.
Well, he interviewed somebody from his. He's definitely in that Lucas family because he had somebody in an interview talking about Frank Lucas and it was from
Growing
that family.
up.
No, he's full of shit.
Growing up is the book I was thinking
I
of.
mean, as fat as he is, he's full of shit, but he's full of shit too. Nah, nah, dude. Like, even if you go on Reddit, they talk about how he's lied about 3 times. Like, Reddit still like broke down. He's lied like 3 different times about who his fucking family is.
Oh, okay. I'll have to check that out. I don't think this is the same Russ Baker that started that law firm. This is the Russ Baker you're thinking of, though, it sounds like, Sabrina. Pulitzer Prize winning?
Yes.
Growing
up. And I remember the reason that I got into this book, I was a kid because it's when I used to listen to PBS and he was reading his book.
Oh my
And
God, that's what's wrong with you, PBS.
PBS. Yeah. I stopped listening to PBS 20 years ago.
I'm just busting your balls, Sabrina. You gotta take it with love when I'm busting your balls.
It's gotten pretty over the top obvious that they're not involved in anything but pushing some hardcore socialism over there at PBS.
So Jonah is
are
involved.
they the CBC?
It's on the par with it, I think, as far as their politics go.
They're not on par with CBC, but I mean,
I don't know, dude. PBS does some wild shit, dude. I've listened to some shit. I used to when I listen to politics stuff, I listen to stuff on both sides, man, because I don't care for
like in 2010, CBC was pushing the maps, fucking minor attracted people on fucking Canada.
I wouldn't be surprised if I Google search maps right now on PBS. I can't find them doing the same thing.
Like I said,
when
10 years
Facebook
behind.
When Facebook started, they had something called Clover gendered, and it was all about
Clover.
Yes, a Zionist as fuck. No, Barry Weiss is not a Zionist. Get out of here.
It was PEDOs called Clover Gender. I reported them to Facebook, and Facebook said it did not violate their use policy.
Clover? What is it supposed to mean?
I don't know, but these were people who are minor attracted because that's who they identify with. They have a psychological, like their maturity is stunted. Therefore, they are attracted to minors, and it was called Clover gendered.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a movement about this actively since the late 70s, since the Stonewall riots, where they've been pushing all of this pedophilia in mainstream actions, like
who was
the NAMBLAs and the
Stonewall. Stonewall was completely manufactured, right? It was an intelligence operation.
I don't discount it because
there was Harvey Milk. Here's another assassination.
Well, we know for a fact that what's his name from New York City, right?
The movie with Sean.
Hey, blame Rudy.
No.
Rudy was
James
involved
Rothstein.
with that.
James Rothstein, he's confirmed that he had one of his agents there. One of his sources was the guy who started the Stonewall riots.
Well, the Stonewall was mob owned. That club was mob owned. It's funny. So I'm just thinking with, someone just said Harvey Milk, the whole thing with you guys doing foul play. I didn't know if a couple nights ago.
No. Clint was just. Tom was just talking about Milk and Harvey Keitel, King of New York.
Well, no, the fact
Harvey's home, dude.
Greg White. Todd's like, hey, I want to milk Harvey Keitel. That's what he said. I'm not hating on Todd. It was a great movie, but it's kind of it's on my game.
What did you have to say, Phil?
Just forget. So, but the whole thing with Stonewall, like how many bars in New York City, Christopher Street, that area. I mean, yeah.
If Phil talks too much, there's Dr. Inferno, so you better have a fucking drink.
Dr. Inferno, shout out.
With the bars, they could have all been, despite the people who were out and proud, you had the ones who were closeted. So yeah, they were kind of like intelligence. They were capturing the people who were closeted. I mean, you still think even now, 2026, you still have people who, I mean, it is painful because apparently they've been repressing what's inside. And let's face it, what it's come to is the fact that you were born this way, but you deny it.
You were born this way because Hollywood forced it down your fucking throat for the last 60 years.
Whoa, that was only Harvey Weinstein I heard, sir.
Phil, you're making me think of Milo Yiannopoulos. So, about 13 or 14 years ago.
Oh, that MI6.
And I was thinking that Lady Gaga did a song called "Born This Way." I was born this way, or something.
So Milo, 12 or 13 years ago. I agreed with about 75% of what he said. And I find it fascinating that he said, he's lost his mind. He's completely out there now. But
I think he's lost his mind because someone paid him.
He was so lucid.
First off, look at his name, Hanrahan.
So, he is very confused. He's funny.
Yiannopoulos, the gay guy that's become the Catholic guy that's become the
Roman Catholic to begin with.
How did he land on the name Yiannopoulos? That's Greek, dude. How do you land on that?
Flying all around the world, the billionaires has billionaires' ears.
But one of the interesting things that Milo said was, well, what did gay men do in the 20th century? Well, you just got married and had kids. And then you'd go out on the side.
Pretty much.
And he said essentially, well, homosexual men on average have higher IQs. I mean, does that mean you don't want smart people?
Hey, wait. Anyone who's young in the audience.
And 9 out of 10 homosexuals say they're smarter than everyone else.
Anyone who's young in the audience, if you're selling drugs and you want to make money, gay dudes are great customers because they have no wife and they like to do drugs and fuck. So I'm just saying, if you're into the drug game and you're young, go be some gay people. They like to spend money on drugs. You'll be
American children don't listen to those Canadians' advice.
Join us here tonight for drug marketing.
They were essentially like the Windsor Mountbattens.
Hey, I'm just saying. I'm not saying from personal experience.
We know you guys got open drug and sex markets up there in Canada. Okay, we know you guys got open drug and sex markets everywhere up there.
Oh shit! Well, on that note, please let's take a quick time out here, and yeah.
Now she's reporting her neighbor, who's ex-Catholic, by her demand, and let her close to talk to. Well, she doesn't know what to do. She says we stopped her at Colleyville. Says she hates me ever since I arrived. Says I'm not allowed to go on her. We got to a visa challenging in court. That I would not be an occupant of an assembly hall in her state. They're there to say that she's having fun. Not with yet this policy. That's Liver says she's moved in. And that she just, she don't want the challenge. Here we go. She plays for Pittsburgh Steelers. She wants no Bowling Green, Ohio. That's better, but she wants someone else. Here we go. Here we go. Now she says she hates it. She's got a crush for 27 years. She's letting the show says hi, and she won't let go of the pages. Here we go. She says she doesn't think this will look good. She says we're hate every day. I've never been in a dwelling. Who knows? Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we
Here we
go.
go. You better fucking drop that in our private chat.
Oh,
I'm talking our private chat on next, so I can steal that. Fucking.
Yeah, I'll send it your way, sir.
Here we go.
Yeah, I actually have a new one from too. I got new Saudi from the Here We Go guys, so that's good news. I'll play. It's even better, dude. He's got blue stuff on his face this time.
Oh, you better.
Go fuck yourself, Rodney fuckhead.
He's having some life problems, sadly.
Crazy guy, yeah. Did you guys see
No, hey, wait,
video
Uncle
of the
Ted,
guy with
first
the
off, Uncle
firework on
Ted.
his head last
Hey,
week?
wait, shut up, Todd. I'm gonna need to respond to Uncle Ted. If I'm fucking getting drunk, my dick is coming out.
Yikes, let's not
There's
do
no
that.
fucking singing.
Well, please never come here when you're drunk, all right?
Hey, I've already been on your show drunk, fucking singing "In the Garden of Vida." I didn't fucking even remember that. I woke up the next day. I messaged Clint. I'm like, "What the fuck?"
Don't you know that I want you now? Da-na-na-na-na-na-na.
So I'm
Oh,
surprised
won't
we made
you
this far. No
come
one's
with
mentioned the
me?
mask
Sorry.
guy on Fox News. The mask incident. We're in the year of the mask, apparently.
What fucking?
The
who
mask.
watches
What's
Fox
that?
News?
Yeah, that Navy admiral, the former deputy assistant, the SEAL Team 6 guy.
Oh, Ryan O'Neal.
No, they have a
O'Neal.
different guy. Yeah, he never made admiral. I think he just made.
Gobble, gobble.
No, Sean
This is
O'Neal.
getting
Whatever his name
strange.
is. The one who claims he killed Osama. And then the whole
Robert
fucking
Harwood.
Rob O'Neal.
Rob O'Neal it is then. Okay, Rob O'Neal. No, this guy. So it's interesting because I think, it's at the same time where there's that weird circumstance around the election of Thomas Massey, the Likely Society of Cincinnati member, and he lost to a
He is?
Oh yeah, he's from Lieutenant Massey out of Pennsylvania, paternal
Wow.
descendant, fourth grade.
Which
grandfather.
faction is he involved with? The
Actually,
anti-liberty or the liberty?
Hey, wait.
It's hard to tell,
I will admit that I'm a huge fan of the Thomas Massey as far as his openness and politics. But then, and every time I think, oh, he went to MIT. Oh, he was doing fucking nanotechnology.
His daughter works for Jane Street Capital, and she was there the same time as that Zizian.
Dude, he made his fucking money off of fucking nanotech shit.
Yeah, I know, right?
Like if you look
Don't
into the
they all
company, he
make the
had it
money
with
off
something about
nanotech
fucking.
shit? His election is very strange. The numbers don't make any sense. And the guy that he ran against was a SEAL Team 6 commander, a captain, who most certainly knows this Harwood fellow.
Oh, Ed Gilrain or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yeah, there we go. Ed Gelrain. There we go. I couldn't think of it.
I mean, if you get rid of the L R in the middle, you just got Ed Gein.
Well, I was gonna say he has an Ed Gein look to him too, doesn't he?
It's like his name's literally Ed Gein with like 4 letters in the middle of it.
He looks like Ed Gein, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe he's the clone of Ed Gein.
I know, right? So he was a SEAL Team 6 commander at various instances of his career, but he was a captain, so that's the equivalent to a colonel.
Well, I mean, when you talk too much shit on the Zionists, and then all of a sudden you have pro-Zionists getting like billions of dollars, not billions, but millions of dollars in a small state. Sabrina, don't act like Todd Massey or Tom Massey. Don't act like Thomas Massey was not talking shit on Israel, and then that's when they fucking went after him.
Well,
Like,
his
that's
wife
just
died.
public knowledge.
There's a circumstance around that time, but there's no way that this dude didn't come up underneath this dude, right? In the SEAL communities, they were there.
Yeah.
He was probably a junior officer to this guy throughout most of his career.
But remember when they had that fucking CIA cheap dipshit with the fucking one eye?
CIA dipshit with one eye. You got to be more specific.
No,
There's a lot of one-eyed
dipshit.
dipshit Muppets in DC.
Yeah, that one. The one fucking
Yeah, well, I was about to say, you
detective.
got one-eyed Louis Free. You got the pirate Dan Crenshaw.
Well, Crenshaw was the CIA
Trump
one.
hater,
Fucking
Dan
Louis Free was an
Crenshaw.
FBI. Come on.
Well, they're all Muppets, though. To be fair, they're all Muppets. Yeah, this dude, he kind of came in the same way that Gal Rain came in, to be quite honest with you. And he was lieutenant commander. He was on SEAL Team 3, though, it says. I'm not sure what other teams he was on.
Dude, he was straight up CIA. It's no different than Spanberger fucking being in CIA. Like, let's be honest. If you're going to have a fucking governor who's in the CIA, I mean, in Virginia, it kind of fucking makes sense.
Right,
but,
right. No, that's a good point.
Remember when the CIA had to fucking, like, hide behind, like, fucking Project Mockingbird? Now they just fucking openly admit that they're CIA and get these fucking retards to believe that the fucking...
you
the
mean
voting
to tell
machines
me
are actually
that
selecting
Andrew
them.
Bustamante was out there hunting ghosts about a decade ago? The CIA guy's not out there being honest today on podcast?
That fucker, the shit he pushes. I've only seen like 2 or 3 clips of him, and I was like, get the fuck out of here.
It's kind of ridiculous for sure.
I blame on Sean Ryan, and they saw like there's some motherfucker, and then he, first off, like, I mean, he looks like he's kind of fucking soy granola to fucking actually make SEAL team.
Relevant.
Right? You know I mean, don't get me wrong, he probably has better lungs than me, but he seems a little fucking soy to be making the SEALs, according to what they say health is.
You mean like Dan Bilzerian tough dude? He flunked out of the SEAL.
No, I'm saying Bustamante's a little soy, bro. He's a little estrogen based to fucking be running. I mean, I
know, but now we got this former Muppet from the same community running for Congress as well.
Fuck this guy too.
He's got connections with Hillary, dude.
That guy.
Yeah, Hillary's used his jet before.
Bilzerian.
Wait. Look where he's from, right? Tampa, which is the fucking big SOCOM base.
Oh yeah, his father's got some weird connections too, man. But that is where SOCOM's like located there in McDill, and that's where this dude was the commander of, and when he retired.
Wait. Go back to this fucking Bilzerian bitch. He's talking about fucking Zionist with dual loyalty, yet he's got triple loyalty. Get the fuck out of here with that fucking scumbag.
Exactly, dude. And his father's involved in all sorts of stuff.
Is it quadruple loyalty? Because the St. Kitts and Nevis, is that what he's 1 or 2? You never know with these fucking Caribbeaners.
Right.
You know, what's interesting is one thing that we're forgetting is the U.S. intelligence community is not just the Central Intelligence Agency. There are a dozen intelligence.
There's 17 actually.
And they all want to get involved, don't they?
Hey,
Bilzerian guy live streamed on Instagram from the shooting event in Vegas saying that some bitch cop wouldn't give him a gun, so he's running to his car to get his own gun. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Hey, JJ.
Here we go.
JJ, is there really an OSI?
Office of Special Investigations or something?
Okay.
Special Investigations.
Yeah,
I happened to stumble upon that fucking Vin Cooper series, and I was like, "Hey, fucking Air Force, fucking Peggy." I'm like, "That's JJ." I'm gonna ask him if this book's about his life story.
They love doing. They like to get in their old beards and black pajamas as well, just like the CIA does, you know.
Okay, so it's actually a real fucking organization, and I didn't have time to fucking look into Google, so I asked you.
I was a sniper in a lot of SWAT teams, so I was recruited by OSI various times. A couple of my friends went to OSI, and they did a lot of the beard, black pajama stuff.
Well, just think of like when in the movie JFK, they talk about Office of Naval Intelligence. Like how many people were truly privy to the fact that the Navy had an intelligence, group, and then later on, like, Guy Bannister, who was also FBI and also worked on a UFO case at a point, like how many connections? how many rabbit holes can lead to other intelligence groups? Are we talking ONI? Are we talking someone who's possibly NSA really didn't get exposed until the church committee hearing?
That's a great example.
Been around for over 2 decades.
1947.
The National Reconnaissance Office or the Defense Intelligence Agency. And if you want to go private, that's when you go into groups like Wackenhut. And then, how about the Pinkertons? The Pinkertons go all the way back.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's so
That's
many
where you look
different-
at that TV show Wild Wild West, and you look. Now you have to look twice. Like
They
maybe
talk
that
about
was really
Pinkertons,
fucking going
yeah.
on.
Phil,
Secret
is
agents
Wackenhut
are
So the
operating
NSA was
high
officially
technology.
funded. Oh, go ahead, sir.
is Wackenhut still protecting the perimeter of Groom Lake?
Wouldn't be surprised. I know they've definitely been involved in it before.
I
They're
thought
called
I mean,
G4S now.
Wackenhut is involved, and Wackenhut's involved with the Octopus. I mean, that was one of
Big time.
the groups that Danny Castellaro was, because they were involved with the Cabazon tribe in Riverside, California. So, like, I think they're still around. I mean, it doesn't mean they're not rebranded, kind of the way that what was it? Blackwater became.
Oh,
so
new
many
name.
different
That's
variations,
right.
They
XP
came.
and all those other
Yeah.
names.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
You know,
true. Hey, speaking of Blackwater, whatever happened to Eric
You know?
Prince? Is he still around?
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's deeply on. He's on Team Trump in some regard, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, I know his sister's held.
I don't think
Betsy
guys-
DeVos
I mean-
has held positions right in the administration, right?
And he is very well connected as well.
I mean,
Oh, big time.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard his
I mean,
name in a while though. What is
what
he
do you
up to
wanna
these
call
days?
it?
I haven't heard
Yeah,
much of
that's
him
what I
recently.
haven't heard his name in a long time.
It's been a few months.
So actually, I
you
don't
know,
want to
a
say
guy
this
like him-
online, but
I think it goes to it's the JFK line. Guys like him walk between the raindrops. Guys like him, if they manage to avoid being indicted, if they manage to avoid certain liabilities and civil lawsuits, these are guys who are protected. They will always.
Phil, is it
Pop up
like
sooner or
Kurtz?
later.
Is it like Colonel Kurtz, where I had a dream, a snail was crawling along a straight razor, crawling and surviving because nothing happens to those mofos. They're Teflon.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got
I
really
think
quiet
so.
in
I
here.
mean,
Where'd Jonah go?
Everybody.
Oh, I don't know. I'm not on that screen. Is he gone? Oh, he
No,
fell out.
wait a minute. I'm still here. Goddamn.
Hey, yeah. I was in the background. Now, Wackenhut might be involved with Octopus, but I'm involved with Octopussy.
The man with the golden
Sir, we got a lady.
gun.
We got a lady on the panel
Jonah!
tonight.
That was a James Bond reference. Fuck off. Don't fucking put your mind in the gutter. When we doing a James Bond month?
You know what? That's right. How did movies get away? And this is in the 70s or 60s. How did they
I
get
love
away with a
James Bond.
character named Pussy Galore? How did that happen?
Right.
What's
How
new,
did they get away with
pussycat?
the trans on
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
right?
She was just she had
What's
lots
new,
of kittens.
pussycat?
That's all it was. She had a lot of kittens. It was like, come on, pussy
Roger
galore.
Moore had trans in his films too, man, as Bond girls.
Oh,
Who's the
my
director?
I mean, you had
For your eyes only.
So
Yeah, for your eyes only,
you had
JJ, not
your
mine.
kind
For
of
your
like-
eyes only, JJ.
That's what Roger Moore kept saying to the director. For your eyes only. Get me off the set. Yeah, he's definitely into it, I'm sure.
Well, you know,
Get
Ian,
Smart was a great television show. It
For
was fucking
your
pure
eyes
operation, but it was a great television
Ian
show.
Fleming is another interesting character in British intelligence lore.
Oh, Ian Fleming.
definitely.
Sure,
Yeah,
I
he
mean,
wasn't
Bill
just
Stevenson
an
is my
author.
personal one, though, from the British, because he was also Canadian, so he was operating under our flag as well as theirs.
Yeah.
Well, he served. Ian
man
Fleming
they called
served in that
him Trumpet.
interesting assignment of the British media intelligence operations or unintelligent operations at Rockefeller Center.
No, that was Stevenson. Ran that
Yes.
shit.
Yep.
William
Well,
Stevenson.
now,
I think
Ian
Fleming was there
Fleming
too. I'm pretty sure
Well,
Fleming was there.
William Stevenson was running, wasn't
yeah,
he? He was, because he ran the office 3 floors below them.
Julia Childs, I believe, was also stationed there.
Stevenson was the man called Intrepid, though, right? So he was
Yeah.
higher up,
Yeah.
so he's the one who ran
Yeah.
that shit. Fleming might have
he was
been there. I might,
definitely- yeah, for
I
sure.
might have misspoke because Canada's better than fucking cunt Elizabeth and her dirty fucking country.
Are you talking about William
Oh.
Stevenson, Dr. Joe Biden's ex-husband?
Oh, wait. And since today's the 22nd, I'll just say go.
Your
Go ahead and say
queen? Are
go.
you talking that way about
Fuck
your queen?
Victoria.
Bow down.
Oh.
Bow
Fuck
down.
Victoria. I have her,
For
and her
your
birthday
queen.
tomorrow or the next day.
Yeah, Bill Stevenson and Ian Fleming
William
was part of
Stevenson.
the British
I
delegation
know this is
in
this
New
is a
York,
different Bill. This is a different
Yeah,
William
yeah.
Stevenson.
setting up
He's the
the.
ex-husband of the first lady of Jill Biden.
He killed his
Okay.
wife. You guys don't remember that, dude? It's been not talked about much. He murked his wife last December and got arrested for it in February.
Who?
Dr. Joe Biden's ex-husband, the one that she was sleeping around on when she met Joe.
Whoa.
Oh no, I didn't.
Yeah,
read
he
about that.
he did interviews back in August 2020 saying that he was still married to Joe when she started banging Joe.
Oh, who got
And
the
he
worst
met
end of that
Joe by
deal?
trying to get a liquor license for his
Good point, Todd. Good point.
what was it?
But I mean, come on.
Everybody loses in that
I
situation.
mean,
Oh,
come
for
on.
sure, dude.
Tell me.
Well,
Tell
he
me
had
that
this big,
fucking.
he had this big rock bar there, and they had a lot of major acts. I've looked through a lot of their stuff they had there, but that's when he met Joe Biden, was trying to get a liquor license. Him and his brother were for the Stone Balloon Bar.
Sounds about right.
Tell me Joe Biden didn't have his wife and his son killed. That's how he became such a.
There's a strong possibility. You mean by Shane Gillis, his uncle? Shane Gillis, his father went to high school and has been lifelong best friends, or lifelong friends at least, with the current CIA director or the one for the Biden administration.
Oh, Shane Gillis is straight up operation, but he's funny as fuck. I'm not gonna lie, but he's
I don't
straight up
I'm not
operation.
to say the guy's not funny, but he certainly seems like he's part of the weird scenes inside the Comedy Store scene. And it's his uncle that was allegedly the or cousin or uncle that was the driver of that truck.
Although I'm gonna give a big shout out, the Legion of Skanks. They had to replace Dave Smith because he's never been to Israel. But then they brought in Ari Shaffir, so that's just great news. Let's bring in something like you get rid of the libertarian, you bring in the even more offensive Jew.
Well, I do think it's interesting when he came on scene when his father's high school friend became the CIA director. Really, is when really.
No. He was on scene before that though, because remember the SNL shit when the SNL shit or SNL shit happened, and then they fucking behind him, and then the internet under the Trump first administration and all the fucking he says kook or whatever, right? So then they canceled him completely, but then he blew up afterwards when
but
this guy came around.
These are major Muppets in the deep state that they're connected to. His dude's dad was the part of the Reagan administration here, within the director of arms control.
And then Shane Gillis also too. He attended with West Point, but he says he only went for one fucking season or whatever. But
right.
Really, you only went for one fucking season and you dropped out. What the fuck's that about? I don't believe you. And
when was his first big special after his SNL fallout? Though I swear it's almost in line with when this dude became the CIA director.
Yeah, no, that's when they recovered his career, right?
Yeah.
He was and then he came in and so what really happened was he fucking him. He started doing the Trump impersonations too, and that's when he blew up. Now he's the biggest fucking comedian in the industry these days.
No, and I like the show. I mean, that show he did on Netflix.
If only I'd polished my Trump impressions.
And you had CIA connection.
I do think there is a connection between a lot of the things we see in media, whether it's the production of comedy, TV, films, etc.
I could have been a
the
star.
news, right?
Oh,
that is controlled by not just the CIA and their Operation Mockingbird. That's one example. There's other operations.
When you're talking about Shane Gillis, though, too, not only did he attend West Point, but what university does he always wear the colors for? That stupid fucking Roman Catholic shit, fucking Notre Dame.
Oh, Notre Dame. Okay.
South Bend, Indiana. The fucking Roman Catholic fucking. Although their law professor, he wrote a fantastic book, and Sabrina's friend Jay Dyer always talks about it. What the fuck is that guy's name? The lawyer wrote about it. About Henry Luce.
Friend.
You're a little
Jay
bit-
Dyer is Harry's friend, not
Harry's
Sabrina's. Harry's.
Jamie's my friend.
Oh, sorry. You're your friend's husband. Whatever. I don't give a fuck. It's
Yeah,
close
story.
enough.
Hey, I'm story.
Yeah, they're
You
making
brought
fun of my
it
name,
up,
but they didn't get it
Jonah.
right.
Story.
Anyways, he's making a reference to my name not being spelled right. I get that, but
What
I
is
haven't said
this?
that.
Donald Trump Jr. is marrying a man this weekend? Oh, is that Gavin Newsom's ex-wife?
No,
man?
no, he
No.
dumped her. He
Oh, he
dumped
did?
her, and
Okay.
Trump appointed her ambassador to Greece. So he
Oh.
hooked up
Get her out of
with
town,
with a Miami socialite, Palm Beach.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking
Bettina
Versace?
Anderson, is that her name?
I don't remember what her name is.
That's what I'm seeing a picture of this lady with him.
Does she have any ties to any foreign countries?
Well, let's take a look. She's got a name Anderson. That's interesting to me
There
because
she
that's
is.
a powerful Society Cincinnati
Bettina,
family.
yes, Bettina Anderson.
Oh, she's definitely from that family too.
But tuna.
God, she is under 40.
Palm
and
Beach,
she
fucking
looks
Epstein.
Yeah,
Weird.
she's the daughter of a Society Cincinnati guy.
That's a huge fucking Bettina is actually a huge name in Poland.
Oh, okay.
So, JJ, you previously brought up Operation Mockingbird, and
Wait.
I thought of what
Paradise
President Obama.
Fund. She's, go back to that philanthropy. So her and her brother founded the Paradise Fund. Yeah, that's weird as fuck.
We'll have to look at their money, see who they're getting funded by.
Once they're involved with the Red Cross.
Yeah, right.
Total
I've
upstanding
never heard this name
organization.
before,
Red
dude. I
Cross.
didn't know this person
They
existed.
never did nothing wrong ever.
Wait, a company
They ain't
to
do nothing,
Serbia.
Todd. I don't hear you accusing, but they ain't do nothing, Todd.
They didn't do
Meanwhile,
nothing.
they married in a secret ceremony yesterday.
Yeah, what's that about, right?
Weird.
Well, because
her father's a society. I know that name. Harry Boy Anderson Jr. That is a Society of Cincinnati member.
Wait, bring her shit just back up and go to the COVID sentence.
Did you say COVIDs?
Yeah, the vacation sentence in there about that virus.
She supported the Black Lives Matter movement, encouraged followers to follow measures to mitigate the spread of COVID-19, including a post the day before the 2020 presidential election for a mask with a sign reading, "Only you can stop the spread of ignorance."
She's marrying Donald Trump. What?
That's what I'm saying. Well, this all sounds very strange. And again, she's from a society family.
If we go into the future, if there's any justice,
that means that if she has a kid with Trump, that means that's the new member in that bloodline.
And her name is Butt Tuna.
Yeah, Butt Tunas.
Butt Tuna. No, that's a big Polish name though. So there's a lot of fucking Polish projects. Yeah, Bettina is actually a Polish name. I knew a couple of Bettinas.
It doesn't say much about her mother. Her father's.
As we go into the future, in the dictionary, if there's any justice, that woman's picture should be there with a mask
talking about
on.
Barron Trump right now.
Under the name ignorance. Under the name the definition ignorance.
I'm pretty. Well, I missed that last comment. Go ahead, sir. What were you saying?
Who?
Yeah, Todd, he wasn't listening to you. He didn't think fuck care what you have to say. No, I'm kidding.
That woman picture should be in the dictionary under the word ignorance. The one that's promoting wearing a mask.
It's a little too on the nose, isn't it?
It's too right on.
Just really quick, just to go back to something JJ you had mentioned.
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, most of us are familiar with Operation Mockingbird, and I just wanted to bring up, I think, some ancillary legislation. So there's something called the Smith Modernization Act of 2012, right? And that was amended, obviously, by President Trump, and that was to allow domestic propaganda. Originally, that act, and I think it was called the National Defense Authorization Act,
Well, they
was
slipped it into that.
passed
They slip it into that.
much earlier.
Yes,
But
the U.S. Information Educational Exchange Act, but they often the updates they've done to it, I think they've slipped it into the National Defense Authorization Act.
But can I point out though too, NDAA 2011 or 2012 is what they actually slipped the Brady bill in with, right? So that's
Right, they
part
keep
of the
doing that with the NDAA.
right?
You're right. Yep.
So they slipped into that through the fucking NDAA, which is fucking hilarious. But there was something big
that's
hidden in
legislation that basically gets voted on without anyone reading it every time to like renew it, right? Because they make a big deal about its renewal, but it just keeps.
No. Every year, every time they try to fucking there's some people that try to get the Section 702 removed, but they always fucking seek that through. But this year
Right.
there was something big that was hidden in it. Then Trump signed it in. I'm pretty sure. I'm just looking that up because I remember something big about
But
that.
this Smith-Mundt nationalization, Smith-Mundt Propaganda Act, whatever they want to call it, right? I mean, that's what it is. It's the ability to propagandize
modernization
domestically.
Right. Yeah, domestic propaganda, right?
2013 under Obama, not Trump, but
Obama.
Go on.
It's under Obama. That is correct. But President Trump has done us no favors in his first year and a half as president. And
I know all the BDS
it's really bad.
So Democrats put this thing in office. He gets in there and uses it. And it's like, oh God!
No,
immediately thereafter. By the way.
It is concerning, and this is not a right left.
Wait till the Democrats get back in and use all the shit Trump put into, all the tools Trump gives them.
Nothing is going to stop. I mean,
God, you're way too defensive about Trump. I was literally setting up Sabrina for one of her Israel rants, and then
am I defensive about Trump? Am I
We've got the
washing
Genius
Trump's
Act,
balls?
stable
No.
coins, CDBC. The Clarity Act is about to get passed, which is going to be a disaster. Tax Silica. The reason I know about a lot of these is because I'm in fintech, and our principal customers are a lot of local and regional banks and credit unions. It's going to be horrible. It's going to be horrible. They are consolidating down, not just businesses, but banking too.
Right.
And that's terrible for us. So
I think that's kind of done incrementally with each bank's set of failures, right? The savings and loan failures. Then we got
I'm actually happy that the little bankers are lobbying against the Clarity Act, which was originally, I believe, part of the Genius Act last year, but it was pulled out because of the lobbyists. And fingers crossed, that they don't do that, because a lot of those small banks, they're just going to go out of business.
And
they're going to have to.
They have, and I think it's been very much orchestrated. I mean, we even see the element of the Bush family, right?
Right.
Neil Bush he was a big part of the savings loan, right?
Yep.
Silverado.
Silverado, that's right.
Silverado Savings and Loan out in Colorado. Well, so if you read The Mafia, the CIA, and George Bush by Pete Bruton, they talk about it is a bipartisan scandal. It was buried. You had George H.W. Bush. You had Lloyd Benson. Lloyd Benson was a Texas Democrat. They're all connected. A guy named Herman Beebe, who was kind of like the king of the savings and loan.
Beebe Netanyahu? What?
It was all. It
no,
was,
I'm kidding.
I mean, no, he was a guy from. I think he was connected with Carlos Marcello. But it was. I mean, one of the books that I had read was called like the Daisy Chain. They were all connected. J.A. Hatfield, who wrote Fortunate Son, which was a book about George W. Bush, and then J.H. Hatfield died a alleged suicide in 2001.
I forgot about that book. Oh, that's a good one. Good reminder.
What was the name of that book?
It was a great book.
The Fortunate Son.
Fortunate Son. Fortunate Son was published, I believe it was by Saint. I always forget if it's St. Martin's or St. Mark's.
I ain't your fortunate son, no.
The book was
commissioned. It ain't me.
I believe
it ain't me.
The book.
This is it right here, the autobiography of Louis B. Fuller.
Is that it?
Not Jesse Puller. Not in the Marines. No, it was. No, you know why it's not there? Because of what happened with it. So I think it was commissioned
as
a hangout.
They get this guy, J.H. Hatfield, who'd been known for doing like some X-Files books. I think he wrote a biography of Patrick Stewart. He was kind of like on the fringe of pop culture biographies, but he was from the South. And they give him a hot take. The hot take is
Phil's
the
up here
fact
talking
that
shit on
George
Hatfield
W.
like he's a
Bush
McCoy.
did-
A hot take? Is that like a hot shot?
that-
Coke and heroin?
It's like a plutonium through an umbrella.
So what happens is they tell Hatfield about Bush's arrest for cocaine. However, Hatfield was a ex-convict. He had been involved in a plot to murder a fellow conspirator in a money laundering case. And so what happened is you have kind of like that perfect setup where he writes Fortunate Son with a lot of information, some that was already out there about George W. Bush seeming to be the lucky guy, a fortunate son in Harkin Energy, when you know when to bail out of a failing investment but still profit, and buying into the Texas Rangers at a small percentage but yet own a good portion of the team.
I mean, I think Neil Bush
always
was
seems
the
to come
fortunate
out-
son, though, right? With the John Hinckley connection.
Well, not only that, I mean, I think they're all fortunate
No,
sons.
just-
They should all be in jail. I like what you're saying, because we see with Neil Bush, he was recognized to have had breaches of fiduciary duties in that savings and loan crisis. No charges.
Well, Neil didn't go to jail, but George W. was the fucking president, Jonah. I mean, come on. I mean, who is the more fortunate son of the
Yeah, but hey, wait. I know you're American and all, but is being president really fortunate, or is it fucking kind of a curse?
How
Depends
about
on
Marvin
which
Bush?
area
He
you're
was on the
living in.
board
He
of
wasn't-
the security company for 9/11.
For the Bushes, it's not a curse.
He wasn't supposed. I mean, George W. was never meant to be the president.
Right. It's
It was
supposed to be
supposed
Jeb.
to be
It wasn't.
Jeb.
It was.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be
And
Jefferson.
Rockefeller.
Yeah, that's why I'm
right,
saying he's the
because
cursed one.
George
He was
a
never
C
supposed to be. He's
student.
the cursed one. The other two
George
fucked up,
was a
and
C
he's the one who was
student,
forced
right?
to take
He
By
was
the
an
way-
average student. He wasn't the smart one.
Yeah. No, he wasn't, and that's why I think a good portion of W.
You're talking about
Oliver Stone movie,
George
by the way,
Jr., not George
that was-
Senior,
Junior, right? Strategery.
Nah.
because Senior was
But
scholars.
wait,
and
you're saying
Yale
getting
and-
fucked by Dick Cheney. You're saying getting fucked by Dick Cheney is actually being the fortunate one in the family. I mean, it sounds like he's the cursed one. If you're really digging
No.
into.
Well, I mean, you make a good argument,
Well,
but
if
he
you're-
did get the benefit of doing nothing and while working as the president over Dick Cheney, under Dick Cheney.
do some drugs, go paint some pictures.
Right. So it's interesting though. StratSec, which Marvin Bush was on the board of, they had his clients Dulles National Airport, United Airlines, Gillette, MCI, World Trade Center. Right. So most of these agencies are involved in the 9/11 attacks, and this dude was on the board of this company.
And George Senior was
and
in with
MCI
Carlisle's
had
group,
that
Bin Laden, right?
Well, I was about to say, between StratSec and the intersection of that and the Carlisle group, you have the folks that planned 9/11.
Hey,
Yes.
would you believe they
And,
found his passport?
Well, this is the group that actually did the security for the building, right?
Well, would you
and,
believe they found his passport 3 blocks away?
Well, of course not. Of course not. But when we look at the weird scenes inside the Comedy Store and whatnot in Hollywood, if you will, we get Nick Kroll. Now, he's the son of the founder of Kroll Incorporated.
What position does he play?
Oh, you've seen
In
Nick
the
Kroll
comedy?
before. He's been in a lot of stuff. Oh, go ahead, sir.
What role does he play in the comedy club group?
Oh,
He
he's been in the
just,
league. He does Comedy Central shows. He had that weird Diddler cartoon on Netflix called Big Mouth.
But he's all tied in with Joe
John
Rogan and
Mulaney.
No, but I mean, he's definitely he's from Westchester, New York. The
Comedy
den of
circuit.
iniquity. Yeah, he's in Hollywood and in comedy.
Well,
Hollywood,
and-
though.
Seinfeld. Yeah.
Well, and again, it's
And,
just a lot of weird connections. But when you were saying, Phil, that we're under an ongoing national state of emergency with respect to terror attacks from September 11th, yeah, for sure, and it gets renewed again in August this year.
It continually
So they can propagandize the
gets
shit out of
renewed,
everything,
but
right? If we're
Yeah.
under national emergencies,
Yes.
all bets are off.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just
You
like
keep pointing out, JJ, how it goes back to the 1947. That's another big one. And,
yeah. Well, that's where we get the
Security
Smith
Act,
Modernization
National
Act. That's
Security Act.
derivative of the National Security Act.
Yeah. After that, they could say whatever they want and get away with it. But they were slicker back in the.
What do you
days
have
of,
against national security, Todd?
And show me where
of
it
the
touched you on
Korean
the
War.
dollar, sir. Show me where national security touched you.
Phil's rubbing his eyes like, holy fuck, Jonah, shut up.
we even get the lady that looks like Storm from the X-Men, right? Tulsi Gabbard.
Tulsi Gabbard, yeah.
She's
fucking
from the
CIA, fucking Hawaiian.
Well, again, back to the kind of nuanced position of what Sabrina was touching on is
left her office
it's not
today.
just the CIA. So she's actually works for the same PSYOPs unit.
No, I'm talking CIA
and
is fucking. If you go back to,
she worked for the same unit as Michael Aquino.
Intervention, sir. Intervention, sir.
My bad.
Yeah, she works for the same unit that wrote us PSYOPs of Mine War.
Yeah, but I'm saying though, Hawaii, the state of Hawaii itself, though, right? That's why they have the big Anastasia. They have all the spook colleges there, where Maya Sotoro is a fucking professor and married to a fucking Mongolian from Brampton. But
I think even
if I may, JJ, how big do you think that unit is?
I'd say probably a few hundred people.
A few hundred people at any given time?
Yeah.
It's been around for a while since if Michael Aquino was involved.
Oh, yeah.
Before him.
It came about in Vietnam, sir.
Hey, wasn't that broad that allegedly got shot in the throat at fucking January 6th? Also, that unit or fucking one of their.
No, she was Air Force.
That's an interesting unit. That's an interesting unit.
She was Air Force Security Forces, allegedly out of the DC National Guard unit, the 113 Security Forces. Yet it's my community. I know folks who run that unit. No one knows her.
No, I thought you were in the 110, bro.
No, I'm familiar with those people though, and what's the girl's name?
You know Francis Neely? You know Jack Reacher?
Oh, that's Army military police, sir.
Somebody said
something
in
there,
chat
right?
that Tulsi
Ashley
Gabbard's father was friends with
Ashley
David
Babbitt.
Ashley Babbitt, thank you.
Friends
what about
with David
Gabbard's
Duke?
father?
That Tulsi Gabbard's father was friends with David Duke.
Really? I didn't
Doc
know
said that.
Okay.
Doc said that, so I'm not gonna say I agree with it because.
Oh well, Doc's usually correct on these kind of things. Yes. So
No,
yes,
Doc Inferno.
that's what I was going to say. Thank you, Doc. She's involved in a very specific cult out of Hawaii, and her staffers in Congress and presumably within the DNI office were all from that cult.
Oh wow.
She's also a WEF member, as everybody knows. She was a member of the Young World Economic Forum Young Leaders that they were grooming. So she didn't just sneak onto the scene.
Part of that, sure.
No.
On the scene, but we always hoped she was going to be. You know, these people may believe what their libertarian kind of concepts as they're coming up through these channels. She had
JJ. Can you bring up this Hawaiian whore that I'm dropping her information or Wikipedia?
Is this Barry's mom, dude?
No, the Hawaiian whore. While Todd's talking, you bring up this Hawaiian whore and kind of, yeah. And look into her as far as her intelligence ties. While Todd talks, I'll shut up.
Who is this?
Barry's sister,
Who is
dude.
this?
Maya Sotoro. But the reason I bring it up, she's named after Maya Angelou.
Over there in Hawaii.
Yeah, but look at where she's look at the name of the university where she's a professor at.
What a nice place to grow up as a teenager, in Hawaii.
The Spark M.
Matsunaga Institute for Peace. Is that Japanese?
And it's based at the University of Hawaii.
Interesting.
So yeah, that's her, and her husband's a fucking Malaysian, Chinese Malaysian out of fucking Brampton, which is fucking Bramladesh or fucking Brambai or whatever. Like, man, like that fucking place is all fucking Hindi as shit.
Yeah.
So
McGill University, huh?
Yeah, McGill University is fucking you and Cameron.
Yep.
It's a huge university right in the downtown core of Montreal, but it's also University of Victoria, which is very suspect because that's the island office of Vancouver. Dagle abortions.
I would expect her to be involved in some of these things because it's multi-generational, right?
Yeah. So I just like to point out, though.
I got to point out too. Tulsi was one of those that went against Hillary Clinton, tried to demolish her. If you remember, she came out against
she
Hillary
kind of tried to
and
implode the
demolish her.
Democratic Party a bit, didn't she?
She left the Democrats because she was just attacked, ravished by Hillary. Like, kill
Well,
Tulsi.
no, they attacked her because she said Bashar al-Assad wasn't as much of an enemy as they fucking wanted us to believe. Like,
So,
I mean,
whether Tulsi's real or not, she's revealed some
Well, she's a real cult
bombshells.
member, sir. She's her
Is she a real cult member?
the Science of Identity Foundation, and her guru.
that sounds like Christian identity, you know?
Yeah, I think it grew out of one of the California movements for sure. Yeah.
I mean, maybe she's no Gabby Gifford. Let's be honest.
Yeah, broke away from the International Society of Krishna Consciousness. I'm sure Clint has some commentary on that one, huh, Clint?
What's that?
Christ conscious.
Seen those guys, Clint?
Oh yeah.
Krishna conscious movement, the Hare Krishnas.
Yeah, it's same bullshit.
Same bullshit, right?
Hey, the dude from Cro-Mags is fucking Hare Krishna, so don't be talking shit.
Oh my Lord, Hare Krishna.
Yeah, but her guru came out of the 60s, right? He was the son of an
Although I gotta talk shit on the Cro-Mags anyways, because fucking John Joseph, fucking Joe Rogan bringing some on all the time. I might love Cro-Mags music from the early '80s, but fuck that dirty Hare Krishna, fucking get it on fucking get it on with the son of Anton LaVey.
If only I had a $20 bill every time you said the F word, Jonah.
Why go for 20? Fuck 5 cents would make you rich.
Her cult also has the multi-level marketing. Why wouldn't they, right? It's all the cult. Oh, I'm not showing that screen. My bad. My bad. This is apparently what they're involved in there. I mean, all these cults seem to fund themselves through multi-level marketing schemes. That's not a surprise.
Yeah.
I just think.
I love Gerald Howe's comment.
I didn't see it.
She's hot and relatable. Shut up and take my vote. Let me die for Israel.
Well, I thought she was an odd choice, dude. For DNI, right? Like, you know, and I often criticize Trump on his selections because they all seem ridiculous. But I also want to argue the point that there may be something more to it because that's how ridiculous his selections are.
I mean, let's be honest. Erica Kirk is going to lead the nation, so this is the most fantastic selection he's ever made.
Well, here's the deal. I have no doubt J.D. Vance is going to run for president, and I wouldn't be surprised if Erica Kirk's alongside it. But what I do think is going to occur is Donald Trump's not going to endorse it. Whether or not that endorsement means anything at that point. Yeah, well, that was about, there you go. Whether or not there's going to be an endorsement to have, right?
Barron Trump is the next president, and he's going to fucking time travel. Let's go.
The one guy, Tyler's going to get released, not guilty, and then he's going to go really do it next time.
I'm voting for the Epstein Kirk ticket, sir. Jeffrey Epstein and Charlie Kirk are not dead, and they're going to come back and run for a presidential campaign together.
How about Charlie Kirk's hologram for president?
I'd vote for that. I don't vote, but I'd vote for that.
I'm here for you now.
You know what else is really fucking annoying about the Charlie Kirk thing, other than he didn't really fucking there was no blood. He didn't bleed at all. So other than that, what's really interesting about that is
that's pretty interesting enough. So there was no blood there.
Remember, he was like a fucking complete pariah, and then fucking he dies, and everyone's supposed to fucking bow to him like he's the second coming of Christ.
I think he very much was an intel operation. I think he was an intelligence operation. I think there's too much cheeks to that, and I think he lived in a Truman Show. So while I don't think he was the greatest guy, but I also don't think he understood what was going on around him.
No, but he was a fucking pariah.
You know what it reminded me of, JJ, was that movie FX, where the guy doesn't realize he's been hired to do the FX scene, but he's part of the thing. He's going to be
that's the most important thing to consider about all these things, sir. I appreciate using your brain for God's intended purposes. I appreciate all y'all. And
wait, can I ask a serious question though, Sabrina?
Hold on, one second. So as far as this compartmentalization goes, I think that is the often thing that I see misdescribed or misunderstood in conspiracy culture is, there's a lot of folks that these operations could not succeed without compartmentalization.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But can I ask
And
a serious
talented
question? And I'm
individuals
going to
doing their
exclude
part.
Sabrina from it. No, Todd, wait a second. For all the guys in the room, who would you rather fuck, Erica Kirk or Candace Owens?
Erica Kirk looks like a dude. Candace Owens kind of looks like a dude before she got all the work done. So I'm going to go with me.
When did this turn into a Family Guy episode?
I'm
You
not gonna
guys
lie.
are in the
Candace
car.
Owens
Okay,
is like
so
Candace
Which I
Owens sets
can't
off all my
stand,
fucking.
Sabrina, so I'm with you.
But let's say that Candace Owens only has one breast.
She
Now
sets off all my childhood
Would you
trauma.
do
I
her
would
then,
fucking.
Jonah? Would
still
you
go
do her
one breast.
then? If she only had one, would you do her then?
If she gave me, if she only had one, so she only had two stumps, it'd be even hotter. Not gonna lie.
Well,
Of course he would. Yeah, he'd do her with
let's all
three
agree
or
that Goldie Hawn has
zero.
better
No.
breast, Jonah. Let's all agree.
Fuck
He
Mary
prefers
Kill.
it
Let's
if green
go.
skin was green.
So this guy right here is that former deputy director of U.S. CENTCOM, and then he's also the guy that most certainly knows Ed Galrain from their Navy SEAL days. And this is the guy. You haven't seen this clip where he's. I mean, to me, I don't see how this is not a mask. The one on the left. Go ahead.
To me, it doesn't look physical as much as it looks like a digital alteration. I don't know
thought
what
the
anybody
same
else
thing,
thinks.
but then when you move in on it, it does seem to have an entire ridge that doesn't seem to be digitally created. Am I that far behind? Holy shit! I heard an echo of myself.
We're moving back to the future.
No,
Yeah.
dude, Clint's in Michigan, and they have shitty internet, so you're hearing yourself slow.
No, I checked it.
No, I don't think it's repeating. I think it was actually coming through Phil's microphone that time.
It's a Mandela effect.
I don't know why.
I think I've heard this
though. Yeah,
before.
I'm not sure.
Jonah's cut off beer goggles. No, hey, wait, Jeff, I admit, Candace Owens sets off my childhood trauma. The way she was abusive and shit, I find that hot as fuck. I'm not saying she's hot. I'm saying the abusive nature of her is hot as fuck for someone who's abused.
So you think this is a digital effect there, Sabrina?
I do. I would have to see more, but it appears to be a digital effect, 100%, filtering, etc.
Yeah, I mean, I could see. I would almost want to believe that if I didn't see a shadow from the shadow, kind of deal, right?
It looks like the one on the left has a wider head.
Yeah, the head shape seems different to me too. There's a lot of aspects, but I mean, just the actual seam we see there, right? Compared to his
what's happening to his neck?
Yeah, he doesn't look like the same guy in comparison. This one on the right is from May 18th. The one on the left from May 20th.
I mean, the neck could just be from way too much testosterone in his youth, and now he can't keep the fucking skin tight.
Well, that's true. I mean, there's the turkey neck aspect to it, but it doesn't explain the seam aspect. And he does look totally different. His eyes, look how his eyes are a bit lazier on the right 2 days prior, right?
Yeah, cocaine, bro.
Cocaine's hell. He hung out with Hunter Biden.
I mean,
his mouth moves different too. I mean,
hey, the only difference between crack cocaine and cocaine powder is sodium bicarbonate.
Yeah, he looks very different.
Support your local science store. But I mean, his mouth moves different. His eyes look different. The head shape, yeah, his head looks like a different size almost.
Hey, wait, am I the smart retarded guy? Thank you.
So you were mentioning Aquino and what's his name at the Presidio, and I was trying to dig up. There's a third guy named Colonel Richard Lee Sutter, and that I can't find who his father is, and I can't find one picture of his face on the internet. But he was at the Presidio too.
Don't forget about Valet, who was the co-author of fucking Mind War.
That's what I'm saying. So Chelsea Gabbard likely knows those individuals, and we see Valet on the advisory council of USA.
Is it Valet or is it Valelli?
Valelli, there we go.
Valelli, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, who's Valet? There's someone who's a Valet. But I'm no good with names. I don't give a fuck about people.
Well, it says that Sutter coined the term Mind War.
What was his first name?
Well, if we're
Richard
talking
Lee
Valet,
Sutter.
Go ahead, sir.
Jonah, in terms of
Yeah.
a ballet, there was one of the JFK patsies out of Chicago.
Ah, you're right.
I think it was Thomas. Yep, there was the ballet.
I knew there was a ballet tied to all these psychological operations.
This looks like him right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a
Died
picture.
in Michigan back in
Oh,
2014.
he's a Michigander, Clint's boy.
I
So
wonder who his
Clint,
father is.
who is he?
He's part of the Quino Mine War PSYOP stuff.
Yep, Richard worked in the Special Operations Forces
Republican
community,
Central
returning in
Committee of
1993.
Huh.
Sonoma County. So he's out in California.
Yep.
Yeah,
you
so
got a Michigan,
Life serving the
California
Republican Central
connection.
Committee.
That's right.
Huh?
It's the same
That's
fucking. That's
interesting.
in the Bay Area where Sabrina is.
Wait,
where
he
Presidio
died
is, right?
in Sonoma County?
Well, he was the Republican Central Committee of Sonoma County. It says.
Services to be held, Sacramento Valley. Can
Yeah.
we talk about, there was a movie back in the 80s, Mark Harmon and Sean Connery, called The Presidio?
Oh, yeah, great
Was a
film,
murder
dude. Great
mystery,
film. A lot of the Colby's Queers drug
yeah.
trafficking at the heart of that one, right?
It was Mark Harmon, Sean Connery, and Meg Ryan.
Yeah. Yeah, Army MPs, right? Harmon served under Connery, right? And then was investigating a murder when he was part of SFPD.
Yeah.
And you know what's
Well, you
so
know that
strange
Mark
about
Harmon
all of this?
co-authored,
Go ahead, Phil.
Go ahead, Sabrina.
No, I was
No,
just going
I
to.
defer to you. Go ahead.
Oh no. I was just going to say I lived in the actual Presidio back in 2010 for about a year and a half.
Oh, okay.
So it's interesting that I would walk around the entire Presidio. So President Bill Clinton closed a lot of military bases during his first term, I think. And one of the casualties was the Presidio of San Francisco, which I believe was Navy. And so it was closed. Well, it's still considered government land. So park services patrol it. So San Francisco PD do not go into the Presidio. It is park police, and the federal government still owns the land, and they hired a company called Presidio Trust that rent out the old Navy buildings. And my husband and I rented a duplex on Officers Row because I needed a house with a basement. So I would walk around the Presidio unaware of Michael Aquino and all of this horrible history that went on in the Presidio. Anyway, there was just a little empirical anecdote. Phil, go ahead. I'll turn it back over to you, Phil.
I mean, I'm going to jump in real quick and just point out Operation Sea Spray, though, too, right? If we're talking about
I remember the
San
name of that one.
Francisco.
What did that involve?
That's when they dropped the virus through the mist and poisoned all of San Francisco.
Yeah, but was that a bacteria? That was a bacteria, right?
But that happened years prior.
Yeah. But I mean, it's got to be tied to that base if they're doing it in fucking there in San Francisco. If you're asking me, I don't know for sure.
I mean,
but
very likely, yeah. Well, that was an army base. There was a naval station over, I think, on Treasure Island.
Treasure Island as well. Yeah. Yeah, I think Treasure Island Air Force and the Presidio was Navy.
I was thinking Treasure Island was Navy and the Presidio was Army.
I could be wrong.
Well, just because Aquino was Army, so I'm sure that they had a United Nations outfit there too. So there's probably a number of
Navy, but
I
think it turned Army.
Yeah, well, it was originally built by the Spanish.
We're in the Navy.
Yes, it was originally built by the Spanish here.
Phil, what were you going to share?
1776.
No.
Wait. If it's built in 1776, how's it still standing? There was the San Francisco fire that destroyed the entire city.
Right, and the earthquakes, right?
Yeah. Okay, Phil, what were you going to say?
I'm just happy to be here. No, I mean, with shit.
Did we interrupt you too much?
No, I did.
Yeah, so I think the only naval. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Presidio, I mean, no, it's funny. I see Hunter's point. I actually had read a fictional book in regards to Hunter's Point, and then that same author wrote a book in regards to Operation Midnight Climax. So, you know, CIA, MK Ultra, Presidio,
that's a Clint Vance situation
George
right there,
Hunter
sir.
White.
Interesting
I mean,
enough, the
there's so
head
much,
San Francisco police was a Reiner.
Reiner?
Yeah, they're not. I've tried to look into that before, but there was a Operation Midnight Climax. There was a Reiner San Francisco police officer that was directly involved with it. I always thought it was weird because then you have the Rob Reiner I think it's Ira Reiner or no.
Well, Ira Reiner was the DA in Los Angeles.
There was a Reiner that was directly tied to the. I'll look it up while you. Sorry, I'm afraid to interrupt, but.
Yeah, Phil, what were you going to say about Midnight Climax?
Well, so with that whole operation, you had a guy named George Hunter White who was he wasn't CIA, but he wanted to be. He was OSS, okay. And then later, I think he was connected with the Federal Bureau of Narcotics. Yep. And one of the people he busted was Billie Holiday, the jazz singer. Yeah, no, George Hunter White. When you find
Lucky Luciano,
they have records of him.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, they have records of him about where else could you rape, pillage at the kind of like the honor of like God. Like he had a fucked up quote. Let's put it that way. Pardon the language, but he was. I mean, this was a guy who they allowed to be at the forefront of the early version of the war on drugs. And yes, in San Francisco, they have his records. He videotaped his own wife after she had been dosed with LSD and being like violated by another man. George Hunter White is someone who like
and he's one of the few people they still have the documents of, right?
Yeah, I mean, when I think of George Hunter White, I think of what Jim Angleton, the head of the CIA's counterintelligence, used to say, talking about Richard Helms and Alan Dulles and Frank Wisner, how you knew when you looked at these guys, they were going to wind up in hell. I hope to join them someday. That's George Hunter White. George Hunter White, I was always hoping Hank Albarelli could have written that biography of him. Unfortunately, Hank Albarelli, who wrote a terrible mistake about Frank Olson's death, died in the summer of 2019. And I know it was cancer, but there's part of me that thinks that, like, just like that other person who unfortunately died in 2019, Carrie Mullis, I feel like his death kind of just fit in with the pre-COVID sort of shit show that would kind of.
Do you think he was dispatched?
Just fall in afterwards. Albarelli, I listened to his presentation he did at a New York City bookstore, and he was introduced by a good guy who's still around named Mark Crispin Miller, who was a publisher. And Albarelli, when he was talking about what he presented about Frank Olson and the CIA is like, you're going to do right by us, right? The CIA was kind of looking for Albarelli to give him a pass. Mm-hmm. And Albarelli gave his presentation to the Manhattan DA. And the Manhattan DA is like, well, who's your sources? He's like, I can't tell you because they're both with the CIA. And if they talk, they not only risk their pension, they risk more. And then I don't think it was Morgenthau. I think it was I don't think it was Cyrus Vance either, but I think it might have been the DA in between them. It's like, well, then guess what? We're not going to listen. Mm-hmm. And that was it. And they took a knee on it, just like the way Cyrus Vance, who, by the way, was
not my Vance,
JJ Vance, but probably relation. Probably relation.
No relation, sir. He's of the New England Vance.
So wait. When Cyrus Vance is your relation.
No, actually, now I think about it, I think he's closer related to J. Paul Vance of the Sandy Hook stuff, but he's from the Pennsylvania Vances. He's from the Pennsylvania.
But
Vances.
if I could interrupt briefly, it was Robert C. Reiner who was directly involved with the Operation Climax, or Midnight Climax, which is funny because if I'm searching that out, the only Rob Reiner that always comes up is that fucking director.
Yeah, I searched it too,
Meatball.
dude. I couldn't even find anything but Rob Reiner, the director.
Yeah. Now, is that the Robert C. Reiner that they're talking about? But I'm not saying it is. But I mean, there was a Robert C. Reiner directly involved with fucking. If you did, because I found it through Google Demons AI. But first, they came up with that name, but then I can't find anything by searching that name specifically. It's weird as fuck.
Yeah, I couldn't either.
Cyrus Vance. I haven't heard that name in a while. He was Carter's Secretary of State.
He was. Now he's more closely related to John K. Vance, the former CIA Inspector General, who
and Cyrus Vance Jr. was also the he was directly involved with what's it called there?
He was the Manhattan
SDNY. Yeah, the SDNY, the fucking
he was the Manhattan
most corrupt.
Yes.
Manhattan.
Did he? He might have worked in the federal office before that. He might have. I'm not sure. But he's
Southern District. Southern District in New York. So
he was corrupt as fuck. He handled all the financial shit, right?
So here's an angle, and this is where I agree with Jonah. So mark that down. No, but Vance, there was Mark Shaw, the author, wrote a book about Dorothy Kilgallen's death.
Yes,
Kilgallen,
he is amazing.
The journalist.
Yes, he's an attorney in San Francisco.
So now here's the thing. So you had Dorothy Kilgallen, who was on what was it? The
What's My Line?
Not to tell the truth, but
What's
one of those.
My Line?
What's My Line? And was a journalist who had access. She interviewed Jack Ruby.
Last person, right?
There was
that was the last thing she saw before she died, right?
Yeah.
Was Jack
Ruby. No, I think she was. So you had a guy named Mark Shaw who wrote like 3, 4 books. I think I've read at least 2 of those books. However, I believe Mark Shaw kind of took that information off another person who did the work. Because I read that person's book about Dorothy Kilgallen. But the story is Vance did nothing with it. And that the medical examiner in that county took a knee on that story. And Dorothy Kilgallen, I believe, was killed because what information she gleaned from Jack Ruby. That scene from JFK, people tend to discount it. And to be honest, that might be Brian Doyle Murray, Bill Murray's brother. That might be one of his best roles as Jack Ruby, where he is saying, where he says, the information I give you, I won't live to tell you another time.
That's what he's actually telling that to Jim Garrison, right? He's playing Earl Warren, right?
Well, yes. Jim Garrison's playing Earl Warren, and he's like, no, we can't take you to DC. But there is a journalist out of the Midwest. Her name is Sarah Heinz, Hein, I think it's Z, because I've read her book about Dorothy Kilgallen. That's where Mark Shaw got the information, and Mark Shaw just tossed any credit to the side.
No, I am so disappointed to hear that.
Hey, JJ, I dropped a link there with, I just did the Google Demons, and I said Cyrus Vance Jr. controversies, and if you bring that up, that's interesting.
Phil,
he did the Weinstein
do you mind
stuff.
dropping that name into the chat?
So he did the Weinstein, he did Trump Organization, he was also involved with the Epstein shit. If you go down the whole list, it's kind of wild, the shit that Cyrus Vance But then if you get down to the
Yeah,
bottom,
he
it's
prosecuted
like,
the Trump organization for the tax stuff, right?
and then it's like, or explore the Marshall Project, Cyrus Vance Jr.
Oh shit,
records.
that's right, Dominic Strauss-Kahn, dude. That's the World Banker, dude, or IMF, dude.
Yeah, so that's how
Yes,
corrupt this
it is.
motherfucker was.
Yeah, that was a takedown I've ever seen. One right there with Dominic Strauss-Kahn, dude.
Yeah,
They wanted that guy out of there.
yeah.
By the way, Phil, when you were talking, you brought up Mark Shaw, which I'm very disappointed to hear that there was any kind of plagiarism, or that someone else did the research and he did not provide any context or credit. I do recall Mark Shaw saying in an interview for one of his later books, still talking about Marilyn Monroe, beyond Dorothy Kilgallen, and I forget, and the president, John F. Kennedy, that someone in California, the son of a DA in Texas who happened to have moved to California, gave him a transcript of the Ruby trial. Did you know that? I mean, this is something that was not available to him, allegedly. Now you're making me doubt.
So I had read the first two books with Shaw, and Shaw had done a book previously before then, I believe, about Joe Kennedy and the assassination. But when I read Sarah Jordan Heinz's book, I was like, oh crap. And she's young. She's younger than I am. I'm 45. And Sarah Jordan and her father have written books. She got an early start about Dorothy Kilgallen. I'm like, I think it does kind of make sense, because a lot of people have come out about Mark Shaw's work and they were like, no, people are like,
wow,
there are issues, and I'm willing to kind of go with certain elements of it. However, no, I think Shaw might just be someone who kind of like the way Michael Moore took information around with it. Michael Moore, in regards to not even Bowling for Columbine. Bowling for Columbine was misrepresenting information. When he did Fahrenheit 9/11, like he talks about, there's a scene when he does, like, he throws in Eric Clapton's cocaine in like documents and talks about a guy named James R. Bath. Michael Moore didn't find that name. That name was in a bunch of books. Jim Bath was involved with the Bin Ladens. Jim Bath was
I was gonna say he was a Carlisle guy, wasn't he?
Oil Nexus. Yeah. Jim Bath was around. He was around in the BCCI Nexus.
Wow.
Around the group that the artist Mark Lombardi, the guy who drew the interlocking connections and then died of alleged suicide in 2000, was privy to. So no, Michael Moore didn't find it. Someone gave it to him. There was a guy who I actually reached out to. He was in prison, a former FBI agent. His name was Richard Taus. Richard Taus came upon a connection with Iran-Contra on Long Island, and they were called the K-Team. Richard Taus went to do an undercover operation, and he was a noted, he was good at what he did. And next thing you know, they're bringing up on sex abuse charges. And they were like, he molested these kids.
Oh shit, dude.
And it was like, well, actually,
that was before they just put it on the computers.
They were like,
Is Todd backstage, by the way? I forgot.
Oh, did Todd fall off? I don't know, dude. Oh, my bad. I didn't know Todd was gone.
He said he had phone problems.
Oh shoot, my bad, Todd. Todd, you there? Todd's share.
Michael.
Go ahead, sir.
He had problems with his 6-foot screen.
Well, I think I might have taken him off the screen when he got up from his chair before. I normally it was my fault.
And you're high.
You're too stoned.
Well, I'm not high, except for I'm high on this conversation.
You're too stoned. I'm making fun of Clint. I'm too stoned.
I got to admit, I'm pretty high. But Richard Taus was operating his group out of Freeport, Long Island. Freeport, Long Island was like 15 minutes from where I grew up. And the group he was investigating was involved, they were connected to Michael Milken's group.
Oh
Like
shit! Well, there's a
there was
BCCI
like
Connect right there,
some
right?
serious.
Wow.
They were called, I think it was Castle Securities, which was connected
That
to
ties
Drexel
into
Burnham Landing.
Paul Hellwell, doesn't it?
Castle Bank and Trust.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's Bank and Trust, not
That's
Castle
Castle
Security.
Bank. Yep.
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I knew it was Castle.
One of
My
the
bad.
biggest regrets.
So this dude
One
was
of
an
the biggest
FBI
regrets I
agent
had
involved in the
was-
CIA business, and then they jammed him
Yep.
up in '88.
See,
So
these days
I
they
found
just
his
instead of
name
saying you molested the kids, they just put it on your
So-
hard drive.
You reached out to him, Phil? Did he respond to you?
So here's the thing. So I found his name in a book called Defrauding America by a guy named Rodney Steach, who was a FAA inspector who had uncovered corruption with the airlines, and then they went after him in a divorce case and drove him to bankruptcy. But then from the corruption he experienced, he reached out to other people. Richard Taus was one of them. I wrote Richard Taus a letter, and he called me. Now, here's the thing. So he calls me back in 2005.
No
I can
shit.
remember exactly when it was. I know where I was.
Wow.
I didn't take the call because the problem was I thought it was going to be, I didn't know the number. I thought it was going to be hearing of the death of a relative.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
like, I can't hear it. I hear the voicemail. It's Richard Taus.
Oh.
And
Wow.
he is calling from prison to tell me everything. He wrote me a letter. I still
You have a
that
collect
letter.
call from an
And
inmate at. I've had those calls a
He
few
was
times.
at Clinton Correctional. He was at Clinton Correctional Facility.
Isn't
And
that a
I
state
told
facility?
my buddy Tom, yeah. And
All I can see is the top
it
of
was
Todd's head.
Dannemora initially, but became Clinton. And I told my buddy Tom, who worked for the Daily News, later the Post, and the Daily Mail.
That's what happens when you use
And
duct tape.
he reached out to
Oh, I got
he reached
68
out to him.
monitor.
And he's like, his story only goes so far.
Oh.
There was
Yeah.
more to it.
What was the
And,
evidence? I mean,
I
it
always
sounded like
regret
they had a
that.
minister, some young boys. Like, what was the evidence that was against him, though? You know what I mean? Was it what victims' claims? Was there physical evidence?
young. It was kind of like versions of McMartin, but it was possibly, it was, hey, it's a 9-year-old saying you did it. And then he's like, I was in Florida, because he still was like in the reserve at that point. And then he's like, well, they're bringing this up because what I have about Iran-Contra, and the judge is like, you can't bring up Iran-Contra. And then it turns out the DA, Dennis Dillon, who was a very prominent DA in Nassau County, was related to one of the jurors who literally said it. I'm related to the DA. And they're like, that's not a conflict.
Yeah, right. That's weird,
Wow.
right?
So at one point, I tried to get records. They're like, yeah, that's $2,000. And I'm like, yeah, I
Wow.
don't have $2,000 to be giving for records.
What the
Richard
fuck's wrong
Taus
with
did get
you?
released
Come on.
after serving over probably close to 30 years, but he was constantly sought out, not just for, I mean, Michael Moore's people sought him out, but people sought him out because he was an FBI agent. He was, I believe he was involved in Operation Baby Lift, which was the
that was what's his name from the Franklin scandal?
John DeCamp.
John DeCamp.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
John DeCamp's left
Mondani.
with the charge of what, like 40,000 orphans or something like that?
Hey, a quick side tangent, but
Yeah.
Mondani was involved in the Kennedy airlift. His
I
daddy.
did not know that.
Mondani's daddy was one of the Kennedy airlifts, same with Obama's daddy. So there's a bunch of other ones that were tied to that. But yeah, no. Mohammed or something, Mondani, he was a Kennedy airlift from Uganda.
Damn it, I don't have my clip ready. I thought I had it ready. I'm glad I was about to say you're right in my brain hole, sir, because that was my Who's Your Daddy? What does he do? But I don't have it loaded up. So I don't know Madami's daddy, but he looks a lot like Jeffrey Epstein.
There's a book called, and it's on Amazon, it's The FBI, the Mob, and Treachery. And it's the story of Richard Taus. I bought his book back in 2006. So that does give the story. And then his son, David, his adopted son, went out and wrote the story because his son did try to reach out to me. I missed it because I was at work and I just couldn't answer it. Doesn't mean I was fucking regretful. Still do.
His son was reaching out and saying, Phil, I got a story. I want to reach you. Got an angle.
I think it was. I'll never know because I tried calling back and I never got an answer. And,
wow.
Kind of the same way the fact that my cousin was a detective out who made it his mission to bring in Sonny Franchise, and wants me to write his story, but is now kind of like his brain's failing. I look at it as that same missed opportunity. I'm kind of like that way because I've repeatedly said to my family, I'm like, I'll do it. I said, I will gladly do it. You know, it's
totally.
It sucks because to be honest, who's telling the story? Mikey Francesi, who, don't get me wrong, interesting, but kind of a liar. And Sammy the Bull Gravano, definitely a liar. You know, I'm like,
wait, do not attack the sincerity of the Italian community.
Sammy the Songbird is what I call him.
Yeah. JJ, do you mean Jimmy Moran out from Scottsdale, Arizona?
Exactly. No, for sure, dude. I trained part-time at the gym down there, personal trainer at the LA Fitness in Scottsdale. And everyone down there told me they all knew it was him. It was all a big joke calling him his Jimmy Moran name as opposed to Sammy Gravano or the Bull.
But with that article you just brought up, though, I brought that up because you're talking about that house and with Malaka Harris. The first thing she did was bury all the child sex abuse scandals with the Catholic child. And our channel's gonna be like, "Oh, that's not true. That's not true. Bill Colby is not." But fuck off, RR. But anyways, so the very first thing she did is they had mounds of evidence. She got rid of all the evidence against the Catholic Church as the California State DA, and then fucking refused to answer any of the calls of all the victims, etc. So I just wanted to point that out when we're talking about child molestation.
I'm surprised, but I didn't know that.
Yeah, that article, if you see it for yourself, it's fully in depth. It's the Intercept when Glenn Greenwald and whatever were actually doing good work.
You mean that gay furry guy, Glenn Greenwald? That guy?
Hey, he's done some good work, even if he is an agent. They're called limited hangouts, but limited hangouts are.
Even if he does dress like a furry and have sex.
No, he wasn't a furry. He was into like fucking black dude's feet.
Seems like the same difference. Same level of depravity.
Let's face it. When it comes to everything that we're given, what they call full transparency. So if we want to go with Spotlight, the whole Boston Globe, Cardinal Law, and let's face it. Well, that was 2001, 2002. Okay, they're giving us that. And yet at the same time, you had the Whitey Bulger story, which, if given complete and total transparency, indicts the Boston FBI. And if you really want to go with it,
the whole justice system,
FBI structure, you know,
the CIA who were handling him the whole time because they ran the MK Ultra on him, but in Kentucky prison.
Well, and meanwhile, like when it comes to how the portrayals of Whitey Bulger go, you have Bulger's quote unquote bête noire, Howie Carr, come out and say, "Oh, that MK Ultra is bullshit," and it's like, no, like they said, Bulger was wherever.
No, they have the medical documentation from the Kentucky State Prison, though.
Well, no, but what I'm saying with Bulger lived in darkness. He would not he made sure wherever he lived, the shades were drawn. Whatever was done to him, that happened. I'm
saying they have the documents.
No, he wasn't MK Ultra.
No, but
they said Whitey Bulger got severe LSD. a
Yeah,
ton
no,
of
it's
LSD
not that they said it.
experimentation, and he agreed to a
It's
bunch
not
of
that
it.
they said it. They have the documents because one of the sub projects was when he was in Kentucky State Penitentiary, and they have those documents because they're state documents, so they
We
were
got
never
the
fucking got rid of. If you wanted to get into it, the book is Poisoner in Chief, and who the fuck wrote it? I'll have to
Jimmy
look that up.
Gottlieb. That's
Kinzer or something like that.
Kinzer. Stephen Kinzer.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's documented on he's
So
on their program of
but he
mind
talks
control
about how the
experiments.
documents about the MK Ultra they actually still have those documents because they were state records and the CIA couldn't destroy them.
Yeah, his death in West Virginia seems super suspect.
Well, it was a Boston mob guy. I mean, sorry, it was a New York connected mob guy. They were allowed. I mean, Bulger's cell was open. They come in and bludgeon him to death.
Yep.
I mean, and that's only a year removed from. I said, I'm like,
and he was previously at war with the Italian mob. That's what I'm saying. Like, it seemed very suspect, right?
But wasn't he involved in some civil cases against the
then,
government at the time?
So here's the thing. So Bulger gets nabbed. He is the number 2 on the FBI's most wanted list behind Tim Osman. And
good reference.
For racketeering and mafia, for racketeering and mob activities and
Osama
drug
bin
running
Laden,
and
whose crimes never include a Tuesday in September.
Yeah, it was never on that most wanted list, was it?
No, never changed. So Bulger, who by the way went through like very distinct handlers' hands, and I'm not talking about John Connolly, like guys who were privy to the Bulger case were noted members of the FBI. I saw guys' names like Jim Ahern. Jim Ahern handled Jimmy the Weasel Fradiano at LA, kind of like at one point one of the highest defectors in the Italian mafia. And Bulger and his buddy Steve Flemmi have dinner with Joe.
Be a good role for Joe Pesci
at a point.
And so he got suspended, huh? Ahern got suspended, after the Whitey situation.
Yeah, I mean, well,
Mueller ties into Bulger too, though, right?
Yeah, Mueller's in there. Mueller's in there.
He was the USA there in Massachusetts at the time.
I think they handled things the way J. Edgar Hoover used to. If you got in trouble, like the way Jim Hosty, the guy who supposedly knew about Oswald, they smacked your hand, they shipped you off, but they didn't publicize it. You know, they just say they handled it internally.
Well, that was kind of the complaint of L. Fletcher Prouty, right, as depicted in the JFK film by Oliver Stone. He's saying they shipped him off to Antarctica or the South Pole, or so. Yeah, the Antarctica, right?
Like how the churches handled their pedophile problems. They shipped the priest over to another country or city or something. If it was reported,
or they had Malacca Harris just get rid of all the evidence.
Schools do the same thing with teachers who abuse kids.
Yeah, the police departments do a lot of the same shit with the inept
just
cops.
ship them over to the next state or county over.
They get sent to another school in the school district. That's all.
You tase a baby in Idaho, they'll hire you as a captain of Moscow PD. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, they can get a job there. Yeah. Whoa.
That's where they say.
Hey,
do you
leave pound cake and lick 'em low, Lisa alone.
Well, it's interesting to me when we're unpacking all these intelligence operations, right? I was recently listening to this interview by Scott Walter on the Y-Files YouTube. This one right here, actually. And he admits to his father being a secret CIA guy, a pilot in the drug trafficking trade.
The Yeshua files are fucking tablet. Get the fuck out of here, you.
Well, I understand that's my point. He's a muppet, but my point is who's his daddy? What did he do? And his daddy was the CIA. By his own admission, his father was killed on a snorkeling trip with him, murdered over what he knew from CIA drug trafficking. That's what he says in that interview.
Spooky business to be a part of.
I just think it's funny. All the Muppets
the first time I saw Fridaze. But the first time I saw Fridaze, New York Patriot there was like, oh, when I brought up the spook goose at the back of the room, and like, oh goddamn! The first time I ever heard my dad say the word spook, I thought he was talking like, he thought he sounded black,
Right.
but
The New York slang for spook, if you will.
yeah. But it's like no, like because I brought up Wiki Spooks too and some of the shit on there. Even then too, like I mean, the Wikipedia, all this shit is all fucking CIA run, but then they have Wiki Spooks, and it's like you're like, yeah, you might get a little bit of information on there, but you get the good information. Fuck no.
Does
It's like,
anybody remember pictures of Julian Assange's face, like on Time magazine, as this incredible image when that leak was going down?
Yeah,
The
he was
WikiLeaks thing.
dude. Let's not forget, Julian Assange was the
Does
guy who
anybody
hacked
remember
NASA on
when
behalf
there's
of
a movie
fucking
being made about Edward Snowden?
Citizen
Another
Four?
one.
I'm not convinced Edward
Barely
Snowden
getting away.
is some sort of CGI.
Lives over in
Nah,
Russia now. Talks
dude.
to you on occasion. Does
Edward Snowden is
libertarian
Totally
straight up
glitched
seminars.
out in
CIA.
that Brian Williams
By
interview years
satellite.
back. He had a full glitch out, dude.
Edward
Oh,
Snowden is straight
whoa.
up CIA, fucking directly tied to fucking John Brennan.
CIA
That's why
fucking hologram, dude.
that's why
And then
he only
Albert
that's why
Stone
he
does a
only talked
movie called
NSA.
Citizen 4 that's telling
Yeah.
you how your rights have been stolen. And this guy risks his life to do it. He's a hero.
No,
Right.
he only went
Remember
after
this?
NSA. He showed absolutely nothing from CIA and Vault 7, etc. Like, it's get the fuck out of here. Like, he was allegedly with Booz Allen, and then he's
Booz Allen, dude. Booz Allen Hamilton. Thank you, sir. That was the contractor I was trying to think of a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, and so he's like allegedly contracted with all the agencies, but he only dropped
they're
NSA
big.
information.
They're big in the on intelligence.
Yeah, so he was a temp agent for all the agencies. He only dropped the information on CIA, or I mean on NSA. He was a CIA plant. So I don't even think he's in fucking Russia. I think he's still in the USA.
These are key turning
I mean, when he did
points.
that
So
Joe Rogan interview, when he's like in the next room and it's like fucking no delay, get the fuck out of here. You got the T1 connection to fucking Putin's office. Well, I mean,
those
that's Anton LaVey
those
might.
are events, if I may, Jonah. Those are events that are key moments that change our society. Where
I don't disagree.
Julian Assange says, "Look what
They're
they're doing
magical
over there in
events.
the Middle East," and they release those videos that freak you out, and they're just wrong. And then a little while later, here's the other guy.
A few moments later.
I mean, hey, wait, the other guy, you mean
comes
Chelsea
out.
Manning, she's a
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
So we're told Jeffrey Epstein has as a sex cultist with genetics experiments, etc., and cloning. Why wouldn't he have offspring, right? And Mandami, there's an email there that suggests that he knew Mandami's mother. Now I don't know the provenance of that picture seen with the lady holding the baby. It's allegedly
dude, you gotta look into Mamdani's family because Mamdani's mother was a fucking movie director with George Clooney with fucking.
That's what I'm saying. There's evidence Epstein knew his mother. That's a known.
His father's even more interesting because his father was an airless baby.
You don't look nothing like this man. You don't look nothing like this man.
No, but I'm saying he's a more interesting character.
Oh, he is an interesting character, but I think it also speaks to this is a spooky kind of family as it is, right?
Dude, wait. Let me get to my
like
point
Jeffrey
about his
Epstein.
dad, right? The one that they say is his dad, because not only was he was actually a brown dude who was fucking a university professor in apartheid South Africa.
From Harvard, yeah, exactly.
So he's a straight up intelligence officer who's literally fucking doing university professorship in fucking apartheid South Africa at the time.
Well, he's got a lot of connections to those areas of where the most wanted list of Tim Osmond did list, both Dar es Salaam and Uganda.
Yeah, well, he's originally from Uganda, but they say he's Indian, right?
Right.
And when I think of Uganda, I think of which intelligence agencies.
Dude, or Zolhan or Zolflan, whatever this fella's name is, whatever this Muppet's name is, Zohan.
Zoran.
He looks a lot
Hey,
like
wait,
Jeffrey
wait,
Epstein.
isn't that
That's
He
what the
looks a hell of a
Zorro.
lot like Jeffrey Epstein.
wait. Isn't
Would
that
you
the
buy a
fucking
used
Adam
car from
Sandler
this
movie,
guy?
Don't Trust the Zoran, or whatever the fuck it is anyways?
Yeah, what was that? Adam Sandler?
Adam
Yeah.
Sandler movie.
There wasn't
Dave
there
Matthews.
there wasn't a Sandler movie with Zoran in the title, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Oh no,
Dave
it was Zohan.
Matthews was the villain.
It was Zohan. Sorry, my bad.
Don't mess
Totally
with the
stupid
Zohan.
movie. Yeah, you're correct, sir.
Well, this guy kind of came out of nowhere, right? I never heard anything about this guy.
Yeah.
Wait.
Out of nowhere.
He
Rob
looks
Bates
like
is
to
Rob
be
Bates and DJ
AOC's
Easy Rock
cousin,
died?
though. He
What?
looks like to be a cousin of AOC.
Hey, wait. Moment of silence for Rob Bates, bro.
Who?
According to the chat, Rob Bates, it takes two to make things go right. Died.
Oh.
Moment
It
of silence.
takes two, baby.
I did see that actually. I didn't know that was his song. Okay, I saw the name. I didn't recognize.
Me and you.
No, it
Sorry.
takes two to make things go right. The hip hop shit. Rob Bates,
Oh,
DJ
talking
Easy
about the
Rock.
70s song, the 70s song.
Oh, fuck
it
off,
takes
Boomer.
two, baby.
Fuck off, Boomer.
Takes two.
We talk hip hop here.
That one? Oh, hip
Right,
hop?
Clint?
I don't know.
Well, Bam Davey came from hip hop, right? He's an old rap music dude. He's a
The
rapper.
hip hop song was playing when he was being born. Yeah.
No, he's a rapper, dude. He's a rapper. He's got music.
I think I saw that.
Yeah, that's
He
what I'm
had some
saying. Like I heard
songs.
nothing of this guy until I heard everything of this guy, and his background is super sus.
Where better to pull your politician from than the hip hop Latino community?
And he went to one of those
Latino,
private
but more,
schools, like with
Puerto
Bill
Rico,
Barr's father,
Puerto Rican.
right?
I'm
Not
not
only
sure
that,
if
sir,
it's,
it's the reverse of that. It's the weird scenes factor, right? You see who his parents are. Maybe that's why he's a rapper.
yeah, it's very strange. I did look into that for a split second. Bizarre.
I just think it's I think it's reasonable to consider that Jeffrey Epstein had children.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no
And
doubt.
one of his child rapped and for a period and then became mayor.
Well, I think that's the plan, right? It's no different what we see right now with Gavin Newsom. I think there's a lot of these plans. His father, what's his name? What's his father's name again, Jonah?
Ball swing.
Yeah,
Audubon ball swing.
Audubon ball swings.
Yeah, that's obviously his father. So, like, are they planning like multiple parties like that to be sons of Nazis, right?
Well, I mean, we could go the eugenics route. I mean, in that way, but there was a book a handful of years ago called Anthem by Noah Hawley.
I read
the TV version of Fargo, and Anthem has a Jeffrey Epstein like character who hopes to like populate the world with the
wait. His nickname was Unrest.
Right. He also is known as Captain Albert D. Freight or Eisner. That's a weird name, right?
Unruh.
No, Unrest is wild.
Yeah, dude. But he's an Eisner when his his friends are friends with Walt Disney and shit, and then we get Eisner, who's Bob Cocaine Evans' buddy.
Hey, wait, is he the father of Mike
What's
Eisner?
weird- There's a
I don't know.
X-Files episode called Unruh, which is German for unrest.
Interesting.
Yes.
Okay.
It's about some kind of
Unruh,
lobotomist.
where it's and yeah, you see the victims through like Polaroids, and
Yeah, that
you see
episode.
their fates. Someone takes their picture, and yeah, it's not seeing a picture of you now; it's seeing their demise. And you have what is it? Pruitt Taylor
Death
Vance,
camera.
the guy who's got
Vince
that
Gilligan.
eye condition. He's the Vince Gilligan's great. That's Breaking Bad. That's Better Call Saul.
No,
You
that's
actually
who
the best
listed as
X-Files
the director on that episode. If JJ scrolls up, his name's
Oh,
Vince
yeah.
Gilligan there.
You know what that reminds me of, Phil, the trope.
Written by Vince Gilligan.
Ray Bradbury's story, The Illustrated Man, was on the Illustrated Man's back in
From
that one
Richmond,
space.
Virginia.
Don't look at that one space because it tells you your death. It's that fictional story where you can put all these stories into that scene.
Interesting.
Wrapping
Sounds like
around
you
that.
want a tattoo.
About that Unruha episode is that at one point one of the people that the killer captures is Scully, and the fact that it leads into this story with her cancer Like they lead up
Oh,
to
shit, okay.
her being with her abduction. By the way, that whole backstory of the X-Files with her abduction all revolved around Gillian Anderson getting pregnant in the second season of the show, and them not being able to explain it because Dana Scully was single, and they were like, "Shit, how do we plan around this?"
It's like a virgin birth, yeah.
And that
Never
Thing
trust
too.
a
that's
ginger.
what they did there. That's what led to the
Never
whole.
trust a ginger.
That's what led to the whole.
Oh shit! So this dude played Lee Bowers in JFK, huh? Oh shit! Okay, we were just talking about that, weren't we, Phil?
Yes, and Mississippi Burning, he was the weak link. His name was Lester. He's the guy who they wind up kind of like fooling him and thinking that he's going to be kind of like lynched, and he winds up like pissing himself and like Gene Hackman and some mob guys, because that's when the FBI kind of goes a little bit out of the box to get answers in the story, and they hold Pruitt Taylor Vance's character kind of like hostage, and yeah, he kind of gives up some names that leads to that. But yes, he plays Lee Bowers in JFK, and they show that
Bowers is one of those. Bowers one of those guys that had the most
information.
information. I feel like that wasn't part of the plot. You know what I mean?
Well, he dies Midlothian, Texas. One of the preeminent assassination critics is Penn Jones. Penn Jones is from that area, and he winds up writing, what is it called? Forgive My Grief, which is the first kind of like person that accounts for like more than dozens of deaths. And then later that becomes kind of immortalized in the movie Executive Action, which is based off Mark Lane's work, as well as Dalton Trumbo. Dalton Trumbo being one of the Hollywood 10, and where they talk
Dalton
about
Trumbo?
the guy
That
who's
name
killed
rings
with the
familiar.
karate chop to the neck. Dalton Trumbo is the one that Bryan Cranston
Hey,
played
tried chop to the
years
neck
later.
was Burgess fucking whatever his name was. this
Burgess
week.
Meredith. Dude, he was a karate chop.
So it was. As I had mentioned in regards to foul play, when you guys mentioned Lee Bowers and suspicious deaths, I mean, you could add Rose Jeremy, but so many other people in the initial
Rose Jeremy,
years
what?
after the assassination were Rose Jeremy, but were the three poor bastards who got an entrance into Jack Ruby's apartment after Ruby kills Oswald. And it was Hank Killam. I always forget the three guys' names, but one of the guys' names was Killam, Killam. It was one guy was shot by a cop who was kind of basically twirling his gun, sort of thing, and accidentally got shot in the police station. And yes, another guy was a karate chop to the neck. And
Yeah,
the other guy
dude.
was a heart
Jim
attack.
Cothey, huh? I knew a guy named Jim
All
Cothey.
three
Different
of
Jim
them.
Cothey, though.
All three of them got killed when taken into custody accidentally or whatever.
I served with a guy named Jim Cothey. That's a unique name. I wonder if they're related.
Right on.
Well, when I saw Bill Hunter's name and I see Long Beach, I'm like, shit, that's where I'm from. No, Long Beach, Texas, apparently. Right. And I was like, oh, okay. So yeah, all three. What are the odds? You know,
that is pretty wild. Yeah,
it could happen. It could happen.
Well, we were talking about this the other day when you didn't make it on the show the other night. We would have loved your input there. Then appreciate it now, there, sir, because I do find this intriguing. Because when we're talking about all these missing scientists and stuff like that, and I think there is some degree of, connections between some of them. They may be related.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at some of the details, I think some of it's part of a distraction, adding the additional ones, but. No one really talks about all these deaths. I mean, I know there's been publications in the past, but it's one of those elements of the JFK situation. The whole Bay of Pigs thing, as Tricky Dick would call it. I think it's ignored today, is all these dead witnesses.
But the scientists, the dead scientists, as far as I can tell, it's completely dropped out of the socials and media. It's gone. I haven't seen
one of the ones I find most interesting is Amy Eskridge, because her father worked directly with the Nazis down there in Huntsville, Alabama. She's a multi-generational Huntsville person in science.
So
she's operating
where
Go ahead, sir. What was it? Somebody was saying something. I can't. I'm not on that screen.
No, I'm gonna defer. I'm gonna defer to Sabrina on that.
Oh, no. I was just going to bring up, JJ, when you were talking about the deaths that nobody talks about, right? It's usually a principal death or a principal event, but then nobody ever goes back and
Holy shit! There's
takes
sorry,
a
ma'am. There's a
closer look.
Vance element to her death. I just realized that. Holy shit.
Oh.
Interesting. Go ahead. What were you saying? I apologize.
Oh, no. I was just going to reiterate nobody talks about the ancillary deaths and the people passing away. And I'm just curious, a friend of mine, an acquaintance, I brought up that I had this book and I started reading it and he said, oh, that's been debunked. And I said, what's been
line,
debunked?
right?
The book it's called The Hit List, and it's by, of all people, Richard Belzer, the comic.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And
Yes,
David Wayne.
I
Have
remember
you heard of this
Belzer.
book?
No, the Law and Order star. Come on, get it right. That's his real credit.
Yeah.
Yep.
Conspiracy
it's an
theorist.
investigation
Belzer.
into the deaths of the witnesses around JFK assassination.
Oh, he did one of those books. Okay, I didn't realize that.
I didn't either until
he
very
did.
recently.
Yep.
Anyways, since we're talking about scientists, have any of you guys seen the latest? I don't know if it's the latest, but I just caught it on X when I was on the job site and fucking the rest of the crew was taking a break. Catherine Herridge recently did something with a retired Space Force lieutenant colonel about they're trying to get back to pushing the DEWs and Russia's attacking the U.S. armed forces or whatever. Have you guys seen that interview?
I haven't.
Yeah, no, that Catherine Herridge or whatever, who's like the national correspondent, national security correspondent from Fox, and now CBS is pushing that shit. So there's something weird about that too. I think that's probably like, hey, let's get people to stop talking about like the real shit and hear some of the like the other thing we're gonna throw at them, which is kind of real, but it's still a limited hangout to get away from like looking into border death shit.
So they got over
There's
50. Thank you, sir. They got over
There's
50.
some pretty interesting viral video that's been on the internet. Could be but AI, but shows like directed energy weapons coming down on a specific location and just dissipating, but causing a lot of damage real quick. Could just be AI shit. We're going to move into an age real quick where we're not going to be able to tell what's real and what isn't if we aren't already there. And man, this is what magicians been waiting for.
Did you say musicians or magicians?
Musicians and magicians have been waiting for this moment.
Are you calling me a magician? I don't do magic.
What the fuck you mean I do magic?
I
like Jim Moore's Crossfire. I like Jim Moore's Crossfire.
I don't think I know.
Todd brings up a really good point because, and granted, the only and all of you may know something different because I this is not a full-time job for me. It's just a hobby, but everybody always brings up Project Bluebeam, and the only person I ever heard talk about Project Bluebeam was Serge Monast, the Canadian who had an early death. But
Bill Cooper talked about
that
it.
technology does exist.
Well, I'll
So
go
I
even
think
better
what
on
Todd
that.
said is very plausible. I think what Todd said is very plausible.
Well, I'll go even better on that though, because everyone like they push all this shit about Neuralink, right? And they want you to fucking believe like Neuralink is fucking top technology, etc. But you can just go to the NIH website and type in nanotech crossing the blood-brain barrier.
Right, nanotech, exactly.
This has been published, like patents and everything through.
They don't have to chip us. They don't have to chip us.
So I've never heard of this Surge fellow. I've seen Surge in the Beverly Hills Cop there with Eddie Murphy. I've seen that Surge.
Serge Monast was the only individual that I ever heard talk about Project Bluebeam.
Yeah, so I've only heard it from Carol, what's her name, the secretary to Werner von Braun, who allegedly was friends with Stephen Greer, and Stephen Greer is the source of her information, really.
Stephen Greer, JJ.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't put a lot of this. I realize technology exists, but I don't put a lot of credence into the idea of Project Bluebeam.
Hey, David Wilcox has a different opinion on that.
He said,
"Fuck off, both of you! Don't fucking bring that name up. God damn it!"
Carol, yeah, there we go.
Jonah David Wilcox says hello. Yeah.
Carol Rosen.
You,
Dr.
David Suckcock.
Sorry.
Yeah, so I don't know because I don't trust Nazis. So that's a very Nazi Stephen Greer, the gay UFO doctor guys tales. It's not a great source. Not a great source.
What if he's related to the security driver for JFK?
Is he related to Pam Grier?
He's
Clint,
related to the Greer.
Pam Grier story.
He's definitely related to the Greer family of this North Carolina chapter of the Society of Cincinnati. I'm not saying he's a member. I'm just saying he's part of the family for sure.
I think.
Oh wait, Gerald
in
Hall is
regards
saying he dated
to
someone's
the
goddaughter.
driver-
Wait, Gerald, whose goddaughter did you date?
Well, speaking of all this technology, did you all see the Masters of the Universe premiere they did, where they put all the drone lights above the skies in Los Angeles?
He-Man? They did a new He-Man?
Yeah, they made a new He-Man, dude.
No, definitely.
They turned the Chinese Grauman Theater there into Castle Grayskull, and they did this masterful drone fucking show.
And who's gonna
like when
replace
they did
Dolph
Steve
Lundgren?
Harvey's face above the city of Atlanta.
Harvey Weinstein.
Who's
No, Steve
replacing
Harvey,
fucking
Steve
Dolph
Harvey,
Lundgren?
Well, you can't
Skeletor.
mess with Dolph Lundgren, the science guy, sir. But this is what they did here.
Ooh,
That's true.
I mean, it was quite a display they did
right?
the other day.
Skeletor.
Yeah, Skeletor. Yeah. I don't know why I didn't want to play right now, but
It was what was it? Frank Langella was the original Skeletor.
yeah, he played pretty. He
The
was doing
one with,
a good
Dolph
job.
Lundgren.
1,600 drones, the Guinness World Record for brightest drone show ever.
I think Langella got Me Too'd actually at one point.
Did he really?
Oh, yeah, wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah,
Wasn't he
think so.
Dracula too at one point? He
amongst
was one of the
many.
Draculas.
Many.
I think he was.
roles
He was also great in The Americans, the one that was the FX spy
Yeah,
show.
the
that was
CIA
brought to you by the
sleeper cells
CIA.
of the Russians.
Oh, I never saw that. Yeah.
Yep.
I found one or
all
two of
the
them.
ones
They're pretty
were
interesting.
That was credited that. Oh, it was a great show, but totally CIA produced. The Joe Weisberg, who was, I think, one of the creators of the show, was former CIA. I mean, it was basically an American version of Homeland. I mean, this Homeland was Israeli before it was Claire Danes starring in that one. But yeah.
Oh, really? That was the show where she went on Stephen Colbert and said that they had
on
the
fucking all
CIA
kinds
training,
of
right?
neurotropics. Come on, that's definitely not a CIA agent. That's all fucking Hollywood.
I just thought it was funny. That was the
Well,
show that she was talking about
Jonah.
Homeland. She said they had CIA training for that show. or
Yeah.
something like that.
Oh, yeah. The shit she said. That's like, she was talking about like having the CIA information on fucking Donald Trump on fucking Colbert.
Gerald, is
Well,
he?
that was the one where Colbert started getting uncomfortable.
Yeah.
He was kind of
Right.
giving information.
But
You know,
it's not
I
a
mean,
secret.
Look at Colbert now. Yeah, look at Colbert now.
But I mean, let's
Oh,
be
did you
honest.
see- did
Claire
you see
Danes
Donald
was the
Trump's tweet
best.
today?
Claire Danes was the best Juliet in Hollywood.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry. Nope.
Did you say who was the best Juliet? Claire Danes?
Claire Danes was the best one from Hollywood.
Heck no.
And John
You
Leguizamo
haven't
is
seen the
fucking
Franco Zeffirelli
whatever.
version. You haven't seen the Franco Zeffirelli version.
Yeah, I didn't care for the
Franco Zeffirelli wasn't that with what's her
Olivia
name?
Hussey.
Hold on one second.
Hey,
Yes,
no,
Olivia
first
Hussey
off,
from
fuck the
Black
Hussies, because that's Margaret. That's fucking Meghan Markle's family.
Olivia
is it?
Hussey is not related to Markle.
Meghan Markle is a Hussy from the Hussies of the British royalty.
well, she may be a hussy, sir, but is she a hussy by surname?
Yes, her family is the Hussey family. She's directly tied to the royal family. That's why they allowed her to marry the fucking prince with no fucking background.
By
It
the
goes
way, the whole Harry
And,
Meghan nonsense, I think that's a complete psyop. Of course, MI5 knows all about Meghan's trashiness.
No, she's a Hussy, so she's tied into the fucking bloodline. She's a peerage.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
They're
wasn't
a
her great
psyop.
grandmother the housekeeper or housemaid for Queen Elizabeth or something like that?
No,
The one that was allegedly saying all the racist shit to her was also the fucking Duchess of Hussey, and then her family is the Hussey family on her father's side. So that's like why she was
Right,
allowed
and
into the family.
her mother was,
So
or her
it's
great
literally
grandmother
her
was
own
connected to the
relative that
royal
was
family,
allegedly.
right?
Yeah, it's allegedly her own family that was saying racist shit to her.
Well, that's why she was allowed into the royal events and Kate Middleton wasn't, because Kate Middleton wasn't part of the
Yes,
bloodline.
because she's a hussy.
Yeah.
It's Hussey.
Well, sir, she may be a hussy, sir, but let's keep it clean, sir.
So you got this hussy.
Maybe a whore or a hussy, but let's keep it on the level.
Clint, are you out there? Clint, are you out there?
He's just high.
Yeah, I just made a joke.
What do you think about these subjects?
Here we
How
go.
you feeling about
She's a
this stuff
descendant of
on
King
there?
Edward III. I didn't realize that. Okay.
It's all about preserving the bloodlines.
It is,
I think,
for sure, yeah.
I think there's certain amounts. I think, to be honest, so they talk about, like, I mean, you had the whole thing with the tabloids, and you had, what was it, the News of the World, that whole thing with the wiretapping scandals. I think the royals have the tabloids under control, and whatever's released is controlled. It's
Absolutely.
a limiting,
I'm right there with you.
What do they call it? The release valve. So anything that comes out, they want it to come out. I think the royals, as much as they said they don't have power, it is the exact opposite. They want us to believe that the royals are just figureheads, at least in the English case. That's why when they talked about that book that came out years ago, that was the LaRouche's, Lyndon LaRouche's group, what was it, Drugs Inc., that came out. And they were like, talking about the British with the drug trade and why it drove them crazy. It was exactly the way it was. Not saying that it was all 100% truth. There was enough in there that drove them batshit because it did expose certain things. I believe that the British are landholders beyond the scope of anything that has ever been said. I think they do maintain an obscene amount of power. And this whole BS about, Harry and Meghan and,
It's
sort of fighting this sort of, and meanwhile, I just got, because I wanted to see the show, I just got on DVD from the library, I just got the entire series of Succession, which is supposed to be about the Murdochs. I believe that could be the royal family. We're just putting it in context of it's a tabloid dynasty. No, I believe when it comes to the royals, it is a fucking fight to the death in certain ways, but they kind of masked these things as, okay, Andrew's been kicked out for his ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Like, well, okay.
The prince formerly known as Andrew. They actually opened a criminal investigation on him yesterday.
But
so, hey, JJ, if you have a minute, I've sent that thing
right after the King of England visits.
So, Phil, one thing that you
right
were
now, that was right
about
the King of England visits, and we can see there's a deep connection here. So, go ahead, ma'am.
No, JJ, I was just going to say, I agree with Phil. I think it's all smoke and mirrors. Meghan, I had also read that, through cousins, I don't know how many times removed, that she actually has blue blood, et cetera, but I still stand by, it is a psyop.
Well, apparently they're connected. They got an Appalachian family tree situation going in their marriage.
Yeah, they've closed ranks around a Catherine and William and the king, who made his mistress queen. That is outrageous. But Markle and Harry, everybody's so distracted with hating them. The other thing, going back to what Phil said about the British and the drug trade, so there was a series that Tom Hardy also not only acted in but produced, that came out almost 10 years ago, called Taboo.
Wow.
And it was supposed to be a 3-part story, but it only lasted one season. It took place in the early 19th century and was about a guy's fight against the East British India Company and the fact that they were making all of their money not through tea, opium.
Yeah,
So
okay.
I think they were pressured to no more. You had one season, drop it. It's over.
And
this was
did
great,
you
by
just
the way.
hear
JJ,
what
I
he
This season
dropped
said
the
was
link where
phenomenal.
I could show she's a hussy.
No, nice.
And
Go ahead.
where,
This is I've never heard of the
Tom
show. Sounds
Hardy-
interesting.
Oh, it's
Hardy-
awesome. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's a good
Tom
one. I've
Hardy
seen it.
just got fired from Mobland.
Oh, no shit.
Tom Hardy just got fired from the show that was on Paramount Plus with Pierce Brosnan and Helen Mirren for allegedly being difficult and late to set and all this other stuff. And I don't know how much I'd buy it, but yeah, he just got fired.
Really
that just
going
became
on.
a big
Ooh,
story.
Helen Mirren is a
Which is
dark
funny, 'cause
I'm
I
wondering
just-
who his family is. He seems like he kind of came out in like on a very
Well-
meteoric rise, right?
No, he's been around for a while.
Tom
I
Hardy
first
was
noticed
in,
him in Star Trek, a Star Trek film. He was phenomenal.
Oh, really? Okay.
He was in he was in the last 2 episodes of Band of Brothers, or last 2 or 3 episodes of Band of Brothers. And if you want to go a sort of 6 degrees of separation, Band of Brothers. But it's interesting. I was just watching in the past week a great movie called The Long Good Friday, which is a gangster movie that was released in 1980, and it was Bob Hoskins, Helen Mirren, and Pierce Brosnan. Even though Pierce Brosnan's role, I don't think he says a line in the entire movie. He's an IRA assassin, and it's about a crime boss who is attempting to and at one point he poses as like he is gay. Like, I mean, he poses as being gay to entrap one of Bob Hoskins' guys. And Helen Mirren is Bob Hoskins' girlfriend, and it's about a crime boss who's attempting to do a merger with American organized crime, and the IRA is attacking his interests. I mean, and if you do like a 6 degrees of separation, like there's one of the guys in it is on John Cleese's Faulty Towers, and one of the other guys is in a shit ton of movies. I mean, you could just so many cross points from there. But Long Good Friday is a really good movie. But
thanks for that recommendation.
Kind of like the globalization.
Sounds good.
Yes,
I'm gonna write that down.
Great music and underrated movie overall. And Bob Hoskins, it was, I mean, before Bob Hoskins, like kind of like Pete, I mean, hit his stride. Bob Hoskins was approached to be in The Untouchables as Al Capone. He didn't get the role. They paid him over $1 million just to go away, basically. And he was like, thank you for that money, sort of situation.
So what he did as an alternative was
recommendations, though.
Was the alternative he got out of that was he got cast as Mario and Mario and Luigi? Or Super Mario Brothers?
Yeah, that was one of his shitty movies. Well, don't forget he also played,
he was a weird selection for that, wasn't he?
Yeah. I mean, he had some great roles, and he had some ones where it's kind of like, but you know what? I mean, shit. If we want to talk about roles where it's kind of like, wow. I mean, Raul Julia, the great actor and theater actor, his last movie is Street Fighter with Jean-Claude Van Damme. So,
he was in that Brazil movie, wasn't he? Okay, Bob Hoskins.
Man, I love Brazil.
J. Edgar Hoover in Nixon.
Brazil came out at just the right time because 1984, it was 1984. It was Monty Python's take on the 1984 story. Had all the best actors, Johnson Price.
That's interesting.
All those characters. We should watch that and come back and and do a movie review.
That sounds like a good one. So this English colonial officer was Meghan Markle's ancestor, huh?
Yeah.
So he would have been Ben Franklin's ancestors and Abigail Folger's ancestors in Nantucket,
right?
Peter Folger.
Yeah.
Well, Peter Folger was living in Nantucket at the time.
And it's kind of funny though too, because the one who was the Queen's personal assistant who was calling her a fucking allegedly saying all the racist shit was like the head hussy. still under the peerage system. So it's
And
literally
I
a
think
fucking
I
blood
think it is
relative
that
of her.
controlled, man. Because if piggybacking on Phil's comments, I was thinking of Queen Elizabeth owned a horse farm in Kentucky. She was getting our tax subsidies for through the 70s, and she owned a cotton plantation in Mississippi. She was getting paid to not grow cotton on.
Yeah.
When she was alive, she was the richest woman in the world.
Yeah, but like when I first learned this fact, I was like, wait a second. We're paying the British royal family to not grow crops in fucking America, and we're supposed to be an independent country? Get fucked. You know what I mean? Like,
We're
that's
still
ridiculous.
under the crown.
I mean,
We are, for sure.
don't forget, Cuba is your enemy, but you're still paying them rent for Guantanamo Bay, and haven't invaded them.
We can see how everything's controlled. They're calling on America to do reparations. Well, they're the ones participating in the slavery.
Yeah. Well, the Dutch did participate in the most. Let's be honest.
Well, the Dutch are also English. That's the House of Orange.
Yeah,
they're cousins with the Windsors.
But they did it under the Dutch flag. Is what I was getting at, right? So.
Okay.
First time I started seeing information like this back in like the early '90s, the LaRouche Society. LaRouche was putting the finger on the city of London and putting the spotlight.
Rubbish, sure.
I'm not. I'm saying the first time I even thought about the city of London, LaRouche put a spotlight on his society.
Well, he was highlighting that Anglo-American franchise, right? I mean, that's what it sounded like he was doing, right?
Yeah,
Anglo-American franchise
counts on foreign relations. It wasn't LaRouche direct; it was one of his proteges. But he did Dope Inc. under the LaRouche banner.
But City of London at this moment is how powerful is this place? You know, this is its own country,
right?
I know. I used to stay one block from Chatham House, from the seat of.
It's a separate city inside of a city, sort of. There's other places like that have cities inside of a city that's more powerful than the city outside of it that it's contained in.
Malta's like that.
The Knights of Malta's?
The island of Malta.
And then Vatican has something like that going on.
So here's that. I don't think I've read this book.
It's more powerful than the country that's sitting inside of the Vatican.
It's fantastic. I prefer the Anglo-American establishment or the Dutch American establishment or something like that.
The Anglo-American establishment by Carol Quigley?
Yes,
no, it's
Quigley.
No, it's the Dutch Anglo establishment. Or
I thought you said
I'll have to look it up here real quick. Give me a second. It was Lyndon LaRouche's publication project.
LaRouche is in Lyndon LaRouche.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm dropping out of this conversation.
You don't like Lyndon LaRouche? What's your distaste for
I don't remember anybody saying we love Lyndon LaRouche. Go Lyndon LaRouche.
I love Lyndon LaRouche.
JJ saying
no one else talked about the process back then.
He's a limited hangout, but I mean.
But I'm saying no one said we love Lyndon LaRouche. That wasn't what we said. We just said that Lyndon LaRouche is putting the spotlight on us. Oh, JJ did.
I will triple down.
It's been said.
No one's talking about a lot of these matters, and the process is exactly the Anglo-American establishment.
And he's the one who broke all of the fucking Iran-Contra shit. He was the one who was going in on all the George Bush stuff.
Which is why Tuesday Weld's cousin hired him as the U.S. attorney for Massachusetts, and they convicted him of a fraud in which to get him to stop talking about Iran-Contra, the process, drug trafficking.
There are a lot of details about the LaRouchian movement that I strongly disagree with. I think they're a Trojan horse. And again, it doesn't mean that people think it's true, right?
Yeah, I would not say, hey, go look up Lyndon LaRouche, follow him, believe in him. Alex Jones, he's awesome. No way. No way.
I do think he served a role, but at the same time, like, what role did he serve when we see somebody like the Process Church's lay member and attorney, John Markham II, prosecuting Lyndon LaRouche seemingly for a fraudulent fraud? like they were making up a fraud. And it's the same thing they did, for example, to the private detective that was hired by the McCann family, Madeline McCann's family, and he came directly to Falls Church, Virginia, and inserted him to the inner circle of the Podesta family. And then he got brought up on fraudulent charges.
JJ, you think that little girl was given to the Podestas?
100%. Yeah, I think the Podestas were involved in the actual kidnapping. Yep.
Both brothers?
Yeah, they were both seen on there, but witness statements meet those. So the one thing the Scotland Yard is trying to do with those EFIT sketches that came out 5 years afterwards, those two sketches that look like the Podesta brothers, they've been trying to convince everybody that's one man, but they're from two different eyewitness sightings, 3/4 miles apart, and on the way to Freud's beach house is the last sighting, which is where at the time the Freuds had said the Podestas were staying at their beach house. That's how they avoided any sort of implications. And it was only after the release of the Podesta emails, that was June of 2016 when that happened. And then in October of 2016, WikiLeaks releases all the Podesta emails. The first email is between him and Herb Sandler, chronologically speaking. Him and Herb Sandler, who was part of the 2008 financial crisis meltdown. And they're the ones doing all the coded talking about pedophilia together in the emails. The pizza-related handkerchief, right? The map-related handkerchief, pizza-related map handkerchief.
And didn't they have cadaver dogs that reacted in the apartment? I don't think she was alive when they.
That was all made up. No, so she was seen. So Sarah Latham, the current PR person for Harry and Meghan Markle, she actually is John Podesta's left hand. She went over to work for Tony Blair. She went over to work for the Freud Communications
that is
PR
so
firm.
creepy. I'm sorry.
Tony Blair from the Fabian Society.
What was her name again? Sarah?
Let me bring it back up here. Sarah Latham.
Latham.
Yeah, so she went over there to run cover, working directly for Matthew Freud, who was Clement Freud's son. And Matthew Freud's his big PR, music rep, and actor rep. He repped like Sylvester Stallone and a bunch of other A-listers like that. And she went to go work as the VP for Freud Communications, and then was later working as the VP for Tony Blair. But now she's Prince Harry. Now she's been traveling around with Prince Harry for years. But she came back to work for Podesta and Clinton in the 2016 election.
And this woman is still Harry and Meghan's PR manager?
That woman must have a strong constitution to be hanging out with all those.
I don't know if she's still the PR. When they first came to America, she was. They were hiding out in British Columbia, in fact, living at the
constitution.
They were living at the home of a major Clintonite and the head of Lionsgate Pictures.
Sorry.
Hey, JJ. So that's I just dropped a link for that book about the modern Dutch Anglo establishment that I was talking about. It talks about the Venetians and the lateralized dividends being a part of the fucking Anglo Empire. So the rest you could download that too. It's the PDFs if you want to throw it in the chat, maybe.
So
it's
JJ,
fantastic reading. I don't necessarily agree with everything in it because he's a little fucking bit of a fucking FDR wannabe in it too. But there's definitely a ton of information in that book. Oh,
yeah, so they were hiding out. I think, sir, they were hiding out at this dude's home. He was a big part of that Uranium One scandal, big donor to the Clinton Foundation. He was the former head of Lionsgate Films. He started Lionsgate Films, Frank Giustra.
From Sudbury.
So they were initially living at Frank Giustra's house, and Sarah Latham was living with Harry and Meghan at Frank Giustra's house in British Columbia for about 2 years. So I don't know if she's still with him. She definitely was with him.
And Lionsgate's film.
Wait. Board member of International Crisis. What the fuck is International Crisis?
I'm not sure.
Like that sounds like crisis actors through Lionsgate. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely it's a think tank, right? It does have that kind of sound to it, doesn't like we'll bring you some actors on set kind of deal anytime.
Yeah, we'll bring you some George Soros.
Oh, dude, George Soros funded, dude.
Hey, you need a dwarf? Killer dwarf?
Yeah.
Exactly, the chairman of ICG, right? So ICG is one of those intelligence agencies that are nonprofits.
Damn, he's got crossovers with Sandy Berger, dude. On the same board, and George Mitchell, dude. There's another fucking Epstein client.
In Pursuit of Peace
Disney and Epstein.
Yeah, there you go. He was the head of Disney,
Very
wasn't
scary.
he? Right. He was the chairman of the board.
Man, can you imagine when Epstein went to Disneyland? Oh my God. How frightening that must have been.
I mean, we see the direct connections to the national security state. I mean, Berger was the national security advisor, right?
International Crisis Group. We're like, get the fuck out of here.
But yeah, I think
Sandy Berger is the one who
he hid the papers in his underwear, bro.
No, that was
Yep. No, in his
Burger.
Yeah,
not Berger.
The one who hid the documents in their undergarments was Fawn Hall with Oliver North.
Okay. So he didn't talk then.
But a Berger did try to secret some documents out.
It's like this is the Cornell version of Skull and Bones, kind of, right?
That looks
built on
kind of
a mound.
racist to me. I'm just saying.
There
might be a different part of the urination.
Like most of
There might be a different urination.
That's a weird ass fucking
Same
logo.
ritual, but-
Skull and Bones. What is the one in Harvard? The Porcelain.
Skull and Key and Wolf's Head. And
Fawn Hall is a name I had not heard in a long time.
Von Hall, huh?
I told
Fawn Hall.
JJ she married Oliver North last year. That is one of the
That's right.
craziest stories that came out. They reconnected at Oliver North's his wife's funeral, and they got married.
What a lovely way to meet your next wife at your wife's funeral.
She was a babe. She was a babe during the whole thing. Yeah.
But let's
she was
not
very
forget,
pretty.
Oliver North doesn't want us to sell our weapons to Iran.
Right, because he already did that. He didn't want any competition.
Well,
He doesn't want competition.
And,
right.
And Fawn Hall's previous husband was Danny Sugarman, who managed the Doors. So there's that whole.
No shit, I didn't realize that.
Danny Sugarman. Danny Sugarman
Sugarman,
also
yeah.
wrote the only book about the Doors I ever read. No One Here Gets Out Alive.
Oh shit. Okay.
You need to have Sabrina on every week. Not gonna lie.
She's
you're
always
so
welcome back
sweet.
anytime, man.
Oh, thank you. It's fun.
Yeah, so Kevin Halligan, this guy was the guy that was hired by the Madeleine McCann family, the PI. He was a former MI6
Oh my
guy,
good God!
He has not ever drank alcohol in his life.
Oh,
Look at the face.
wow.
No, he's
never
obviously
drank
drunk
alcohol in his
before.
life.
Well, they said he got drunk and
Yeah,
fell
that's
down
not
his
a
stairs at
suspicious
home, but he had all
thing.
sorts of broken ribs and everything else. And
I
this
mean,
is
look
after
at
he got
that
out
face,
of
though.
the
He's
fake.
definitely
looks
got
like-
the alcohol poisoning in his face there. You know what I mean? He's got that fucking
Well, yeah,
30-year drunk.
He looks like
Yeah, he's definitely. There's no question when the man liked his booze, but like they brought him up on fake charges. So he came to Falls. He went to Portugal looking for Madeleine McCann. 6 days later, he goes to Falls Church, creates a fake identity. That he's some British socialite, right? And then inserts himself in has a fake wedding, has a fake fucking reception. And this is what he gets. He gets brought up on fraud charges for putting on all these fake events, even though the only person who's defrauding was himself.
he looks like Dudley Moore before the director said cut.
Yeah, from Arthur. Definitely, he definitely. But again, like he gets out of prison, and then he falls down his stairs. Right, that's all they say. His house was full of empty drink bottles, which again, it may be true, but he had a lot of. He got him wrongfully
Holy
prosecuted,
shit.
right?
And, it's always amazed me how much publicity that McCann story got. Kids go missing every day,
Right.
but this story has just stayed in the ether.
30
Well,
BC.
Here's the way I look at it. What purpose would Kevin Halligan have to go to Falls Church, Virginia, and do fake weddings, fake receptions, insert himself as a socialite into the Podesta circles if it had nothing to do with the Podestas? And then you look to see Podesta's left hand, Sarah Latham's running cover and PR the entire thing with the Freud Communications. Because Matthew Freud's who owned the home that his father was staying at, that the McCann parents would later be invited to stay in the aftermath, right? Clement Freud, the ardent kid diddler. But he didn't get outed as a kid diddler until June of 2016.
But who's hotter, Megan McCann or Tim Dillon as Megan McCann?
But the fact that I mean, there was
Anyway.
no reason for this to get out into the public sphere. Everybody involved is very well connected, including her parents. So I'm just curious why this story.
Well, it's interesting you say that because Clement Freud was the dean of students at Madeleine McCann's mother's college. They most certainly knew each other.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Very
so
interesting.
that goes back decades. For all we know, Clement Freud had already diddled Madeleine's mother and was somehow, there's a lot deeper connection.
That
in that regard.
seems to be generational too, doesn't it?
Right. It does. Yeah.
God.
And he was Clement Freud was the major figure over there. He was BBC chef. Then he was the head of their Labor Party is a member of Parliament. And after he died, after his part,
if he was the head of the Labor Party, it's probably Fabian Society because they started that party, but they don't really acknowledge their full membership. They still run a lot of conservatives and Tories over there.
Was he Freud? Freud?
Yeah, he's the son of Sigmund Freud, or grandson of Sigmund Freud.
So
son of Ernest Freud.
Was he connected to what's his name? Propaganda guy?
Bernays.
Yeah, Bernays. Yeah, that would have been his nephew or cousin, right? Cousin.
So then he's connected to Netflix guy.
That would have been another one of his cousins. Yeah. So Matthew Freud's third cousin would be the guy.
Randolph?
Yeah, it would be the Bernays connected to Netflix. Him and Matthew Freud would be third cousins. Clement's son.
Yeah, no matter how divested Randolph might be with Netflix will always be propaganda.
For sure.
Yeah.
Every show they do.
Every fucking thing that comes out of mainstream is propaganda.
Well, and it's funny you say that because again, that's the service Matthew Freud provides the UK. He's the he does Freud Communications. They manage musical talent, actors, and they do PR and crisis management stuff. So, like, one of their bands was the Fine Young Cannibals, for example, to show you what they're producing for music.
Oh, she drives me crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, what a weird name, the Fine Young Cannibals, right?
Yeah.
ELF was a great band at the same time, though, bro. I can't. Or was it EMF? I can't even remember.
Fine Young Cannibals, one-hit wonders. They aged themselves.
But don't forget about Roxette, bro.
She's got the look.
She's got the look.
300. Yeah. I think so. Matthew Freud is married to Elizabeth Murdoch. I believe the only grandchildren Rupert Murdoch has.
Wait. Since I brought up Roxanne, is it just me or does she look like that fucking
Roxanne?
Dude? Does she look like the dude that married fucking Sylvester Stallone and Flavor Flav? What's her name? The same problem.
Bridget Nielsen, thank you, sir.
Tell me that the chick from Roxette does not look like she's related to fucking that dude that married Flavor Flav and Stallone.
Well, we can see. I'll look at it in a second. We can see another interesting intersection with Matthew Freud. His first wife goes on to marry the 9th Earl of Spencer, the brother of Diana, and that's interesting because she was deeply into the whole Epstein circles too.
What?
Who was?
Hey, wait, Jonah Henry Floyd? Fuck him.
The Princess Diana, she was sitting with Epstein at an event the night that Prince Charles admitted to having an affair. Well, Epstein was with Princess Diana when that was made public.
I think she was a victim.
Okay.
Well, I want to backtrack for a second. You mentioned the Quill and Dagger of Cornell University. And that
how stoned are you?
Well, I'm pretty stoned. That's why
I want backtrack like 50 minutes ago.
Hold on.
Pretty stoned, but not stoned enough.
The 300th Military Intelligence Brigade uses a quill and a dagger as their patch, and I wonder if they're connected. I'm seeing a 1989 reference to a soldier's guide about it.
That's interesting. I see that. Okay, there you go, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, put the link in the private chat.
We see it right here.
Yeah,
the quill and the dagger.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the people that are
Pen
going
and the sword,
dagger
is that?
society are intelligence.
Trained in human.
Well, I mean, the quill and the dagger is another indication or another example of the pen and the sword, right?
Propaganda.
They're out of Utah, huh?
Word can hurt. Be careful.
Oh, they're out of Utah.
Yeah, they're out of Utah, the great state of Utah.
JJ, until
Lots of stuff
I
goes down
until I
Utah.
see evidence otherwise, a photograph to me is not incriminating. Although, because I remember hearing
As far as like two people together, right? Like is that what you're saying?
yes,
There's no
because
without context.
and I remember hearing Diana in an interview, and this is in the mid-90s, talking about how she was so creeped out that Charles brought that Saville creep. Charles wanted Saville to act as marriage counselor, and she said absolutely not. She was creeped out.
Wow.
So I kind of wonder if, like, as Charles was exposing her to this stuff, she was wanting to back away. She ends up divorcing Charles, and she wasn't able to get away for very long. I mean, she paid for it with her life. She was dead when she was 37.
Can I spitball here?
I mean, that's just my opinion.
What if Diana was the dude who climbed out the window naked?
Oh, there you go.
Did that happen? Well, I know somebody did climb out of Buckingham.
Yeah, there was somebody that climbed out of there, wasn't there?
Yeah, from like the third floor, dropped out of fucking sheets like it was a fucking movie. Was it really Diana out of costume?
You're starting to wonder if this Jimmy Savile story isn't a psyop too, though, because the story's so horrifying.
That's what I'm saying. So, like, we can extrapolate. I'm not disagreeing that there's some disputes between these Muppets, right?
Well, but
there is documented evidence between Princess Diana and Epstein. In regards to Savile, I don't know if he's a psyop. He seemingly
Scotland Yard looked the other way for years and years, and had a secret entrance to the castle. He could come and go at any time, visit with the Queen.
Yeah, he's another. I look at him like a similar to Jeffrey Epstein operation, right? He's a procurer.
Had secret back doors in the record store. In the record
you got
store,
secret back doors, all right, Todd.
This is what they told us about Savile.
And he was buried standing up.
Well, what they don't say about Savile is he was a processed church member.
Dick Clark in England. Yeah, and then when you factor in the
what they don't say about Savile is he's fucking Ric Flair on his days off.
A DJ with property and Rolls Royces.
He's Ric Flair on his days off.
He looked like that character we had in the 70s, that Feldstein. Remember that actor? His eyeballs were poking out. American actor. Played in Mel Brooks movies.
Yeah, I think Phil passed out.
Oh man! Oh shit, dude! It is late as hell.
He could answer. He could answer that question about that goofy actor.
Do you want to bring this thing in for a landing here? Now that
Clint's show so we can get really wild.
So fun. Hope Jonah didn't drive you off, Phil.
Fuck
I
off,
see
Todd.
that he's I just saw his message from a few minutes ago. Good, appreciate you joining us, sir. Phil, secret agent of the Dewey Decimal.
Come back on the last words because you'll be the most coherent
before
one.
we kick off, you gotta bring up a picture of Jimmy Savile and fucking Ric Flair.
Or just a picture of Jimmy Savile. Terrify the audience.
They look that much like, do
they? He's fully crazy, probably nuts.
They got that same fucking crazy blonde hair and shit.
Yeah, that's
about it. Get away with anything. It's like, fuck, you allow me into your presence. I didn't think it happened.
Dude, Ric Flair, did you see Ric Flair when he was younger? He looks like a totally different person.
I've not seen
when he started wrestling, dude, it's not even recognizable as Ric Flair.
Yeah, those drug addictions through all the painkillers that you have to fucking do that shit day after day. I mean, come on.
Cocaine, hookers, painkillers.
Maybe, dude, but like he looks like a totally different dude.
Whiskey.
They called him like Rookie Rick or something at the time. I saw a picture today. I was like, whoa, that's Ric Flair. Looks nothing like him.
Hey, you ever see the fucking pictures of Bill Hicks when he's allegedly Alex Jones as a bodybuilder?
Yeah, they look identical to one another. No, I look at those bodybuilding pictures. He always circulates the same 3 photos or whatever. Is any other Hollywood film, right? You see a Hollywood film, they have fabricated a fake family portrait with the actors that are playing a family, right? And you see a family portrait of them in the film.
Yeah.
I look at it the same way.
Yeah, and it's like 3 photos that like, oh, this is me, blah blah blah. Like, and it's like that doesn't show anything at all. But
yeah, I've seen one video from that era in '96. Again, after a time in which Bill Hicks has already died, he's already linked up with Bill Hicks' best friend, right, as his manager. So, I don't know. If you can show me some Alex Jones before Bill Hicks died, all right. Now we're having a conversation.
Yeah, Jones is a very mysterious character. Who funded him? Who funded Jones?
Supposedly Ted Turner. So early in the late 90s, there's numerous instances of evidence with InfoWars reporters getting asked on, video recorded evidence of them getting asked for their credentials, and they show Time Warner credentials.
Wow.
I mean, that's almost as suspicious as fucking when
which at that time
the
maybe
Patriot
is
Front
some
got
kind
arrested and they left the balaclavas on.
Right.
In Utah at the Gay Pride Parade.
I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Yes. Go on, Jonah.
Did you
Shut up, Todd.
Did you all see the tiny apartment that Ted Turner allegedly lived in at the top of the CNN building?
I have not. Do you have photos?
Maybe. Was this a long time ago? Was he bragging about sleeping in a little tiny head?
Remember,
a week
Ted
ago.
Turner just passed away.
Yeah.
And apparently he had an apartment at the top of the building, and it was, I mean, for as much money as he had, it was a little tiny apartment.
Yeah, but let's be honest. Like, some people like minimalists. I mean, I would live in a 27.
At the very end, with all his millions of dollars and acres and TV shows and amusement parks, he slept in a little tiny outhouse.
You guys still BSing? Fuck off, Banhammer.
No, I don't know. That's pretty funny. Anyway, Sabrina, man, I think you're one of the best parts of Clint Eastwood's show since we're winding the show down. Thank you, JJ,
God,
for having us
married.
on here.
Keep it in your pants.
I'm not flirting with Sabrina. I'm being honest. Love Sabrina's voice on all these matters, her opinions.
Thank you, Todd.
Hey, I'm the most respectful of the man you know.
I appreciate all your all's input. I've left this here as always with a number of new notes and tabs here to look into.
Yeah, all these angles and different.
Yeah, don't forget that book that I dropped the link in, but I'm telling you, you gotta check that out.
From boobs all the time, and everybody else is kind of.
Oh yeah, Rick, they're all Malthusians. Yeah. Depopulation.
Well, I mean, it seems that way. There's a lot of folks that want to subvert Americans' independence and liberties, and it's not just the Vatican, although they're an ardent offender.
Yeah. There are lots of Americans that want to subvert Americans.
Yeah, they get convinced of that, don't they?
But yeah, I've been obsessed with police surveillance videos of people trying to claim that they're sovereign citizens.
Oh yeah, that's
Are there still people doing that? Are there people doing that right now? Are there people doing that right now?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, lots of people do it. Yep.
Please don't do that.
I mean, that whole fucking sovereign citizen movement just seems like what's it called there? It seems like they're doing that just to rob. No, it seems like they're doing that just to fucking pass legislation, right? You know what I mean? Like, oh, hey, we got these people, so we got to pass this legislation, right? We got to throw this in the NDAA because we got the fucking sovereign citizens, right?
I think that's the case with almost everything we see, especially when it comes to legislation. Yeah.
One of the cool things about JJ's shows doing the movie reviews. Thank you, JJ, for all the invites on those nights.
Oh yeah,
we start to look back on these movies and we realize that they're reflections of weird things that are going on in our society. And like that, Nothing But Trouble was one of those movies where the town of Balkanbania has a whole different set of laws.
Yep.
and every state or county, and I mean, that's kind of what the end of the movie is, because the FBI and the CIA and the federal government says, "Hey, Mr. Judge or whatever," when they thought they got away, they didn't get
But what
away.
is this movie?
That little town of Balkan has its own sovereign territory where you can be held accountable to whatever laws they so choose. And pretty much, if you look around America, that's how these small towns and counties are. Almost, if you want to look at it from that perspective, that's really going on. It's like a truth moment. Movies long ago.
And what movie is this week? I think we're gonna do Hot Tub Time Machine. Yeah, I was gonna spin off into Time Machine month.
All right.
What movie, JJ, are you gonna get Jin in here?
I'll get back to you. I'll get back to you on both of those.
Please do it soon, sir. Thank you.
Does that mean you're going to do Back to the Future?
I might. I don't know. I was thinking about. Well, y'all gave me a couple new ones to consider tonight for Time Travel Month, because I was looking at. Was it H.G. Wells's Time Machine?
Yes, not the one with Guy Pearce.
The original, or
no? I was going to do the 2002 one.
Ugh.
What's the original one?
The original one came out in 1961. It's so much better.
Oh, I haven't seen that one. Maybe we'll have to do that one instead. Then I haven't
because
seen that
it's a great story, but the 2002 one, I was excited to watch it. But I mean, you can do them both.
Well, I'm oftentimes interested in the folks that are perpetrating these ideas in our current era as well through movies as well, and the actors and directors and writers that do that.
Oh yeah, you're loaded with.
That's not the one I was thinking of, though. Not Time Machine. I was thinking of the one with Paul Walker that was around the same time.
Oh.
Oh, Fast and Furious? Great fucking time travel
called
movie.
Timeline 2003.
No, Fast and Furious,
film.
man. You fucking Dom
Sorry,
Toretto.
it's a
He
Michael
fucking
Crichton
travels
book.
time.
It's a Michael Crichton book. It's also got Billy Connolly in
Time
it.
After Time was good, where the Sherlock Holmes
Hey,
and
Tiffany was
Jack
a
the
fucking
Ripper.
amazing artist, bro. Like,
Or
let's
H.G.
go.
Wells.
Time After
Oh,
Time, Todd.
that's right, Todd.
Todd, you gotta sing it. Time After Time. Let's go. Tiffany, let's go.
Well, this one's about the 100 Years' War.
When you fall, I will catch you. I'll be waiting.
If you're doing time travel, then are you also going to do any Sam Raimi?
Oh, maybe. Which one are you thinking of? I like Sam Raimi films.
Love Sam Raimi.
Is that newest one?
Evil Dead.
Where the lady was on some island or
He
something?
goes back in time, yeah. Is it not the Evil Dead? No, it's
Army of Darkness.
The Evil Dead.
Army of Darkness.
Oh, Army of Darkness.
Army of Darkness. Yeah. That's a good one.
Love those ones. Necronomicon, H.P. Lovecraft, anything Lovecraft. Reanimator. Let's do Reanimator. Let's do From Beyond.
Well, we're gonna have to do a whole month on those films because I'm
Get crazy. Do From Beyond.
What was the fucking artist who's always kind of like tied into Mencken or something like that? Menkel or
I don't know.
They always say that he's.
But I'm going to break down this next month too on a Sunday on my Operation GCD Live Sundays, and that's An Experiment with Time. It's one of my favorite books.
Hey.
Who's that written by?
J.W. Dunn. He's the guy that came up with the term seriality that Carl Jung would later adapt into his synchronicity theory. It really originated with serialism. And this guy.
Sounds interesting.
Oh, it's a very interesting book. It's all about the how our subconscious, his theories and how our subconscious does not follow chronological time as our conscious brain does, and therefore our dream state gives us precognitive notions that aren't exactly literal necessarily as far as he learned. Like I don't want to get into too much, but yeah, he a lot of the ideas that we see in our dreams are really he argues is the unconscious mind. Not being subjected to the same time-space standards of our conscious mind.
Oh, I love that. I love that type of discussion.
Oh, it's great, dude.
We talk about the matter that the area of consciousness. They really can't explain it. Never even tried. When you look at the depth of it, what the mind is capable of, how deep it is, how much information's there, how can it can be accessed, how it's being dampened. I mean, this is all stuff that's involved with magic. Magicians mess with this.
Yeah, well, magicians. Like you say, I do magic.
Musicians too. You're musicians too.
Hey,
one example of
JJ.
J.W. Dunn here. He was go ahead, ma'am. What were you saying?
Oh no, I don't want to. I was just thinking of Edge of Tomorrow. I've never seen.
Ooh,
Edge of
that's a great one. I think
either.
we did that one already.
Oh, did you do that?
Yeah, we
one?
did that one.
Okay.
Yeah, and Tom Cruise. But I love that film though. It's very
Yeah.
Philip K.
Okay.
Dick like.
Sorry about that. Yeah.
No, we didn't do one of Tom Cruise's. Have you seen this one, Oblivion? I think this one's fantastic. It's,
No, I didn't.
It's
I haven't
Tom
seen
Cruise
Oblivion.
and Jimi Hendrix. I mean Morgan Freeman. My bad. It's a great movie. It's very so he's a drone pilot.
What up, Tito?
Right? He flies this drone operation, and he's really just one of many. They took this one guy, the aliens took this one guy, and they cloned him, and that's Tom Cruise's character. He basically becomes
what?
He basically becomes sentient as a clone, right? And then realizes that this mining operation of these aliens and this AI are really off planet, and they're trying to rape Earth of all its resources, and he's a big part of it, right? It's a great film.
Sounds like a great premise. Yeah.
And I was thinking of Time Cop too. These are movies.
Ooh, I love
haven't
Time
seen.
Cop. You were talking about some
Time Cop
Jean-Claude
was
Van
great.
Damme films. I love Time Cop.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that took Todd in it. Sarah or whatever her name is.
Yeah, that's a
Sarah.
great
There you
movie.
go.
Yeah, they really did a good job, I think, with toying with the notions of time travel in this one as well. Yeah,
Time Cop. Yeah.
that's Sam Raimi, right? Yeah, Sam Raimi produced.
Oh, interesting.
Wow. Yeah.
He's from Michigan.
Didn't know that
Is
was
he from
him.
Michigan?
Those Sam Raimi
I think
movies.
so.
Evil Dead, Army of
Yeah, Royal
Darkness.
Oak,
He did
Michigan,
that. Drag Me to Hell.
Yeah, Royal.
He came
Oak,
out with
Michigan.
this one just recently. Big box office hit.
Yeah,
Last
Buttocks.
Hope on the
Yeah, I seen
island.
that.
Did he
is
do the
still
one where was
alive?
it? Oh, he's still alive. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, did he do that
Where the
one with
plane crashes
Bubba
on the
Hotep?
island?
Is that him, or is that just Bruce Campbell?
That might have just been Bruce Campbell, but yeah, no, that wasn't him.
Yeah,
I don't think
Darkman,
Sam
that was a
Raimi
good one.
was. Darkman did. He did so many. Sam Raimi's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
I really enjoyed the
Which
Spider-Man.
makes you wonder.
Darkman was a
He
good
did
movie. I
Xena.
think I'm gonna have to download that shit.
Hercules.
And then ruin my
dude.
childhood.
Liam
So
Neeson.
I don't think it's gonna be anywhere near as good as I remember it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. The sequel's terrible, but this one was pretty good.
Well,
You
what
guys
was the
see that
budget and
movie
the profit
Last
on it
Hope
again?
where they crash
This guy
on
always
the
played a
desert
good,
island?
a good villain.
Oh, he's from Macelet.
Who is it?
Larry Drake, he played the villain in Darkman. He played a good villain.
But he's from a slut,
Yeah.
Oklahoma.
Oh yeah.
That's still my favorite city because he inverted and it's a slut.
Right, a slut, right?
You know my favorite Batman villain in the movies? One of them had to be
Danny DeVito, Penguin.
Scarecrow.
The Cillian
In the
Murphy
first, the Cillian Murphy one,
one?
where he shows up in this potato sack and sprays shit in Batman's face that makes him start hallucinating nightmarish images.
DMT?
That has to be my favorite Batman villain. You know, everybody loves the Joker and all that, but
Yeah, he
that
comes in
Cillian
looking like the
Murphy
Texarkana Moonlight Murders. What he comes in looking
comes
like.
in like look like that fucking smiley face killer with the potato sack and smiley face over him, buttons for eyes.
When he's using a psychotropic medicine of some sort, right?
He's using drugs that he's created that makes you see things. Whoa, you
I
worst fear.
often thought the Scarecrow mask comes from this guy, the Phantom Killer of Texarkana.
Yeah, town that dreaded sundown or something.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it does look like him.
Okay. I gotta say thanks to Byron Van Grabassing because I thought I was thinking about fucking H.L. Mencken, who's an author, but H.R. Geiger's the one who does that really weird fucking artwork.
The alien stuff, the alien art.
Yeah,
H.R.
and
Geiger.
I've seen a lot of people have referred to it as Lovecraftian in its art designs, right? So
Yeah, because it's so weird and freaky, and Lovecraft monsters are so bizarre, and
Yeah.
Fits in that type of
It's
imagery.
HRGEI or GIGER, so it's like ginger without the N.
Geiger did the alien stuff. Yes.
I don't know when the first time Scarecrow came in the Batman series, but it's definitely an older character. Yeah, 41.
Way old.
Yeah, 1941.
When they introduced it into that movie, that was the second Batman, right? Not the first one. Wasn't Scarecrow in the
that was like the
second
fifth
one?
Batman, dude. You got the series.
I mean with Christian Bale.
You got
Christian
the Joel
Bale.
Schumacher.
The Batman series started a new cycle with Christian Bale.
Yeah, that's
a hard
Batman. Christopher Nolan.
That's not fucking around anymore. You know, like before Christian Bale, there was goofy Batmans.
Right. Well, I mean, there was
Christian Bale was where it's going to get serious now.
Well, I mean, he didn't have a lot of competition. Val Kilmer and George Clooney were horrible Batman. Tim Burton's Batman with Michael Keaton was somewhat closer to the darker tales of Batman, right?
Yeah. But pretty wild character, the Scarecrow that comes in and sprays drugs in your face that makes you hallucinate.
Yeah, and he comes in right. Go ahead.
In the comic books, they wouldn't let you show. It was illegal to show any drug use for about
Good night, Sabrina.
10 years.
Oh, Sabrina, you leaving?
Yeah.
Sabrina, you're not leaving, are you?
Did you have any closing statements for your
I'm just getting ready to do my comic book. Nerdy.
Hey, JJ,
comic
while
book
she's
brand.
leaving, I dropped a thing for the H.R. Geiger Necronomicon
Sorry, Sabrina.
painting. If you can bring that up while Todd rambles on.
Let me grab a cigarette.
Oh, and I drive everybody off talking about Batman.
Now look at that picture, though.
H.R. Geiger's Necronomicons?
Yeah, but look at that picture. Tell me what that is.
I got a Baphomet with some sort of vaginal shape behind it.
Yeah.
Which happens anytime you put a new up against any other image almost. So.
One at a time, sir. One at a time. Go ahead, sir. One of you first. I'm not sure. I'm not on that screen. So
Didn't mean to interrupt. Go on, Jonah.
Shut up. Go, Todd.
You were explaining the picture.
No, I'm saying that no, you see there in the even in the Wikipedia, the source of all information on the internet, it directly ties him into Lovecraft with all of his artwork. So that's just something that when you get brought up Lovecraft.
I don't know much about H.R. Geiger.
He was he's a foreigner. He's not American. He's Swiss. He's from Europe. Has some very weird.
This Necronomicon then came after Peter Levenda's Necronomicon. No, Peter Levenda's Necronomicon, I think, was till 1980. Simon's Necronomicon?
Yeah.
Simon Necronomicon, I think 77 or
77. Okay, yep.
It's early.
So this is
when that
we
came out.
get Simon Necronomicon, then we get H.R. Geiger's Necronomicon the next year.
Yeah. Well, if you read that Dead Names book, they claim that the Necronomicon was real, but it was from the East Coast, and it was called something else.
Well, Levenda dances around by saying that they basically stole it. You know what I mean? And then published it.
Yeah, in the Dead Names book, these Byzantine priests, they pretended to be priests, and then they made copies of the old books that were about witchcraft. It's a weird book.
Simon Necronomicon was published like in mass, so that's the one that's
legit.
I only got through like 3/4 of the book, but it seemed like it was legit. It had actual articles.
No, legit as far as straighten the mythos.
First off, it can't be legit because it's translated. So there's a loss when you translate.
Well, no, there was articles about some priests that were found dead or something.
Yeah, but they're doing it in the original language. If we're taking about some shit that's in like an ancient language and there's actually magic to the syllables, that like once you translate it, you lose all those facts.
You lose the magic. That makes sense.
Once it starts becoming legit is where JJ's investigating, where it's a Typhonian organization, start picking up Lovecraftian
Well, no, you don't understand that Dead
magical
Names book. There
traditions.
was some newspaper
And
articles.
then
in the center of the book.
there is strange murders connected, to vampire killers.
For sure, dude.
All right, I'm gonna grab
The vampire
Yeah,
cult that I encountered, and they murked my cousins, sir.
Yeah, when I looked into that, I questioned a while back, are there any killings, murders that are associated with Lovecraft? And those ones come up. The vampire killers
Yep.
had the Necronomicon in their possession.
Yeah, I
If you wanna
think
look
they had
up those
I don't know this
crazy-
for a fact from the cult, but I do think they had a mound belief system. Their vampire hotel was out on some mounds in the land of the lakes. So, as far as this Necronomicon business, I mean, it's a grimoire, right?
Yeah, a grimoire, a fictional grimoire, according to Lovecraft.
According to
He
Lovecraft, so when he
claimed
wrote
he
about
made it up. He made it up.
when he wrote
said,
about it, he wrote about it, his stories, and intended it to be a portion of fiction of his tales, right? He wasn't saying like this was rooted in older things,
and he
right?
created a fictional history of it.
Well, that's
But
what I'm
wasn't
getting at.
there,
See, and the ideas of tulpas or these doubles that we were talking about with the Twin Peaks and stuff, and the ideas of tulpas, it sounds like they've created a tulpa out of it.
Definitely.
But
There's
wasn't
lots of letters
Necronomicon
of him
something that
writing
was
to all the
referenced
most,
previously,
some of
though,
the
too?
biggest writers that would come around later saying, contribute to my stories, please. If you want to. Join the Cthulhu mythos. His stories were so good that a lot of these authors did. All your favorite authors, Conan, Robert E. Howard, and Psycho, Robert Bloch, and Ray
you jinxed me. I can't
Bradbury,
find
and
that book.
a number of these guys were all in writings with Lovecraft. He encouraged them to join forces in creating a mythos.
Right. But so,
Yeah,
where do you think Lovecraft got? Go ahead, Clint. What were you saying?
Well, I was looking for that Dead Names book because right in the center, there's a center fold with it's got images, and like one of them's like about a priest that was found hung. Another one's about a break-in at a museum or a college library.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. The one at the college library was in Chicago, wasn't it? That was give me a name. I'll think of his name in a second.
Well, I can't find the book for some reason, but I think,
yeah, there was a lot. There was a lot of high weirdness surrounding those stolen texts for sure.
Lovecraft had a crazy story where the Dunwich Horror, where this character is going from university to university trying to get a hold of the Grimoires, because he creates this mythos at the turn of this last century where there are Grimoires that can open the gates. No, but I was just going to throw this in real quick.
That Dead Names book.
In the Dunwich Horror,
seem like it's real.
The character is going from university to university trying to find the Grimoires, so he can get the spells to open the gates.
Well, what's this Necronomicon, dude? The Necronomicon Book of Dead Names is a different Necronomicon.
Yeah, it's a story. It's like a backstory about how they supposedly really got the book.
Well, there's so many different things called Necronomicon now, dude. It's weird.
Yeah.
But wasn't there originally an ancient text that was mythos and then fucking...
Yeah, Lovecraft ripped it off or he took it from the Book of the Dead. It's Egyptian. It's like an Egyptian.
But there's no original text, but it's something.
And that's where they get the dead names from, because they started. Lovecraft was a scholar in a lot of senses, so he could blend some.
That's the book.
He could blend some historical stuff with fiction just enough to make it work.
Now here's the fun part about that book, right? His name is Simon, the author. So, when you play the game Simon Says, just saying. Simon Says.
Yeah, dude. I've long been interested in these ideas since I've read this book, and I read Sinister Forces by Peter Levenda talking about some of these things as well, but it's interesting.
Peter Levenda hooks up with Tom DeLonge, right?
Yeah, but he knew John
gay shit,
Podesta back
bro.
in '78.
Huh?
That's
What's
some
that?
gay shit that they hooked up.
He knew John Podesta and Peter Levenda have been friends since I think circa 1978, around the time before he invaded the Colonia Dignidad.
Wow.
Because that's the connection between Levenda and DeLonge is Podesta.
Yeah. Democrat, solid Democrat machine.
Well, he's also a occultist.
Welcome to the machine. That Pink Floyd song.
The idea
Podesta's
that
really tied into the sustainable development of the United Nations, the 17 colors, the 17 steps, or whatever.
17 Q, trust the plan, sir.
Yeah.
So the idea that he would infiltrate Augusto Pinochet's torture village on top of this mountain is ridiculous to me.
Sounds like it.
Well, it's rooted in Satanism. So we see William Branham of the evangelical movement, which is the early,
Oh shit! You know what we need to talk about, because it'll piss off a ton of people in the chat, is Pope Benedict and his direct ties to the Pinochet fucking massacres.
Go ahead, sir. I'm not familiar.
So Pope Benedict, who was formerly a bouncer, he was an archbishop at the time of Pinochet. So there's all kinds of I can't think of them off the top of my head, but it's been a while.
Augusto Pinochet.
Yeah, he was directly involved.
With Pinochle, dude. Not spelled similarly, but sounds different. Or wait a second, spelled different. Yeah, spelled differently sounds different. Something like that. Go ahead, sir.
No, so as far as the fascist murder squads that were operating in Pinochet's Chile, fucking Pope Benedict was directly involved as a young archbishop. So there's a lot of it's been a while since I looked into it, and I could look into it a little
look
bit
at
more.
the history of South and Central America and how great it's went through those countries, and look at how what their main religious system is.
Wait, I think it's Pope Francis. I'm mistaken them, right? Or wait, maybe
I don't know.
Maybe I got it wrong.
I'm not sure.
It was whichever one's the one, the Jesuit from Central or South America was the one.
Yeah, I think that was Pope Benedict. I thought.
Yeah, and sorry. So, but then because I was looking it up, and Google fed in Pope Francis because he met with the victims after Benedict. My bad.
He was
there's quite a bit of information.
Ratzinger.
There's quite a bit of information when you start digging into that, but then of course, it's all been debunked. Like he wasn't really, he was there, but none of these events actually occurred. But then there's all kinds of witnesses that do say they did occur.
Oh wait, Ratzinger was Hitler Youth. You might be right. It might be the other guy.
Yeah.
Name your cloaked Hitler.
Who's the new? Have you guys seen this viral video that the guy running for governor of California's put out? The AI video showing
Otto von Bolschwing's son, Gavin Newsom.
Yep, his son Gavin Newsom dressed up in a wig.
Oh wait! My bad.
Looks like the Batman movie.
I'm getting retired, but I think it's the Argentinian. Isn't that Pinochet? I don't know.
Pinochet?
Who gives?
Yeah, he's Argentinian.
Yeah, Pinochet was
and Pope Francis was born in Argentina. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the one.
So but my point there is we really don't know what went on in Colonia Dignidad, and we have characters like Peter Levenda that says he broke in there and created an international incident, right? Like it's all very suspect to me because I think one of the biggest things is it's lost on is the evidence of all the Nazis here, right? Like I realize it's known as a Nazi encampment, but like I don't know. I don't think we really quite know the depths of how well it's a Nazi encampment, right?
Well, the other thing that we really need to look into, and no one does that much, and it's been a while since I dug deep into it.
Well, I got my South American countries wrong, sir. Pinochet was Chile.
And
Okay,
JJ is
one,
down there, so
there
we can raise enough money. We
so-
can have him drive down there and check out whatever you want to look into.
I'm not driving anywhere, sir. No.
Yeah, I'm confusing dictators.
I'm just
confusing
teasing.
dictators then.
Sorry,
But
throw
anyway,
that in for the hell of it. Sorry, JJ. Just
Yeah,
kidding.
that
anyways,
Argentina was
we don't want
Perrin,
you going
right?
south. We want you coming up north.
Wasn't it
but
Perrin?
what's that?
Who was the dictator that you're thinking of in Argentina? Was it Perrin?
I don't know. It's been a while since I looked into that. But the getting into the Argentina shit, the other one that I want to bring up. So in the 1980s, when actually I got to look up whoever the Argentine dictator was, because in the 1980s,
yeah, it's Perón.
as far
Juan
as
Perón.
that's where fucking the Rockefeller Foundation did all their promotion of GMOs. And that's also where they did a promotion of this sustainable development. That all comes out of the Argentina project with the dictator and the Rockefeller Foundation, where they kind of started subsidizing everyone to use the GMO seeds. But that all comes originally from Argentina.
Okay.
I forget the name of that program.
So it looks like the guy that would have been in charge of Argentina at the time we're talking about with Colonia Dignidad was after the coup of the Perones.
Okay. Yeah. That's the name, Perón.
Yeah, Juan Perón and his wife, and then General Vidalia here, Vidalia Onions.
Yeah.
He had a coup, military junta, if you will.
And then, like I say, in the 70s and 80s, that's so I'll look that up too. I'll try to find the name. But that's where Rockefeller Foundation really pushed the GMO, and that's where they developed all the fucking seeds that are now patented. So, like, if you have a farm, you can't use
So a lot of our beef comes from now, so you can't get an eyeball on
it. Yeah.
South American beefs, dude?
It don't come from here no more. It comes from down there, yeah.
Yeah. It's all the cows are down there, and then they import it, but then they take the American beef and send it elsewhere, right?
Yeah.
Oh, but so this is exactly what I mean. We're told this guy Schaefer sets up this Colonia of Dignity, right? This religious colony, and then he's diddling kids and all sorts of stuff. But he avoids any sort of charges until '96, and then he escapes arrest until 2005. That's what I'm saying. There's so much about the circumstances surrounding this encampment that it just doesn't make any sense, dude. Right, here we go. Look, there are more than 1,000 disappeared people in Chile, and some taken to the colony that were tortured and killed. One of them, a U.S. citizen, Boris Weisfeiler, Penn State University, dude. This is the 80s.
Bad
dude.
time.
That's what I'm saying,
bad
right?
time to be over in Chile.
Yeah.
Or Argentina.
That's what I'm saying. We don't know. And you were mentioning stuff about these East Coast universities, Clint, and I do think there's a lot to that. There was specifically a dude who was a spook. He was a man of the cloth for one of the Orthodox religions out of the Eastern Bloc, and he got murked in a Chicago. He was the University of Chicago professor, I think. And he gets murked on campus. I can't. His name's escaping me right now, but it was definitely wrapped up in all the communist kind of stuff, right? It was 1991. Eon Kilunio, dude. You tell me how to spell this. Or how to pronounce that. Elon Cthulhu, dude.
Oh, Cthulhu.
Cthulhu.
Yeah, right. He was a Roman defector. University of Chicago's Divinity School was shot execution style in a third floor bathroom stall. Never solved. This was I read this. Levenda connects it to all these other activities about these stolen religious texts we're talking about with the Simon Necronomicon and stuff.
Yeah,
he connects that to this guy's murder in Sinister Forces. I think also in Dead Names.
Yeah, I'm grabbing those images right now. I got 3 of them.
He specialized in Renaissance magic and
Do you
mysticism.
have a picture of Cthulhu by chance?
Yes, sir. Hold on one second. I got a picture of Cthulhu for you.
So we can provide an example of one of Lovecraft's greatest creations.
And when you're done with that, I dropped a link for that guy. His name is Jose Martinez, the hose, and he was the Argentine, what you call it, head of our
There
economy
is
or whatever.
Cthulhu.
But he is the one who did all the
Also
fucking
known as
Rockefeller shit.
JD Vance.
There's Cthulhu, the Juggalo Championship Wrestling.
There he is. Yep. Perfect Cthulhu.
What? I don't know what is Cthulhu supposed to look like. How do we not
like
know
a-
JD Vance is Cthulhu? How do we not?
I know. That's pretty much him. That's pretty much it.
He's some sort of like, the original drawing right here, right? This is kind of the original. He's some sort of character like out of Johnny Depp's Pirates of the Caribbean.
You know where that sketch comes from? Lovecraft did that himself.
Right.
After he
That's
woke
the
up
original one, right?
after a bad dream. He said, I saw him in my dreams. And now we're all surrounded by his weird creature. Here's where it started, folks. If
Yeah,
you
but
wonder where that octopus face thing from the Pirates of the Caribbean come from,
That's Cthulhu, right?
that's Cthulhu.
Yeah.
If you see an octopus on anything, some product, some company's logo, that's Cthulhu.
So you're saying that Danny Castellero's octopus should be called Danny Castellero's Cthulhu?
Yep, pretty much Cthulhu, just straight rip.
All right.
Hey, I read about
Let's
the guy
go
with the
to my
octopus
screen
face.
real quick. This is from the book insert of Dead Names. Let's see. 2 unfrocked Byzantine priests held in Yale rare book thefts. New Haven, March 16th.
What was the name? New Haven, March 16th. What was it?
The
What
name?
year?
Let's see. The accused are Stephen Chapo, Chapo, and Michael Huback, Huback.
2 unfrocked Byzantine prince held
2 unfrocked.
high. Yale
His
rare
name's
book
El
theft.
Chapo.
Yeah, by Lawrence Fellows is who wrote the article, special to the New York Times.
Yep, I got it right here for you, sir.
Yeah. There's another
There
article,
are
too.
people, you know, if I may, sorry to interrupt, Clint. Do you remember when we did the movie Ninth Gate?
Yes,
Me and you
yes,
and
great film.
Clint did Ninth Gate. There are people just like the Franklin Jella character that are hunting down grimoires,
Yep.
hunting down books, looking into them, using microscopes to look at the lettering and see if there's a slight variation in a letter in these weird grimoires.
Or the pictures, right? That became a big thing in the film The Ninth Gate, was they were swapping out the imprintings, right? They had those.
There's a
imprintings
code in the
with the-
pictures.
Yeah.
You had to get all 3 books together.
If you want to go
See
back
which
to my
pictures
screen
are
real
right,
quick. The Slavonic Orthodox bishop found hanged. And it's talking about one of the dudes that stole the books. And that, but there's more with this, there's an investigation here on let's see, the bishops or whatever, of the priests, John Martin, 1962, Stanley alleged last year. Talking about Lee Harvey Oswald.
For sure.
And then there's another one about the JFK assassination that's mentioning the names. So I do think that they really stole those books.
I think you're right. And again, these articles dictate what Lavenda argues in some of his writings, and that is the locations and time frames in which these murders are occurring relative to these grimoires, right? So we see this one here occurring right before that other death there in Chicago. This is 84. This with Pratsky, William Anthony Pratsky.
Yeah, it makes you wonder what they were
This was
into.
his friend. This was Lavenda's best friend's father, I think. So Lavenda broke into the funeral of RFK with another individual dressed as Orthodox priests, and that was Andrew Pratsky. No, I think it was his first name was Andrew.
Because he's an activist? Because he's an activist?
What's that?
Well, according to the book, they
He
were
broke into
pretending to
there
be
because he's an activist.
Well, according to the book, they were pretending to be priests because they were using their college tuition to basically launder money and then make
Yeah,
more money.
They
off
were
it.
17. They were not even out of high school yet when they went to the RFK.
What's the prank,
Yeah.
though? That's what I'm asking, JJ.
Well, they were interested in all this mysticism stuff. This is how they got interested in it, mostly, right? They were trying to,
Okay.
I think the prank was just getting into the funeral, dressing up as priests, and then some actual Orthodox priests saw them and were like, "Hey, do you want to come hang out with us?" And they happened to be part and parcel in all the Kennedy assassination. The wandering bishops.
It's too coincidental.
Well, it's too coincidental, and we also have to take into account that we're being told this by Lavenda, who's not exactly an objective third party. For example,
Yeah.
The son of William Anthony Praske here in this 84 hanging, right? His son and Lavenda's, who was Lavenda's friend, he was a gay man. He was servicing older gay men there in New York City, and seemingly knew Michael Carr, who was doing the same thing. Michael Carr was
And
also
then Roy Cohn around that same time. Roy Cohn around that same time.
Yeah, but this is before they get.
Holy
This could be when they get mixed in with Roy Cohn and gang. But the point is that this seems to be the likely intersection of where Peter Lavenda, where David Berkowitz, Peter Lavenda, and Michael Carr, right? So how Berkowitz meets the Carrs is likely through Praske. But Lavenda is not very formal about that. I'm just putting together the pieces from the comments he does make.
If you bring up the one article I linked, that's the guy from Argentina who was running all the Rockefeller shit.
De Haas?
Yeah, the Jose Alfredo Martinez de Haas. You'll see that like right off. They're talking about him getting like $1 billion for fucking and David Rockefeller in like 1970 something. And it basically fucking ends up taking like so it's actually quite interesting if you look into this guy. I just kind of quickly went through it here, but it's pretty wild on the stuff that was going on there again too. This is where all the GMOs were first introduced because they got this guy directly under their control.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard of this guy before. I appreciate it, sir.
Yeah, so and then they completely devaluated the value of the money through the central bank too, with him there in place. So that's where a lot of the GMOs of today come from, is through Argentina, where they did all the research and they backed it through Rockefeller Foundation money.
Typical.
And then like even here you see one here where one of his chief business interests, the insolvent Compañía El Tallo Argentina de Electricidad, was nationalized at his orders at a reported cost of $394 million. And that was after debts of fucking $700 million, right? So where does that come from, right? So it's all kind of fucked up, right?
They got some weird bank failures around the same time as the Vatican Bank stuff.
Yeah.
BCCI.
Yeah, so there's a lot of shit that happened in Argentina through through a Vita, where they fucking, again, too, that's another good indication where they fucking create a complete mythos of the collapse of the country through that Evita shit. Don't cry for me, Argentina. And then they got the whore. They got the whore who calls herself the Madonna, fucking portray that same. Anytime they mythologize a fucking local individual like that, you know it's an operation that they're doing, right?
You mean Madonna the man?
Yeah. So, like, the central bank, the other thing here is, they called him, he was led by one of the number of the Chicago boys, Adolfo Diaz. But it's really super interesting to look into it. I'm not gonna say, like, it's been a while since I've looked into this in depth, so I don't want to speak too much on my ass. But it's definitely something that's worth looking into and doing more in depth once you actually like focus more on it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, America is the first country in history of mankind where poor people are fat. Yeah, oh wait.
A lot of fat homies out there too. That's because they don't consume food; they consume fucking plastic and call it food.
Was she a great big fat person?
Big time, big time.
Yeah. It's
Somebody
not
call
your
Jenny
fault.
Craig.
It's these shitheads that run the country.
Well, I mean,
Don't blame
to
yourself.
the effect of the discussion on GMOs and the poisoning of Americans, I mean, I think that is what causes some of all the great big fat people now, right?
Yeah.
The
Oh,
unnatural
yeah.
ingredients we ingest.
You wanted a goddamn sandwich. You got a
Hey,
yoga
look here,
mat.
buddy. You want a fucking sandwich? You're gonna get it how I want to fucking make it with as much poison as I want to.
Yep.
So,
You
yeah,
asked for a loaf
like I
of
say,
bread.
it's
You
a
got
really
yoga
interesting.
mat.
Well, isn't that interesting that we do have fat homeless, and I have to imagine some of them are starving, and I often wonder how do they maintain such fatness. But I do think it is just the general nature of the things we ingest, the air, the
Well, I think
medicines,
I also
the,
know too. I
everything.
think there's a huge thing to be said about the fact that within North America, none of our medical systems even acknowledge like parasites. So once parasites fucking start expanding, you don't need to consume food to get fat because you know they're just living off your
Right.
cells.
That's true.
Yeah. Goddamn parasites.
Fucking parasites. Parasite on humanity. That's what they are, them parasites.
Big old parasite.
Well,
LA
gents, should we
plug
want to bring
second.
this in for a close here? We're coming in
Oh,
on
thank
5
you,
hours.
JJ, for another fantastic show.
you,
Always
sir.
appreciate the invite. Anytime Fridays, you know, we go over on Clint's show usually on Fridays. Thank you
Well,
for
if you guys are
teaming
going
up
over
with
there
us.
after I eat something, I'll join you all for sure. I got
Hell yeah, we are going to
First
Clint's
off,
show.
leave a like. Thank you, JJ. Thank you, Clint. Fuck Todd. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, next time you wanted me to sing a song, I remember you said that.
Cocaine makes you thin, fat makes you fat. Nice.
It does well. I mean, as much as fentanyl is easy to kill folks, I feel like a lot of folks maintain an addiction to it pretty well.
I mean, it doesn't really kill you when you first if you start off small and you work your way up.
Well,
what really kills.
Is that Hunter Biden's advice, sir? Did Hunter Biden tell you to say this?
Were you and Hunter and Candace talking earlier?
I know a lot of fucking drug addicts. I mean, but usually like
Hunter Biden.
No, but usually the junkies that die are the ones who have kicked it and then go back in like they never kicked it, right? And then you have like, if you think about like what they're saying, like
that's true. I had a friend of mine that died of that. The same what you're describing. He had stopped for some time and then got some opioids or I forget oxys or something off the streets or whatever in Columbus, Ohio, and like 10 folks died that weekend of fentanyl overdose in Columbus, Ohio. He was one of them.
Jesus, that's fucked up.
Yep.
It's always hilarious though too when they're like, oh, you know, like people are mixing their cocaine with fucking fentanyl. It's like, no, man, you have a really shitty dealer if they're fucking. And what is really happening is more than likely they're fucking using bad fucking culinary habits, and they're actually cross contaminating the products because they're using the same fucking scale and the same plate to weigh everything up. Come on. But
is that like the time Burger King cross-contaminated horse with their beef because they used the same slaughterhouse or some shit? They claim like, oh, yeah, we accidentally got your horse burgers because we used the same slaughterhouse.
It's like the time that McDonald's cross-contaminated with the fetuses, according to the rabbi on that audio clip that always goes around.
Yeah, I come from the #1 drug overdose death capital of America there, Uncle Ted. I understand what you're saying. There's probably 20% of my high school graduating class that are now dead from overdose.
Oh, dude, the one city, like, the London where, just as, like, I'm outside of London, Ontario, but they have...
England, sir?
No, Ontario. But they have a ton of fucking programs that are dedicated to like fucking working with the homeless and everything. So like that city has so many fucking junkies and shit in it. I don't know how many times.
Okay. Well, I mean, I feel like they definitely do a better job at condoning that kind of thing up in Canada.
I can't tell you how many times I've gone downtown by the police station and then fucking there's like literally some dude fucking smoking fucking meth right on the fucking stairs of the fucking police station.
Shooting up at the entrance.
No, dude. In London, they all love jib. That's what they call the crisp called jib. That's the big one around here.
I believe it.
I knew that. Thank you.
If you didn't know, go down and check it out.
And cocaine may be a hell of a drug, but so is drinking, and it is not easy to quit. So I salute you there. Anyone who has, they're like HB, because I've been almost 12 years dry myself, and it ain't
Good on you,
always easy.
JJ. No, good on you, JJ.
I started drinking when I was 13, so I had a real bad drinking problem by 17.
I probably had my first shot at 12. Yeah.
Oh man, I quit everything and we moved over to cocaine.
When I was 12, I was drinking Budweiser and throwing rocks at cars. That's just what we did at the age of 12.
Maybe I was 11. I'm not sure. Couldn't remember. Whatever your age is, a year before you.
I got lucky.
No,
I've
I'm
never
just
really
kidding.
been a drinker because I just fucking I start off with I start the night with like fucking two fingers.
See, that's your problem right there. You've never been a drinker.
By the third glass, I just fucking drinking like it's water, and I always black out, so I know not to do it.
And you are
dude, I blacked out every night for like 10 years, dude. So I understand.
I never blacked out. I've never blacked out one time.
Oh, dude, I blacked out for days at a time,
bro. Dude. I don't remember most of the 2000s because of blacking out. So yeah.
Yep.
Well, thank God you were part of the national security at that time.
Guarding nuclear weapons, the president, dude.
No doubt.
Wasted.
No doubt.
Wasted.
I feel so much safer.
Right?
There you go.
Oh, but JJ, thank you for the invite.
You like to party, you know what I mean? It ain't easy to turn off.
I think your Friday show is the best fucking thing going. Right next to Clint's, because we always do a Friday show when you're doing a Friday show.
I need to call this in. I'm a great big fat person. If y'all want to go over there, I'll join y'all over there for sure.
Yeah.
You're gonna do streaming over there, Clint? Are you gonna?
If Clint can handle it, man, he's.
Yeah, I might do so. I just gotta eat some food.
Shut up, drop your sack and load up. I don't even have a show, but drop your sack and fucking host it. Let's go.
I'll put a link to Clint show here in the.
Appreciate the conversation with you guys, Phil.
Sabrina,
love Sabrina.
We kind of need that once in a while.
For sure.
Fantastic.
All right, well, any other closing comments,
personalities.
concerns, questions, baking recipes, gents? We've hit 5 hours officially. This might be my longest show ever, and I'm a great big fat person.
Set a record. That's always nice. Set a record.
Let's get going.
I'm gonna go eat.
All right. Well, on that note, folks, the interwebs, thanks for joining us. Gents, thanks for joining us. Phil and Sabrina, loved your input as well as always. And on the way out, folks, watch out for lasers.
There's thousands of Americans out there. By the way, I've been shot with a laser beam twice.
Ted's down, folks. Ted is down.
Well, that's it. That's the show here, folks. So the next time you're out on the town, visiting your local watering holes, or perhaps just meandering around, and you hear the unmistakable sounds of metal clanking, and you spot signs of a disturbance, but check your six. Look in that garbage can, because you never can tell. The GCDs may be loose in your town.